Good afternoon, and welcome back to Alliance Tournament 13. Here from CCP headquarters in Reykjavik, Iceland, I am CCP Antiquarian, and I'm joined at the desk today by player commentator Chesser.
Hey, glad to be here again.
CCP Larrikin.
Hello.
And a very special guest, CCP Karkur. How are you?
I'm good.
It's good to have you with us.
Yep.
We are going to get very shortly into our first match of the day, a brief overview of today's schedule, starting first, Camel Empire versus Pandemic Legion in their first fight of a best-of-3 matchup. Immediately following that match, we'll go into the elimination bracket match between Warlords of the Deep and Exodus. And those four teams will alternate back and forth until both games have reached a decision, at which point we will have a break. We will then move in to the finals, determining who is in third place, who is in second, and who is actually the champion of this year's Alliance tournament. Camel Empire, Pandemic Legion up first. Chesser, what do you think about it?
I think it's going to be a great way to kick off the morning. Two titans of the Alliance tournament with a huge pedigree, especially on the PL side. You know, Camel's shown that they've just been able to dismantle basically every single team that they've come across. I'm really excited to see what these teams are going to bring, just because both of them have a really, really deep pockets and have shown to bring AT ships before. So I'm hoping to have really expensive explosions in the upcoming future.
Larrikin?
This match is going to be amazing, and I think it's like a clash of the two different cultures of Alliance tournament. Camel have absolutely superb piloting, and that is their focus, absolute focus, while Pandemic Legion are all about bringing the right setup, playing the meta, and just figuring out that perfect setup. So I think this is going to be a fantastic match. I have no idea which way it's going to go.
Karkur, I know that you've been paying attention and participating in the Twitch chat
Yes.
all weekend. Thank you for that, and I'm sure that our players are happy to see the devs joining in with that discussion. Do you have a preference in this particular matchup? Do you follow the tournament teams?
Yes, or I did have watched the matches. I thought both teams were really good yesterday. I don't really have a preference, but I think Pandemic Legion might take it.
PL.
Yeah.
Vote for PL. Chesser. Response, Chesser.
Well, I think the response is just wrong. I'm sorry, but it's Camel. Camel's going to take this, no problem.
I might be wrong.
Both teams, obviously, tremendous play all throughout the tournament, and we can only expect the best from them. We do have the bans in for this match. Camel Empire choosing to ban out the Blackbird and the Kitsune, looking to get that control off of the field. Those jams obviously being very prevalent in this weekend of play. Pandemic Legion targeting the Tengu and the Widow. The Widow, another control ship, and the Tengu, usually for the Tinkers, but would you expect to see a Tinker fleet from Camel in this?
Well, Camel flew a wonderful Tinker against Warlords, and unfortunately Warlords weren't able to crack it. They had, a really, really great setup there. These targeted bans, I think, are excellent on Camel's side. Banning out Kitsune and Blackbird, which Pandemic Legion was showing yesterday along with the Scorpion, and then, of course, Pandemic Legion exactly with the Widow and Tengu bans, because Camel did show that setup yesterday a few times, and I think it's a dangerous thing. So I think these are really good bans.
Great. We talked a little bit about the level of these teams, and I know that you've been taking a bit of heat online, Chesser, talking about top-tier teams and lower-tier teams. And I wanted to kind of be the voice for some of our players.
Okay.
All of the teams in the Alliance tournament are, like, to my estimation, top-tier teams. There are a few teams who have experienced fewer matches. There are a few teams that maybe haven't seen as much play or are a little bit uncomfortable with some of their comps. But really, at this level, obviously, these four teams, top tier.
This is the top tier here, yeah.
But the whole tournament, and especially the second weekend yesterday, top-tier teams all across the board.
What you're trying to say is everyone is a top-tier team. Some teams are a little bit more top-tier than others. Is that what you're...
There might be some more practice involved.
That sounds like a really politically correct statement, which, as people on Reddit and my corporal know, I'm very politically correct and tactful. However, in my frame of view, my reference, just because you can afford the Plex to get into the Alliance tournament and play, doesn't mean you're good. Unfortunately, teams like TNT still bringing the 5MN MWD on a cruiser.
That's a legitimate. I mean, everyone.
I mean, really, round of 16.
It was a mistake.
Just because you got to the round of 16 because you had a fairly easy bracket doesn't mean anything.
Let's go immediately to what is undoubtedly a top-tier match, the Camel Empire versus Pandemic Legion. Here at Alliance Tournament 13, we'll cut to the booth where Sir Squeebles and our very own CCP Rise are ready to begin commentating.
All right, guys, welcome to the first match of the last day of Alliance Tournament 13. I'm CCP Rise, here with Sir Squeebles. We are starting things off with a bang. We have Camel Empire versus Pandemic Legion, and neither one of them has cut any cost in this match.
No, so a grand total, I think, of, let's see, 3, 4, 5 tournament ships. Am I missing one? AT prize ships. PL is fielding 2 Sleipnirs, 2 Mirachas, a Scimitar, a Cinnable, 2 Hounds, 2 Manticores, and 2 Nemesis. So they're going for that bomber rush that I said they wouldn't go for.
Yeah, and on the other side, Camel, Navy Scorp, couple Claymores, an Etana, 2 Cambions, which are really nasty, along with some Sweetbulls, 2 Hounds, 2 Jackdaws.
And it is important to mention that Navy Scorpion is the Camel Empire flagship Navy Scorpion, so you can really probably count that almost as another tournament ship. It's not going to be nearly as expensive, but it's still going to be blinged to the maximum. So the match is starting. Both teams warped in at a little bit of range, but you can see immediately Camel Empire sending a few frigates forward.
Bomb wave coming. Watch the bombs there in the middle of the field.
Straight into the drones.
Support.
Straight into the drones of Camel. They dropped bots. They did call them back, though. It looks like they got those back in. I imagine those are going to be rep bots, but huge damage. Oh, my. Those 2 Claymores are now boosting. I mean, obviously, the Satana has reps out, but if Pandemic Legion can capitalize and take out one of these Claymores and take out a couple of the links, that is going to be game-changing. Meanwhile, the Miracha of Destoya, now webbed, scrammed, painted. I don't think he's in too much danger yet. That bomb run was massive.
It was, but it doesn't look like they're actually going to capitalize. One of the Claymores a little slower back to full shields, but I think he's fine. They're going after the Cambions instead, trying to get that support down. As CCP Fozzie was shouting about in the hallway earlier, those Cambions are basically a Drake that's the size of the Jaguar.
One Cambion on the Camel side.
One down.
That's already a tournament ship down. Meanwhile, a bomber of Forlorn Wangraven taking some damage. He was getting reps. He's no longer getting reps. He is going to go down, but trading a Hound for a Cambion, I'm happy with that in the tournament. We're on
that's
TQ.
Pretty good. That's pretty good. They've got the second Cambion webbed as well, so we could probably look to see that starting to take some pretty damage soon here too.
So really interesting. You're right. That bomb run didn't do. It didn't take out a whole lot of ships on the Camel side, but what it did do is take down one of those Fipples, which are critical in killing this bomber wing of the PL team. So,
Morocco going low now, heading for armor.
Destoya, it looks like maybe an AT prize ship trade here. One Nemesis down now. Pandemic Legion losing bombers. They've got the Claymore of Nick Domar really low. They're gonna cut through that.
Claymore's gonna go down. Bomb run's paying off after all. There he goes. So he used all his ASP charges finally and went down. That's a huge loss.
That's a huge amount of tank off the field. That's a bit of DPS off the field, but it's a whole lot of links off the field. I mean, whatever. And now the second Claymore.
Whoa, second Claymore going down so fast.
Oh, Miracha down. Oh, this is so much money. I like it.
200 billion roughly off the field. There goes Camel's other Claymore. That hurts bad. No more links for them. Huge amount of their tank and damage off the field.
Here's what you have now. You have 2 Jackdaws, which need to clean up this bomber wing, but you have a Navy Scorpion to put down both of these Sleipnirs. That Navy Scorpion is going to have a huge amount of damage. He can do it, but these Sleipnirs of PL have to decide what they want to take down. Really, ideally, they can get some webs on that Etana and try and take that Etana out. And another bomber out. PL needs to capitalize while these bombers are so up. Sorry, that was a Camel bomber. That Hound of Niert Gun went down. Now Drainer and the Hound painted. He's going to go down too. Pandemic Legion, at this point, looking real nice.
Yeah,
real nice.
They're in real good shape. Not really, it's going to end up just being that Navy Scorpion and Etana. I guess they're probably going to kill 3 Alliance tournament ships here.
Yeah.
Sleipnir taking tons of damage on the PL side, though. He's working. Even with the ASB running, he's headed close to armor.
Right. So those semi-reps mixed with the XL ASB on that Sleipnir means every volley from that Navy Scorpion is going to hit like a freight train. But he should be able to stay at least long enough to take this Etana down. Once this Etana is down, that's the match for PL, I think. If this Etana, So Pandemic Legion, the only team up to this point who had lost an Alliance tournament ship in this tournament.
Oh, just
there
did it again.
So now that's actually Camel. right? So now 2 Atanas down, 1 loss for Camel, 1 loss for PL. They probably have more, and they can use them in future matches.
Remember, this is Cambion down too.
Another Cambion. This is a best of 3 series, and so much money just got lost in the first round.
Jeez.
I hope these guys are all right with morning drinking, because they need to go ahead and walk to the mini bar, just pour one up. Jackdaw down now as well. This was awesome. This was awesome, awesome, awesome. I think it's really surprising that Camel Empire was not able to take down those bombers sooner than they did. I wonder where that Jackdaw damage was. They had 1 remaining Swivel up. We don't know if he's artillery or autocannon. I wonder what their plan was. They knew that bomb run was coming in. They drew most of their support out once Swivel got left behind. But why could they not get rid of those bombers faster? Another Jackdaw down. Now this Navy Scorpion. Now here's where the real tactic kicks in, because they have to be quick about looting this Navy Scorpion. They got to get a ship parked right next to him. The Scimitar is painted. He's taking big damage from this Navy Scorp. They have no control. Interesting. No team went with any E-War except for paints.
No,
right?
I was going to say this PL team is actually one of the closest to kind of the old school Minmatar rush that we've seen in a long time. The Mirachas, first time we've seen them fielded. If you haven't kind of looked at what they do, they have a web range bonus.
Right.
But otherwise fit into the Minmatar rush really well. Just really good damage and tank stats, speed stats, along with the web bonus. So they're kind of just nasty Hugins, and they did the job perfectly. Navy Scorpion going down real fast here. What an expensive match for Camel.
This is one of the few times that Elise Randolph and I can smug smile in unison. I'm sad that he's not here to nod his head and look into the camera and do his creepy PL thing. They got to be really quick about looting this Navy Scorpion, though. Probably some officer PCUs on that bad boy, and it's going to be good. It's going to be real good.
And now Camel can't bring that back. So that's it for Camel in this match. Pandemic Legion wiping out hundreds and hundreds of billions of ISK there.
There was no way that match wasn't going to go well, but I hope the analyst desk can break it down a little further. A lot of excitement here, but really well done by PL. Yeah. Great match. Again, there are 2 more in this series, and this is still in the winner's bracket, so this next match should be interesting.
To fly another day.
Because of winning with broadswords and then winning with Dominic's. This was a very interesting match. I'm going to come back and look at this later.
Oh no, he's so cool, but not very good.
Just stop there. Just stop. Starting over. And quit. You're going to just give up. No, what are you starting over for? Just give up.
An incredible match as Pandemic Legion takes out the Camel Empire in the first of 3. Camel Empire loses their flagship. Camel Empire loses not 1, not 2, but 3? 3 Alliance tournament ships? How much money is that, Larrigan? How much ISK is gone?
Conservatively, there's about $500 billion ISK that just got destroyed. So we don't know the specific fit on that flagship, but that had like officer, everything that you could bring officer almost, and then 4 Alliance ships?
4?
No, sorry, 3.
The Maracha was on the other side.
4, 4 in total destroyed. So $500 billion is
conservative. Very conservative, I think.
A costly fight.
I said fireworks, and this is the best first out of 3. You know, we have 2 of these going on here, and the losers, you know, Warlords also has a deep pockets. So expecting to see this kind of as a recurring theme. I really liked PL's setup there. Very surprising to me to see the Maracha brought out in the tournament play. Larry, do you know some of the stats of some of these AT ships, just for some of our viewers that may not be as familiar with these unique hulls?
Yeah. So the Maracha is like a rapier, and a Senable had a bastard baby, like a mutant baby.
Couldn't they marry legally?
Well, I'm not saying they weren't married. That's not what I'm talking about.
Got it.
It does excellent damage, and it has the web range bonus, and like all Alliance summon ships, its base stats are a chunk higher, so it's tanky, fast. Yeah, it's like bringing a rapier and a signable in one. And the Cambion is basically a Drake in a frigate hull.
given the tanks on those ships, like Maracha down, Cambions down, they went down quick. We saw them yesterday, and those Cambions, were fine to get into range and do what they needed to do and shrug off damage, basically. But they just evaporated.
Well, Cambions have like a 4% shield resistance per level of your frigate skill, so their resists are super high, and they have a fairly decent buffer as well, but without logistics, like.
Well, even with logistics, the reason why I think Camel is having an issue of dealing with the PL problem is that PL had a synergy of two things, which are very long-range webs, as well as a team based around artillery. They had artillery Marachos, which is the way to fit them. They have a huge damage bonus with the fall-off bonus, and tracking isn't an issue when everything far away from you is double long-range range webs. I can't even talk this morning.
Words are super hard, man.
Words are hard. Last night still kicking over. But they had all of that, so they have all this arty, which allows them just to volley straight through the EHP of a frigate. It doesn't matter if it's a Cambion or not. They're going to take this damage, especially if they have their MWD on while still with webs, and that really hurt Camel. Not to mention the fact that bombing run was originally people didn't think that it was effective, but it actually did exactly what PL needed, because the entire armor buffer that the Claymores had on Camels was completely gone, which means that if reps didn't land perfectly, or if they punched through the reps a little bit, they didn't have to shred through the armor slowly. They were hitting their structure immediately, allowed PL to get those Claymores off the field much, much faster, especially before they could get too close. One Maracha was caught and killed, but at the cost of the majority of Camel's support wing and
that bomb run also caught one of the Sveeples.
It did. It kills them right away.
Ship you've got to screen, and it was.
You've got to give it to PL on that. We saw them in the first weekend, the ISD broadcast weekend, where they did that bomb run perfectly, and we're maybe one of the only teams to really capitalize on the damage that the bomb run can do, and pulled it off. They just did it again. They're just going to keep doing it until someone stops them from doing it.
Yeah. Not having the forethought, at least on some of the Camel pilot side, to either switch to defensive mode, turn MWD off, or try and heat through the bomb range with the speed mode still on, cost Zwipple the problem.
That's a super hard choice to make, though.
Definitely.
Bombs have a 12-second flight time. You have 2 seconds to make that choice to turn your MWD off, depending on the cycle.
Right. I mean, the cycle, it's unfortunate, but T3D mode switch is instant, assuming that they didn't start in sniper mode to get initial locks, assuming that they're afraid of ECM, and then switch to speed mode to burn in at a high rate. Either way, it's a really interesting call. That bomb run, though, did exactly what it needed to do. It was very, very well played by PL. I'm excited to see what things that Camel can bring and PL can bring now to kind of shake this up, because when you start throwing in AT ships like this, comps that originally aren't possible, like turret-heavy comps based off of cruiser hulls.
Which we haven't really seen this
No, it just wouldn't be possible, because the points you need to sink into a recon, like a Hugin or a Rapier, which essentially, the Maracha does. You now can have 2 Marachas, basically double Hugin with a ton of alpha, a ton of damage with that as well, and they're the point cost of recons.
Exactly.
So it works out beautifully. So we get to see these really, really heavily dynamic metas.
We'll get to see what they bring in just under half an hour when Camel and Pandemic come back for the second of this best of 3 matchup. Before we get to the next match, Warlords of the Deep versus XIII, we have a bit of time here to talk to CCP Karkar, who is kind enough to join us. Karkar, what team do you work on here at EVE Online?
I'm on a team called Pirate Unicorns.
Pirate Unicorns.
Yes.
That's a fantastic name.
Yes, everyone on our team loves that name.
And what is it that you do precisely?
I'm a programmer there.
Programming.
Yeah.
So fun. We're gonna spice this up.
Yeah.
Pirate Unicorns has done a lot of work with the new player experience, getting people into the game. What was the most recent release that you guys did?
We've been doing the opportunities. Have replaced the tutorial.
Now, some of our viewers probably haven't had a new character in a while.
No.
A lot of the Alliance Tournament pilots, obviously very skilled. The opportunity system, does it apply to everyone? Can everyone just?
Everyone can get those opportunities, but most of them are just for the first steps, like just warping. You get ticked off, like you have a task list, and you get ticked off every time you warp or you dock or undock. Just to kind of suggest what you can do and what is expected of you without telling you to do it.
Do you find that works a little bit better than the old kind of aura-guided steps through the game?
It is. I think so. It kind of teaches you to figure out what to do But we're still experimenting with it and improving it.
I'm gonna miss Aura. I'm gonna miss that shiny blue head.
Yeah.
She was just so welcoming and charming.
Yeah.
That's not the only thing though that Pirate Unicorns works on. Is that
No. We're kind of focused on the new player experience, but also improving just player experience, and that of course helps the new players. And we've been working on, for example, notifications, tooltips. We did the skill queue changes.
Oh, the infinite skill queue.
Yes.
If you would like to thank her in Twitch chat, you may do so now. You can also send a tweet to me, ccp_antiquarian, or to Chesser, I suppose.
It'll get just lost in the hate mail. I'm sorry.
Looking to be lost in the hate mail. Unlimited skill queue is one of my favorite things. I don't mind logging in to update my skill queue, but not having to worry about it for a couple months at a time while I'm off doing other things is fantastic.
Yeah, it is.
Do you actually go outside?
Like in Eve?
Is that what normal people do?
I've never docked. I live in a wormhole. I just hang out. Is there an inside? What's behind the door?
No, nothing's behind the door. I just
How do you know?
Well, I mean,
Larrikin knows. Larrikin's behind the door.
I've been behind the door.
You've been behind it? Is it like a Mos Eisley, kind of like drinking, gambling casino suite?
You'll never know.
We'll find out at some point in the future. For now, we're going to talk a little bit about our upcoming match, and we'll speak to CCP Karkur more after this. Upcoming Warlords of the Deep, Exodus, first of a best of 3 in the elimination bracket. Now, all of these teams, if I'm not mistaken, all of these teams have secured prizes, certainly participation skins, and possibly some of our limited edition ships.
All of them have secured some of the limited edition ships at this stage. So.
Right. So whether they win or lose, whether Warlords or Exodus takes this, they are going home with a fantastic version of the home game. However. They are fighting for the honor of moving forward and doing a bit more in this tournament, possibly becoming the champions. What do we think about this matchup, Chesser?
Well, I think it's going to be mirrored in intensity, just like the PL Camel team. Exodus and Warlords are both really, really high tier, probably elite tier teams, I would say. And we saw Exodus play Camel recently, and they pushed Camel really, really hard in some intense games. And I think it's going to be the exact same way here with the Warlords fight. I'm excited to see if any other team is going to be like PL and have a completely different take on the meta when allowed or willing to put and field, $500 billion worth of ISK of ships. Yeah. But overall, I'm really excited because I think that, like I said, this entire block of matches is going to be incredible.
Now, these teams are ready to take the field. We have the bans in. The bans coming from Warlords of the Deep are the Guardian and the Oneros. And the bans coming from Exodus are the Widow and the Atana. Yeah. And with these guys just getting in place quickly, your prediction for the match?
Warlords, of course.
Warlords, of course.
Warlords here.
Warlords, yeah.
Or here, but never mind.
Yeah, after yesterday's match, the last one, I will say Exodus.
Exodus?
It was really good. Yeah.
Right. I got to preserve symmetry. I will say Exodus, and we will go to the boys in the booth, Sir Squeebles and our very own CCP Rise, to begin this match 124 at Alliance Tournament 13.
Boys in the booth here. I'm Sir Squeebles here with CCP Rise for the first of the best of 3 matchup between Warlords of the Deep and Exodus. We've gone from a very fine champagne to like malt liquor in a brown bag, maybe a boxed wine here, as the comps have gone a little bit back to something that we've seen before. Exodus obviously has been a big fan of Typhoon fleet issues the whole tournament, and that's what they've gone with here. 2 Typhoon fleet issues, an Eos, an Augur, Hecate, 2 Spipples, 2 Confessors, Cruor, and 2 Tal Wars.
Yeah, and then on Warlord side, 2 Fleet Poons as well, but they've, instead of the Tech 3 Destroyer Wing, they've gone with some Bombers and 2 Hyenas, and then gotten another Typhoon kind of squeezed in there. The big, kind of talking point is both teams going with Tech 1 Logistics here. Pretty interesting to try and run that.
Talking point after that is, why would you do that? These teams obviously really strong, though. Maybe they have a plan. Immediately a scram on one of the Hyenas, webs on the Hyenas. So Exodus Control coming in a little bit earlier. Good Logi work already from Warlords. They've got pre-reps on those Hyenas, which they're really going to need to pin down the support wing of Exodus. Meanwhile, the Augur of Parole webbed, painted, nosed, and wait for it, dead.
Really strange thing, I don't know if you guys saw before the match started, but the Warlords bombers all started basically at 0.
Yeah,
they were right next to the
beacon.
beacon, and none of them are dead yet. I'm a little confused by that. You can see tackle spread way across the Warlords team, and they're about to lose their first Hyena, but the bombers surviving despite being super vulnerable to start things out. Confessor down.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Exodus. I mean, the T1 Logi, I think, is largely a non-issue. Obviously, they've got Newts presumably off the Fleet Foons, maybe that Kruger on that Executor. He's not going to be putting out a huge amount of reps. They're pounding through this EOS, but they're definitely losing the support war. Those two Confessors are worth a whole lot to them. They now have no reps to put on these Fipples, so he's going down now, Mr. Falcon, and if they lose the other Fipple and the Hecate, they are not going to be able to clean up these bombers, and they're going to be really in a bad position.
Really need to get the EOS down. There he goes, finally. So that's Lynx off the field. That's a pretty big deal. The Executor's tackled to see if they can get him down quickly as well. But still, I mean, battleships, obviously, still core of both teams still on the field.
Yeah.
Could go any way, I think.
Yeah, and one thing that we might not have emphasized enough, Warlords of the Deep actually went for 3 battleships. That's part of the reason they have so many bombers. They didn't leave as many points for the support wing. So 2 Typhoon fleet issues and a normal Typhoon, they're going to win the outright DPS war. It makes it even easier when that Augur goes down as early as it did. So really nice execution by Warlords. Just sort of strange comps to see in this. I mean, I make jokes about going from the PL match in the winner's bracket where people definitely want to win that and secure a spot in the top 2, but these matches are still important, and you maybe are a little surprised to see comps like this that could have been played any other day in the tournament, I think. But then again, this is a best of 3, so do you want to risk your in-game comp, so to speak, on the first round, or do you want to play something like this that you're relying on your execution to get that early point advantage and then wait for the second match of the series to go in?
I'm curious what Exodus is going to go for now. They did finish off the Executor, so no Logi on the field now for either team. Looks like they're going to try and take the rest of the support out. They have 1 Purifier about to drop. There he goes.
Actually,
Hyena going down as well.
I've just realized this is something I overlooked, but the EOS on the Warlord side did go down.
Yeah.
However, they have 3 battleships, so you have 2 linked faction battleships versus...
Some time ago.
Well, yeah. I mean, I saw it happening. I didn't see it happen. So
Yeah.
I saw the progress, but not the result. So really, Exodus actually not at that big of a disadvantage on the top end. However, the one Talwar of Niter 1013Z is the lone support pilot left on the Exodus side. So he's now painted. I don't think he's long for this world. However, if he can take down this Hyena, that's actually a really good trade. He just traded, well, he's not even traded himself yet. He's doing a lot of work. Writing Exodus off, not a great idea, but where's the damage from these Fleet Typhoons on the Exodus side right now?
Yeah, it's a good question. They really need to get I assume it's on the bombers. They really need to get the bombers down so that they're in sort of even footing in terms of DPS. It's a really bad sign how low their Fleet Foon is already compared to the Warlords Fleet Foon.
Yeah, and he might have a local rep in the form of like an ancillary. He's got some rep bots on him, not a tremendous amount. Obviously, he can only get rep bots from the EOS and the Fleet Typhoon. Those are at most 2 flights of heavy rep bots, and they are indeed. But yeah, if he goes down, this is going to be a really bad position. You have to wonder, if you're not applying to the bombers, if you've got no webs, you've got no paints, is it really worth wasting all those missile volleys on small ships? And I don't think it is. Right now, if Wusamata goes down, before they can put in some serious damage on DHB Wildcat, which does look to be the case, that's, again, they're going to be back in a really tight spot. I mean, they brought it back there for a minute almost.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, this is a match that I think, even though Exodus is obviously a really good team, people would tend to favor Warlords by quite a bit. But a really close one here. I mean, obviously getting tons of kills on both sides.
But it looks like rapid heavy reload. Wusamata was pulling back some armor.
Yeah.
You can still see a little bit of armor boosting. Okay, there's a big chunk. Okay, and now he's down. He's down. So that's a big blow, obviously, to what's left of the Exodus team. Now just an EOS and a Fleet Typhoon fighting really, really uphill. I don't think they're going to be able to pull this one out, but you never know. We've come down to some matches that have had margins of, I mean, the match yesterday had a margin of less than 2 seconds where there was just a clutch pickup, and these rapid heavy missile reloads actually change the game a lot. It's so hard to tell where the damage is all the time.
And another significant thing about it, actually, this is one more thing that I think is in Exodus's favor. It doesn't look like it's going to work out, but late in the match when it's only big ships left, them having cruise foons is actually more sustained DPS than the rapid heavies because of the reloads. And when Logi doesn't matter, you're not trying to break through something, that helps you out a lot. But obviously, it was just a little too late. Really, the bomber's probably the biggest difference here, just having that little bit of support left to add a pretty significant amount of damage, actually. Tilting fight, I mean, they're up a battleship as well, so they have a lot more there, but
it was obviously like
super close.
Smart calls and good execution by the Warlords of the Deep with a more limited support wing. Still managed to take down the Exodus support. Saw that Confessor go down really early. One beam Confessor could have taken both of these bombers this late in the match if he was still up. So this one Talwar is doing what he can, but obviously I think he's been pushed out of range of these bombers. These bombers actually not that far off the fight, not as far as you might expect. So I'm not sure. I hate to even think that maybe he burned out his launchers, maybe he was just on the primary, but I would have taken out those bombers if I've still got launchers on that Talwar.
I really like, by the way, I think, I'm sure they'll talk about it on the desk, but Warlords, I think, really smart bringing the hyenas. I feel like we've seen for the most part over the last couple days that the teams bringing more Tech 3 Destroyer focused support wings are doing good against bomber support. They're taking the bombers out fast. But having the rapid heavy Typhoons combined with the painters from the hyenas means that they get really good damage application on that support, and the webs help them screen. So they get time to protect their bombers, and I think it really paid off because they end up with this extra damage at the end that lets them finish off the opposing core fleet.
Yeah, I think it is smart. They synergize super well with bombers. As you mentioned, they get a target painter effectiveness bonus. They get super long-range webs. They're highly mobile. Not particularly tanky, but they did their purpose here, or served their purpose here. I will say the crewer on the Exodus side did a really nice job actually winning the web war, so to speak, against those hyenas. He got early lockdown on those hyenas. They couldn't catch up. They did knock out one, I think, fairly early. The other followed shortly thereafter, but did a lot of work in between the very beginning of the match where they were webbed and where we are right now. And just the EOS left on the Exodus side. EOS can obviously drop a flight of damage drones, and I'm quite certain that he will have by this point, but seems unlikely. Berserker 1's on the field. I don't see those pulling them back from where they are right now. But I will also say that I think this is a smart play by Exodus, because they know how close Warlords is to Camel. They saw Camel go all in earlier. So I wonder if Exodus expected sort of the same super aggressive play, and they wanted to fly something like these Fleet Typhoons that they are comfortable with, just to give themselves a round to adjust to sort of what they expected, I think, to be a real curveball from Warlords. Didn't turn out that way, so smart counterplay, hypothetically, if that was indeed the case.
And EOS just getting to the last bit of his armor HP now, and he'll be dropping.
He's MJDing now.
MJDing. Going for the swag MJD across the field, which was successful, and he didn't leave the arena, so really
Luckily,
great work there.
He used the MJD in the middle. And at this point, he should be out of rapid heavy range for these Fleet Typhoons.
Something's still hitting him.
Yeah, they are actually projecting, so maybe they've got some of the new missile mods in the mid slots. Actually, probably the bomber.
I think it's the bomber, yeah.
You can see there the effect of EM Twerp. So the rapid heavy missiles, though, falling off. So he just claimed a couple of minutes of glory. But he is going to go down. So really good match. Not what we expected. Very different from the Camel PL matchup.
Different.
But again, these are best of 3, so they're going to meet back here in a little bit for their second go-round. Our next match will go back to Camel and PL, and hopefully it's as expensive and fun as the first one.
That would be pretty amazing.
You logged in.
Titan's log in. Titan's getting fleet.
Jump to Walter.
Go to Walter.
Jump to Walter. Jump to Walter. Fuck him up. Fuck him up. Fuck him up.
Care Bearing and Eve can be dangerous. The minds behind Section 8 understand this. Your corporation can gain access to premium regions all over Imperium space. We don't even charge rent, just pay taxes on towers and ratting. Become Care Bear Kings with our help.
And Warlords of the Deep advancing with one win in this best of 3 match. Exodus dropping one on an unusual call. bringing back the Augurer, which we saw yesterday, not performing as well as it could have. What do you have to say about that, Chesser?
Both teams with the T1 Arborology, which is very interesting after the Guardian Oneros ban. I have to say that the Augurer went down almost immediately, which was, I think, really a good play by Warlords. I'm not really sure why Exodus was not taking advantage of the fact that they had 2 Confessors and 2 Zwippels and Hecate, and it didn't clean sweep that bomber wing within seconds. The Hyena piloting of Kadesh and XO, who were the Hyena pilots for Warlords, just incredible job of web peeling themselves off in the beginning from the crew oars, and then applying webs and getting the paints onto all of the support wing of Exodus, and then the bombers and the Foons just applying and killing all of them as soon as that Augurer was down. Really, really good play. Excellent target calling, just because once that side was down, then the bombers could basically reign free, and that's really what helped win the DPS race that we saw earlier when Exodus went for, as we saw of them do earlier, where they went for the command ship right away instead of trying to kill a fleet Foon. Overall, just a really, really good and fun match to see. Definitely in the hands of really, really experienced pilots. A bomber wing can survive against T3Ds, provided you have enough webs.
Now, it would be nice if we had Vitone back for another interview to ask him why those Confessors didn't go after those bombers a little bit more.
Well, I'm sure they tried, but I think that whole match was extremely interesting. Warlords were the ones that banned out the Arborology, and knowing, well, presumably, that they were going to bring an armor setup with all of that screening capability, not much support themselves, and then they put their heavy core into just knocking out all of the support that Exodus brought. I thought that was a very clever play.
I don't think we've seen the Executor subbed in for the Oneros.
This is the first time.
That might be the first time that it's happened during this tournament.
Normally people can choose the Augur. The Executor has a little bit more mid slot, so you can play around with that. You're only stuck to 3, so prop mod, most likely an ECCM and a cap booster of some kind is what you kind of would expect to pick. I think has a little bit higher sensor strength than the Executor, but other than that, I think the Exec is a stronger pick.
Does this put Warlords in a very clear state of advantage? Obviously, they're one up numerically, but morale-wise and in terms of how this match is going to play.
Morale-wise, I think it's always important to start off on the right foot. Starting off with a win, especially a clear, easy, concise win where really good piloting pulled out a victory, I think is going to do a lot to increase our confidence. And also, we know that Warlords can just, like Camel, just put down a ton of AT ships for the next round, just try and get an easy 2-0 and then move on in the tournament, which maybe a thought. I know that Exodus, I would be a little bit afraid after, watching what happened there, even basically in mirrors.
I don't know as much about Exodus. Can Exodus, can they realistically match that level of commitment in this sort of AT? Do they have the depth of AT resources to
funding?
Yeah. Do they have a spare $500 billion just sitting around that they can?
I'm actually not sure. A lot of the times when it comes to AT ships and being able to get a hold of them, I know that a lot of people that own a majority of them will refuse to start selling them close to AT, or they won't give them out to certain teams based on where their loyalties lie. And that may have some effect, although I have no idea what the Exodus team has in store for the next few games or how many AT ships they have, if any at all.
Well, we'll get to see at 4 o'clock when Warlords and Exodus come back for their second of this best of 3. Right now, while we still have her here in the studio, one thing that I think maybe Exodus, if they don't have access to these ships, would be beneficial to them, would be the ability to take a look and see what they could do with them. And I think that you have a feature that sort of relates to that.
Yeah, we've been working on something that we call ghost fitting.
Ghost fitting?
Yes.
And what does that entail precisely?
It's basically just simulating how, we have a video here.
All right.
Basically here we're just simulating this fit. We don't have those modules. We have this fit that I found from the AT. And you can load it up and try it out.
Nice.
See the differences when you load this ammo versus that ammo.
Is this an in-game fitting tool, like EFT and Python?
It is, yes.
That's awesome. This looks really cool.
Yeah, and see what happens if you overheat stuff.
Very nice. I like the visuals. A lot of I know when I first started out looking at some of the fitting screens, fitting programs that you have to, download third party, which is always never fun. There's a lot of numbers and not a lot of easy visuals that I'm used to seeing. I like that it's been carried across in this manner.
Yeah, we want to make it kind of simple, something you know. Just it might not look exactly like this in the end, still work in progress. So we're still working on kind of the look, and yeah, we're pretty excited about this.
And you have I mean, obviously anyone who's interested is going to want to know about when can they see it?
Not when. It's actually, like, we've been working on it. We showed this at FanFest. It's what has happened since then is mostly just in the back end, something you can't really see, but tidying up things. But now it's been delayed a little bit because of another feature that we thought was more important that we wanted to add.
A feature in the ghost fitting tool?
Not really in the ghost fitting, but maybe you saw a button there that was that said "by fitting." Would you like that?
You're a great person. You're my favorite person. You just made logistics about 1 billion times easier. Thank you.
So that's something we we would like to get done first.
There it is. Oh,
there it is.
Number of you could buy multiple ships. This is going to accelerate things quite a bit.
I know that AT, when people are buying hundreds and hundreds of ships, they're going to appreciate that because the workload just went from like 1 million to 2. That's awesome. That's awesome.
Also, just when you lose your ship, just to get a new ship right away instead of.
That's fantastic. I could use that after my recent trials in Providence. Let's not talk about it.
I'm sorry.
Confess her down. Thank you, Karker, for that. That's great, and we're really looking forward to seeing it in the game, and we're really looking forward to seeing more of you on Twitch chat later on today. And if you're willing to stay here at the desk, we're happy to have you here. We're also happy to have up the second match of the Camel Empire versus Pandemic Legion fight, the best 2 of 3 contest in the winners bracket. We can get right into the bans and then discuss what's happening. Interestingly, Camel has gone and banned out that Maracha and the Sleipnir. And Pandemic Legion has stuck with their bans, targeting the Tengu and the Widow for a second time.
Yeah.
Now, based on what we saw earlier this morning, or this afternoon rather, what do we expect to see here?
Well, I think that PL really took Camel off guard with that Maracha setup, and I know it took me off guard because I wouldn't even consider Maracha being put into the tournament, but obviously it's extremely effective and artilleries work great. So Camel is just completely banning that out. Obviously they're kind of afraid of that setup being just instant wins against what else they can bring. And PL, again, wisely choosing to instant ban the very, very scary shield tinker that has been shown regarding the Widows, Atanas, and then as well as the Cambions, assuming there's any left.
But they...
There must be some.
There was 50, so I think that's probably a couple. Interestingly, the Pandemic Legion doesn't seem to respect the Cambion fleet at all. They seem to be fine with fighting that. They haven't tried to hedge their bets and ban both ways, maybe a Widow and a Cambion or something to take down both those teams. They're like, nope, we're fine with fighting that. So I'm very keen to see what they bring. I'm curious if they actually go back to the yesterday's meta with the very heavy ECM team that they brought.
I mean, it's all on the table right now.
Absolutely.
Now, interestingly, Camel, of course, losing that flagship in the first match, they can't bring it again. They
can bring a regular Navy Scorpion.
They can bring a regular Navy Scorpion, but without those officer fittings, it's just not going to have quite as much punch as it would otherwise. And I think maybe that's why they feel better about the set. If they took it apart once, they can take it apart.
It's going to be less than it was. Yeah, absolutely. That really could be a point. And Pandemic Legion still have their flagship, which I believe is a Balgorn. So.
I think of the flagships that we have remaining in the tournament, it is 2 Balgorns and a Scorpion Navy issue. Interestingly, that being almost the exact same percentage of Balgorns to non-Balgorn ships originally chosen as flagships for this tournament. Pretty much spot on. I'm eager to see what happens. I really hope that Camel can pull out a win here. I'm gonna put a vote in for them. Chester, quickly.
Camel.
Camel.
PL.
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 PL. The desk is split, and we will go to the boys in the booth, CCP Rise and Sir Squeebles, here for match 123B of this Alliance Tournament 13.
All right, guys, welcome back to the rather romantic commentary booth. Time for match 2 in Camel versus PL, and once again, Camel ready to lose a bunch of money.
Proving that 428 billion ISK is just not enough, as they have 2 Malices in this setup. Slightly unconventional rest of this setup. It's a Typhoon Fleet issue at Damnation, a Vanilla Typhoon, Guardian, 2 Svipples, 2 Confessors, 2 Malice, and 2 Purifiers. Sorry, the Malice warped in a little bit closer to the beacon than the rest of the team, whereas all of PL's team is warped in at maximum range all the way in the back.
Yep, and PL doing something like a little different. I don't think we've seen the double vulture thing. A lot of bombers there, 6 bombers. See if they can. I don't know if they'll try to use the bombs at all.
From this range,
pretty good last time.
They really can't at this range.
Not at first, at least. That's true.
They might catch the slower ships of the PL setup, but I think in large part PL warped in because they didn't want to play that game.
Yeah, that's
they
probably true.
Brought enough bombs of their own, but they've got time. The match is off. You can see a lot of the Camel Empire team charging right on in here. Nice zoom in. Look at that. Look at that. Beautiful shot. Already some damage coming onto a Purifier on the Camel Empire side, so that's mostly...
Whoa, MJDs.
Oh, no.
Both Scorpion Navy issues into the back line. Both PL Scorpion Navy issues, like right on top of that Guardian already.
Yeah, so we're going to see some huge damage on that. Let's hope they can apply. No webs on it. He is still ABing at almost 800 MS, but that cap pressure is going to hurt these Navy Scorpions. Also MWD fit, so they're burning right behind that Guardian. Meanwhile, on the PL side of this, 2 bombers webbed, already under shield reps, but that's going to be a whole lot of pain, and I mean, they're dropping through shields, so I think Camel is going to pick up 2 bomber kills right here, and there's one.
Yeah, one down, second one going. It took a long time for those destroyers and Malices to get across the field, but now wreaking havoc on the bomber. Second down. Good start for Camel here, but the Guardian is starting to bleed armor as that cap pressure really takes a toll.
Yeah, if I'm Camel, I'm pretty happy with this trade, though. I mean, that Guardian is under pressure, absolutely, but he's still going 800 MS right now, so you know he has cap. The Navy Scorpions keeping up a little bit, but Pandemic Legion taking huge damage right now while they're all-inning this Guardian, and it's not working. He's still half armor. They need to close that out really, really quickly. A Vulture dropping super low. Purifier scram. This is not looking great for PL.
You see James active on the Basilisk. Another bomber down. 4 bombers down now. James active on the Basilisk, but he was still repping. He's not now, so they may have just got a successful jam.
Yep.
Vulture will probably drop. Lots of damage. Those Fleet Foons did not get screened. They're sitting right on top of the Vulture, putting all that damage in, and he's taking armor, but not quite dropping. First Purifier down. Second Purifier about to follow. Vulture's actually recovering. He was real low, but now he's doing okay.
So in the backline, meanwhile, PL's Scorp Navy issues, they are burning to keep up with this Guardian, but they're not doing a great job of it. That's only one Scorp Navy that's nuding the Guardian. The new pressure, potential new pressure from the other not applying. However, at this point, if they can take down the Guardian and keep their own Logi up, I mean, maybe they have a way in on this. They still have a whole lot of damage in those 2 Navy Scorpions and those 2 Vultures. Oh, but no reps out on that Vulture. The Basilisk going super low. If PL loses this Bazzi, okay, Guardian down now on the Camel side. But if they trade for this Bazzi, I'm not sure I'd be happy if I'm PL, and there goes the Basilisk.
Yep, he's down. Yeah, this is real bad for PL. Vulture without the Basilisk dropping really fast all the way in structure. He's going to go down as well. This looks like Camel has this one locked.
Yeah, I mean, everything is subject to change, but you're now links down, right? Whatever links were on that first Vulture that died, those are now off the field. Let's hope those weren't tank. But this second Vulture just getting volleyed. It's incredible how much volley damage is coming across onto the PL team. This looks bad. I think it's kind of interesting, this lineup. Normally, we've seen Basilisks brought and supported by battleship cap transfers for almost the entire tournament. Bazzies are not exceedingly tanky, and they really benefit from getting a whole bunch of cap, and they have to constantly cycle that ASB. Here, because the Navy Scorpions MJD'd into the Camel backline, that Basilisk was on a 9-charge lifespan, and it was not enough for him. This first Navy Scorpion going low, all sorts of newts, webs, scrams, jam pressure. Really well done by Camel, really well done. And they didn't even lose a single AT ship this time. So
they didn't even lose billions of ISK doing it. Good job.
Meanwhile, I mean, that Bob Shaftos in the Fleet Typhoon taking significant damage, but I think it's a case of too little too late.
For sure. So, by the way, I know a lot of guys in chat were linking the kill mail for the flagship loss from last match by Camel. It was actually ridiculous. It was over 20 bill worth of officer mods, officer launchers, officer BCUs. Really expensive loss.
Yeah, and they did they did loot that. So
Absolutely.
12 bill drop. The loot goddess is very kind today. Second Navy Scorpion on the PL side dropping into armor, into hull, and Camel's not going to wait. They're just going to go ahead and close it out. So really nice. That puts them at 1-1 in this best of 3. They will play another match here in a bit, which should be a nail biter, and I think more money will come out on the field.
Can't wait.
Man, did I ever tell you guys how many times we've won the Alliance Tournament? We've won it like 4 times.
Yeah, but didn't you get knocked out of the tournament by Nolly last year?
Damn.
And Camel Pandemic Legion will go into the third fight of that match. Both teams with 1 victory. Whoever wins the next one will advance automatically into the finals. That's a really great performance by Camel, I think. Good bands, great piloting, wonderful action on the field. Larrikin, what did you think?
I kind of wonder if Pandemic Legion has anything left in the tank. Like, we saw that amazing setup that they brought out last time. Camel has just turned around and said, nope, can't bring that. And, like, I wasn't impressed with the setup that PL brought at all. Like, super heavy core there with a bunch of bombers sprinkled on top, as we talked about before. But I'm not really sure what the play was. Like, what were they planning to do to try and keep those bombers alive while their Scorpions jumped into this? Like, I don't really feel like the whole thing was coherent at all.
That's a pretty scathing criticism there.
I mean,
an incoherent comp from Pandemic Legion, according to CCP Larrikin. Chesser.
We were talking about it during the match, and as soon as both teams just landed on the grid, I kind of was like, wow. Just because those bombers were going to get slaughtered. I mean, with 2 Zwippels, 2 Confessors, and the support wing that Camel had invested in. That was very dangerous. And then for the 2 Scorpion Navies to then MJD away from their bomber core, especially when you're going to let 2 Malices and like the entire support wing of Camel just run amok through you.
But I mean, realistically, could have those 2 Scorpions actually done anything to protect their bomber core, their bomber wing anyway?
I mean, not a ton, no, but I mean, some heavy newts. I mean, maybe a scram web here. Could they have lived a little longer? Could they may have, like, you know, used their long range missiles to be applying pressure anyway? Could the bombers have stayed alive a little bit longer? Maybe. But at the end of the day, bringing a pure bomber comp with no support and the unwillingness to support your bombers this far into the meta just doesn't work. I mean, we saw Warlords when they brought a ton of bombers. They have double Hyena. They had multiple Typhoons, which have 5 heavy newts between them, and they were burning away. They were very fast with web bonus ships. I mean, that's the only way I think you can do it without a really fleshed out good T3D support wing. Just because otherwise, you leave your bombers to the wolves, they die, and then you're just losing the DPS race, and it's really difficult to come back from that.
The Malices on the field, obviously the only AT ships in this particular match.
We sound disappointed. There were 2 AT ships, and that's
only the Malice. I mean,
really,
first world problems.
Put a little effort in. We're going to see this, I think, moving forward in these matches as they become a little bit more important or a little bit more high pressure, where teams are bringing more and more Alliance Tournament ships, which of course are weighted point value slightly lower than maybe they could be.
They're at the same point. So a Malice, I believe, is just...
It's an assault frig.
Yeah,
Same with the Cambion.
Yeah, just counted as an assault frig. So it comes in at the same points as that, but it gets a massive newt bonus. I can't remember if it's about as effective as a curse or not.
No, it's. I mean, in some ways it's better than a curse, and in some ways it's worse. Yeah, small newts cycle much faster than medium newts. So that's kind of the key.
With those point values, they're effectively just better ships for the same number of points. And we do have a video basically about the point setup and the effect that it has on these teams. Effectively, what we see when we move forward and you get more of those tournament ships in the fleet comp, you get a more powerful fleet. Like maybe.
No question.
You can argue whether or not every fleet benefits from having an alliance tournament ship. I'm not saying that they fit every situation. They're not perfect, but undoubtedly, you take out a Basilisk, you put in a Tana. It's a better fleet.
Yeah, without a doubt. And I think it's super interesting. So if we're talking about tournament balance, there's an argument perhaps that we should make alliance ships more expensive, or even completely ban them. On the counter to that, though, I mean, who doesn't love seeing alliance ships explode?
I don't think our next guest after Karkar leaves us, a CCP blue screen will be coming in, and I think he might have a problem with it. Maybe.
I don't know. I mean, alliance tournament ships, are they useful? Yes, but at the same time, you can't just throw money at a problem and assume that it will work.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, game one of Camel PL. I mean, Camel ponied up. They brought all of the bling, still lost, and now they're suffered with that $500 billion loss that they never got back. They will get nothing from it. And same thing with PL when they brought that Atana earlier, and it died. You know, they're getting nothing back from that. You know, if you want to pony up that kind of ISK, then yeah, do it. You know.
The Atana that Shadow Cartel took off.
Yeah, exactly. The one that PL.
Still?
I mean, yes, they did win the match, but at the end of the day, for an alliance-wide group of people to get the money needed to make an alliance tournament ship purchase, you know, you're roughly looking at supers. And if you have a really, really dedicated core of pilots, you know, if you blitz, you know, C6, C5 wormhole cap escalations, or you're, you know, doing a few other market-based schemes, making that kind of money, if you split it amongst 10 people or even 20 people, isn't that huge of an issue. It's just how serious are you?
Well, let's talk about what kind of money, or at least value, the teams on this Alliance tournament will be getting out. When they advance, or as they advance further, they get more and more of the prize ships that are being awarded for Alliance Tournament 13, those being the Sancha Hull Imp, a frigate, and of course that's a model that players haven't been able to pilot before. Significant bonuses on there, at least relative to some of the other frigates that are available. And here is the cruiser, the Fiend.
Actually, a heavy interdictor, not technically just standard cruiser. So.
Oh, there you go. All right.
So yeah, super strong tank and fairly decent damage, but no fancy recon abilities. Like
both of those ships are going to be meh for tournament play. That's the thing. That's the thing about tournament ships. A large majority of them are useless. Like the Whiptail, the Frecky, the Mimir.
I mean, useless is seriously
unoptimal to their actual endpoint.
Yeah, like Utu. I mean, you know, there's a long list of them that. They're just not there. Like Adresdia, I mean, you name it, it's just not seen that.
Would you have said that a Miracho was
you have seen it before? I mean, obviously the Miracho was. No, I would not have considered it. So PL surprised me definitely there.
Maybe you need to rethink your position, sir.
And we saw
pen drop.
And we saw a almost pure Sancha team win one of the early matches. I mean, points of style have to be given.
I mean, if you want style points, bring like an Imperial Navy, like APOC or Geddon. You know, get some gold bling in there.
Before we go completely off of the rails, or now that we are, let's ask one more question. CCP Karkar, we had a question come in via the chat about the ghost fitting feature and whether or not you could preview the effect of gang links, those being obviously really effective here and really important here in the tournament. Can you get that kind of information through the ghost fitting system?
At least to begin with, I don't think we're going to do that.
Okay.
But it's not saying that we can add it later.
It's just going to give you the flat values that you can calculate.
Yeah.
Which is still tremendously good.
I think it's going to be a massive boon to new players because the fitting game is so much of Eve, and
EFT is not.
Well, EFT is a little bit difficult to use. This provides some excellent ways to see what high slot options you have, and yeah. So
EFT is great. I should specify EFT is great, and probably my first
or Pytha
months.
Both are Gucci. So
I still they're still going to have their place. I think.
It's
just something in game that can just quickly check out the ship.
Anything that we can do to add utility, I think, is always welcome. And of course, helping both new players take a look at what they can fly and what they can fit, and helping older players either quickly purchase new ships to get into, or also just theory craft for what they're going to be doing later in the game. That's great. And those are huge steps forward. So on behalf of the player community that I represent, thank you.
Welcome.
And on behalf of the desk, we'd like to talk about where we're going next. Coming up in 5 minutes, the second fight of the Warlords of the Deep versus Exodus match. Warlords up 1-0 against Exodus right now. What do we expect to see?
I honestly don't know. I was pretty shocked with the setups that came out before. I don't want to say they were traditional at all, but they weren't the bling that I'd hoped to see. So I would like to see a whole bunch of bling.
Malices. I mean, come on. I mean,
not enough bling.
Not enough bling. No.
In Australia, they do things different.
I come from the south side of Chicago, so it's like my level of bling is probably below what, you know.
Yeah, no, Australia well known for its bling levels.
Exactly.
Iggy Azalea, Kanye West.
Yeah. I mean, Kanye West is such a hero.
Who do you love?
Who do you love? But I don't know. I think that Exodus, they're actually like going to be put in a tough spot here just because Camel's shown that they have very destructive shield tinker.
Warlords.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Warlords has shown that they have very destructive shield tinkers with ECM. They can run the double fleet flumes. They run all of the normal comps. They also have a spattering of AT selections, either from Cambions or Malices or Atanas. I mean, they're a really varied team. And Exodus, I haven't seen any of that variance, that like wow factor that like PL pulled out, you know.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that they can pull something out of the bag here, because if they don't come up with something quick in this next match, they're going to be in trouble.
They're going to be gone.
Well, yeah. I mean, trouble, gone.
And look, I think the smart play from Warlords, they're one up. The smart play from them is to start thinking about like the next series, right? They want to show as little as they possibly can what they have left in the bag. They want to bring something they can hopefully win with, and you know, if it doesn't work out so well, they've still got another match to bring the bling.
I feel like they have to keep it in mind that there are matches after this, but focusing too much on the future and losing sight of what Exodus can do in this match, I think would be a mistake. I think that would be a critical error. I think what they need to do is focus on this, what they've seen from Exodus, what Exodus has banned before, how they've performed against other teams, and really drill into that. Because otherwise, Exodus is going to go up one, and then it's anyone's game in the third of this best of three.
I agree. I think kind of crossing that first bridge before worrying about whatever else lay ahead is very important.
And speaking of the first bridge, we have the bans for this match coming in. Warlords of the Deep banning out again. It's an identical setup. The bans coming in are exactly the same as they were in the first match. The Guardian Oneros banned by Warlords of the Deep, and the Widow Atana banned by Exodus. I would love if it's like another mirror like that. I would really like that actually in the fights.
No, I would not like that at all.
Because it shows like raw piloting skill.
I mean, that's great, but I want to see more bling.
I'm sure you'll see it with PL Camel.
We will see how much bling there is after the break. We're going to take a brief commercial break to allow our booth to reset, and then we're going to go immediately to the boys in the booth for the commentary on this match, Warlords of the Deep versus Exodus, match 124B of this Alliance Tournament 13.
Hey guys, and welcome back to Day 6 of Alliance Tournament 13. I'm Elise Randolph, joined by Chesser for this second round in this elimination bracket between Warlords of the Deep and Exodus. Sorry, just had a a bling moment here. I'm looking at Blue Melon's Scorp Navy issue flagship. Warlords are bringing out their flagship. They've also got 2 Cambions, 2 Claymores for heavy tackle, Simi for Logi, and then some light bomber wings with a little bit of Tech 3 destroyers thrown in.
Yeah, definitely. I also have on the Exodus side, we have double flycatcher, Hawk, Zvipple, Jackdaw, make that 2 Zvipples, excuse me, double Jackdaw, with a Blackbird and a Gnosis, which we've actually, I think, seen before from Exodus.
Yeah, Exodus really loved the Gnosis.
Issues, with a nice golden skin as well, so I have to give it props to...
they didn't want to be outdone by the Cambions. They're like, we got fancy-looking ships,
That is a blingy ship. I mean, bring the gold when you can.
It's limited issue. No more can happen.
Match starting in 5 seconds here. Both teams have warped in, staggered with support in the back, and...
Yep, and they are in a line, so it's a 180 degrees, so it's exactly the range they wanted.
Normal warp-ins for all. Match is going here, and Exodus is just burning right into Camel right now. Their Zipples are burning right in. We'll see if they can be screened effectively or if they can latch onto a target, but they're pulling back now. It seems to be a positioning game at the start.
Yep, they're all pulling back. I think they're just going to try and wait. Exodus are just going to try and throw a Blackbird jams all over the Warlords Tech 3 Destroyer Wing just so their support can get in unhindered. So waiting for those jams to land before they charge in. And now they're actually just, both teams are just doing a little bit of a tango.
Still dancing around here.
Spiraling closer and closer into each other. And now...
Sin Ponzer's in his Zvipple. Excellent flying. Dodging around and absolutely getting into the middle of the Camels. He has a web on, or it looks like he's going to be scram webbing. I think they're going to go for the Logi right away.
It looks like it. They're also putting a heavy pressure on the Blackbird, belonging to the Exodus side. Want to get rid of that control. They want their Svipples and Tech 3 Destroyer Wing to be unmolested here.
Yeah, you know, that heroic Zvipple burning in actually is screened already. Did not, I don't think, get the target that he wanted. He's currently engaged with another. Oh, but there's a scram on Scimitar now. Malin needs to be really careful here.
These Blackbirds, this Blackbird, it's okay if it dies now. It did its job. This Scimitar is tackled. Let's see if the Exodus can apply damage to it. This is going to be the moment.
One of the Exodus Vipples is down already. Did it overshoot the rep range of his Simi? Do not know, but Malin needs to be really careful now. Fully tackled with Painter on. These Navy Scorpions can start hitting it very, very hard. We got to see if Warlords can make a good trade back here, because if this Scimitar goes down quickly, they could be in some serious trouble.
Yeah, these Cambions looks like they're doing work now. They're not jammed right now. They are putting a lot of pressure on the Exodus support side. The 2 Svipples are down by Exodus, so all they have are 2 Flycatchers, one of which is pretty well tackled, and a Hawk, which is also well tackled. And you just saw that little Hawk go down.
The support wing is falling pretty quickly here, even through reps.
Warlords broke free of their Scimitar, broke free of the tackle. It is now riding solo.
Yeah, you know, that right there, that is not going to be a good play from Exodus. They tried to commit so much to kill that Scimitar.
I mean, their strategy was sound, right? They went for the Scimitar, they jammed through the Tech 3 Destroyers and the Cambions.
And it does have a heavy newt on it, but this Scimitar right now is easily going to be able to move away from the newt pressure with an MWD on. And
it looks like it's afterburning right now.
Excuse me, afterburner on, and he's going to be okay here. Both of the Scorpion Navy issues from Exodus are completely held down by Warlords.
Marlon Lee, he looked at what he did yesterday. He said, you know what? I'm never going to do that again. He activated clutch mode, and he is just going ham right now. He took all of the attention of the Exodus side, and as a result, gave his team a huge window of opportunity to take an advantage.
Exodus right now is just losing ships left and right, which has been interesting to me as Warlords successfully screened off Exodus's ability to kind of dive in and get Malin under pressure, and they have been killing the entire support wing of Exodus through reps.
Jackdaw is just melting right now.
Through reps right now. Yeah. This is not good at all, and this Navy Scorpion, of course, of Exodus too, just taking extreme amounts of damage, probably not going to be able to live for much longer, and the support wing, while the Scimitar is fully locked on to repping the Navy Scorpion, is just falling left and right to the very aggressive Cambion and Zvipple wing that Warlords have
And just a reminder, Warlords are bringing their Navy Scorpion flagship. So this is like Max Deeps. It's actually the only Scorp Navy issue flagship left in the Alliance tournament since Camel lost theirs in the last match.
Anything like Camel's Scorpion Navy issue with the 20 billion worth of officer mods on it.
Yeah, that's like 1400 DPS right there.
Yes, at least 1400 DPS. Yeah. Absolutely unreal. And with the ability for these Vipples basically now to walk around with the Cambions uncontested, get scram webs on, I think the application issues that the Scorpion might have faced are completely gone.
Yep, this Warlords team looks incredibly dominant right now. They're not even breaking a sweat.
I mean,
now it's just cleanup.
Yeah,
right?
you know, at the beginning of the match, Elise, I noticed a lot of just positioning play, and I think that Exodus maybe went in a little bit too deep, a little bit too quickly. They weren't respecting the fact that just to dive past Vipples and get that far into a
Enemy
Warlords
territory,
team
yeah.
that is going to be able to apply that much damage to you. I just don't think they really thought that through, and they lost way too much trying to kill the Scimitar, which had they have killed it, things may be a lot closer or a lot different now.
Yeah, I think Warlords probably wanted their Simi to get a little bit tackled just to take just to let their excellent support wing just do the job. They have complete faith that their support wing is better than the opponent's.
Yeah.
Just pure piloting wise.
Definitely. It's also just scary to me that they've essentially left the Scimitar alone till now and have just been breaking Navy Scorpions under Scimitar reps.
Yeah.
No problem.
Yeah.
Lots of damage on this team.
Blue Melon is just blinging out damage right now.
That is definitely the case. You know, Scimitar down now for Exodus. Unfortunately, they're going to be heading home out of this Alliance tournament. Warlords sweeping them with a clean 2-0.
Yeah.
You know, but Exodus, though, putting up really, really good fights, really dynamic, really good piloting, you know.
I mean, when they finish fourth, they actually do win Alliance Tournament prize
And they're
chips.
still walking out with prize chips. And unlike all of the other 3 teams here, they haven't fielded any of their own, so they don't have a huge debt to recoup after, walking away with, I believe it's 2 Imps and 2 Fiends, right?
I believe something like that.
As well as all of the Victory Edition skins that they were, of course, to have won because Exodus has made it this far into the tournament. Really, really great showing from Exodus. Now the Golden Gnosis is
I'm
the
just
last.
watching, the Gnosis is sitting on a jump beacon. I'm kind of trying to see if he's gonna.
I really hope
take one final leap for Gnosis kind and just go out of the arena and see what happens. But looks like Warlords of the Deep not wasting too much time
And
here.
there's
Maybe
the MJD effect. Is he going to go?
he's
out?
gonna do it.
Yes,
He is. Nice. Going out in style with his limited issue ship, the Gnosis.
Indeed. Really, really good fight here.
Yep, great job, Exodus. You finished fourth. Warlords of the Deep continue going on. They face the loser of the Camel PL match, and that is going to be rough riding.
It's going to be intense.
Yep. Either way, we'll send it back to the analyst desk so they can break it down a little bit more.
EventC Collides will be the premier esports program.
Come and check out our website and make sure to tune in every first Sunday.
And the Warlords of the Deep will advance into the finals, into the pre-finals, the winners bracket versus the elimination bracket finals, securing themselves at the very least third place in this tournament. Exodus, unfortunately, with that oviparous performance, goose egg, they will be going home. That's the end of their run here at the tournament. What did you think about what they brought?
So we're seeing from Warlords and from Camel this kind of end game, last weekend setup of Scorpion Navy, preferably flagship with Cambions for tackle, tons of damage, Claymores in there, then T3Ds, all that good stuff. And it's really proving a tough nut to crack. The only thing we've seen so far beat it really is the PL setup with the RTs, which is now just being banned straight out by Camel. I really don't know, because I'm not good enough, to what could possibly beat that setup if you're not allowed to bring the RT. I didn't know the PL setup that was going to beat it, and I just think it's a really interesting challenge for all the teams, for now PL that's left, how many ways they have to beat that core team. They've now weakened the Camel version by killing the flagship, but Warlords can still bring it.
Yep. I mean, I wanted to mostly just kind of give a shout out to Exodus. It was pretty good run for them this tournament, and there was actually some really good flying in that match. You know, the guys highlighted it's kind of too bad they were so committed to the Logi and it didn't work out, but I don't know if there's a better option, kind of like you say. I don't know where the weak point is that they should be looking for necessarily, but just they did a good job. Their Logi pilot did a great job that match, keeping the Blackbird alive forever at the beginning. Blackbird did a good job keeping Jam spread and staying out of as much trouble as he possibly could.
So just really good job by them. Congratulations on 4th place, I guess.
Yeah.
Definitely great piloting. Unfortunately, just not great enough against the Warlords of the Deep, who will move on. We are joined here at the desk, in addition to Apothny and CCP Rise, by a very special guest who we'd like to take a few minutes to talk to before we move on to the next match, the last of Camel versus Pandemic Legion in the best of 3. CCP Blue Screen, good to have you with us.
Thank you.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing good.
Are you enjoying the tournament so far?
Yeah, I was just watching from out back, yeah.
I know generally you don't watch a lot of tournament play, but have you caught any of the other matches this weekend?
No.
No, not so much?
Not.
All right, well, you're in for a treat. The match coming up is going to be great, and then later, after the break, we'll have the fights between Warlords and the loser of the Camel Pandemic fight, and then the winner.
The winner of that will then fight the winner of the Camel PL fight.
The Camel PL fight.
Yep.
That's how
Easy.
it goes. This is simple science. So those will be fun. Blue Screen, which team is it that you work for here at CCP?
We're Team Trilambda, the graphics team.
The graphics team.
Yeah.
So you work on art assets. Are you a modeler, a conceptor? What is it that you do?
3D artist.
3D artist. Yeah. And maybe you could familiarize our viewers with some of the assets that you've worked on, something that they might know of?
Well, I built the Stratios and the Barkists and the Dominics that just arrived.
The new Dominics. You're the guy. You heard it here on the Alliance Tournament stream. You're going to want to send messages to, in some form, CCP Blue Screen. He's the guy who brought you the new Dominics and the new Sin. Now, there's some discussion going on about the differences between the Dominics and the Sin color scheme. The Craydrone colors, just really a yellow-green versus the teal of the Galente base. Are there plans to upgrade the Sin?
Yes. I mean, usually with all new redesigns, we do make a Tech 1 and Tech 2 version. We haven't got around to finishing up the Tech 2 design for the Dominics or for the Sin yet. But we definitely want to do that, especially after the shader presets, like the coloring of the Dominics and the Sin has gotten much more alike than they were. So yes, definitely a Tech 2 design for the Sin will be made.
This is kind of a similar path that you took with the Caracal Cerberus and before that the Moa Eagle Onyx, where you release a model first and then iterate on it later on?
Yes, I mean, optimally we would put out the variations at the same time, and we have also been doing that, I think, with the latest redesigns. But it's also a question of time. Right now we have a lot of other stuff going on, so it'll be coming as soon as we can.
Speaking of other stuff, what other stuff are you working on right now?
That would be mainly the structures, the citadel structures that we are involved with now. The 3 citadel structures, the medium, large, and extra large, where the medium and large ones are now in production, basically.
Great.
Yes.
Now, viewers just tuning in, this has been mentioned earlier on the stream, but those structures, I think concept art for them and perhaps some of the other concept art that Team Trilambda, the graphics team, has produced are visible, viewable by anyone who wants to check them out at eveonline.com. Pop in, take a look, and see what's being worked on by our devs, including, but not limited to, CCP Blue Screen. Thank you for being with us. We will have some more questions for you, possibly coming in from the Twitch stream, possibly coming in from Twitter, Reddit, other channels.
I have questions.
Yeah.
Possibly from Apothny. You know what? Let's do it. Apothny?
I wanted to ask, what is your favorite looking ship in the game? And if CCP just went, you can choose any ship, which one would you like to work on a redesign for? So what's your current favorite and which one would you like to work on next?
My current favorite is probably the Stratios, which I built. But no, I really like the new the SOE ships when we put them out because of the white paints coloring off them and stuff like that. It was like a new race design, and I really like those ships, all of them. So that would be my favorite. Which one would I like to redesign the most? That would probably be the Abaddon, I would think. Yeah, I would like not to redesign it, but redo the model of it.
All right. So like keep it roughly looking the same,
yeah,
but make it a bit
it's
more...
a really cool ship. I really love the ship, but it's an old model. It's an old texture. It's got low texture resolution. That's one of the ships I would really like to give a work over.
Sweet. We have a question coming in. Skirigor?
Skide godt?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think someone's talking Danish too.
What does that mean precisely?
That means just really good. Let's put it that way.
Great.
Yeah.
There you go. Multilingual education here on the Alliance 13 stream. Any other questions about me?
No, I'm good.
Rise?
No. None. Actually, I was thinking.
I love you, Rise.
I'm sure you do. I was actually wondering how much different is it to work on the Citadels, because they're really big, right? Aren't they much bigger than anything else we have in the game?
It's quite a challenge and a technical one as well. So the stations we already are suffering from text resolution because of their size. And these structures will be much larger, going up all the way to 150 kilometers. I think the extra large Citadel will be. So it's a big challenge, both building them within a poly count that we can manage, and also getting them. So when you fly up to one, it should look nice still close. So it's a technical one, tiling textures and instance geometry and stuff like that. So we're working on that now. But yeah, it's a completely new thing working at that scale. Yep.
Our current stations are coming in at 2K textures. That's right.
Yes.
Are we looking for 4K textures for these things?
Not necessarily. Just being clever about how we use the textures we have. So using tiling textures and overlaying textures on each other and stuff like that. We might be able to up the resolution of textures, but at least being more clever about how we apply them.
I'm making notes. Can you bring this up and stand up? I'm actually just taking down stuff that we have to work on Monday. Great. Great. Everything is great. Upcoming match between Camel Empire and Pandemic Legion, the last in this best of three. They're split right now, one match each. We're going to move into this match and then go to a longer break before starting up the second half of the day. What do we think for Camel and Pandemic Legion?
It's so hard to say. I mean, they're both so strong. Obviously, tied 1-1. Both matches looked really strong for the team that won. The first one with Mirachas looked so decisive for PL, and then the second one, Camel, looked really comfortable as well. So it's really hard to pick.
I mean, the match PL took from Camel was the second game Camel has ever dropped in the Alliance tournament. If I recall correctly, the only other game they lost was to the Tuskers in the winners bracket semi-finals last year. And Camel, I feel like, are this team that are just consistently incredible. They are just excellent consistently, and they kind of stay at that level. Pandemic Legion, on the other hand, when they are on point, of course, when PL are really on point and they get their bands right and they've got their new creative setups in, they can go over that, and they can be just a much better team than Camel, as we saw in the first match. But at the same time, when PL screw it up and they kind of get into their heads and they out-meta themselves, or they predict something wrong, or just something's not right, then they can dip low and they just look absolutely awful. So I feel like there's a lot of variance in the strength of the PL team depending on how everyone's feeling and the atmosphere and
touch of self-loathing.
Well, I've barely been in PL for a year, so it's yet to completely wash over me.
We do have the bans coming in. The ban from Camel Empire, the Maracha, and the Sleipnir. Again, this is the same ban that they had in the last match, and a very similar ban to what they had before for Pandemic Legion. The Tengu, again, coming up, but this time the Malice. The Tengu and the Malice.
Yeah, Malices are good spaceships.
They are. They seem to be doing very well. They're great at getting in there. They have the tank. They can kind of target and move in and make a pretty big difference early on. And I mean, they're blingy. And
I mean, they make a big difference early on, and they also are incredibly powerful as the match goes because of the cap pressure. So they're just all around really, really strong. If PL's not wanting to bring them, they definitely don't want to see them almost no matter what they're flying. So
that seems likely to be the case. If they're banning them out, they're not bringing them. So we're just about ready, I think, to go to the boys in the booth with this match and see how they think. Before we go, let's run down the desk, and I hate to cut your visit short here, Blue Screen, but who do you like?
For the match, for the upcoming match?
Camel Empire or Pandemic Legion?
Anyone fielding any variation of the Dominics, I'll be with those guys.
If the Dominics appears, I will be amazed.
No one.
Probably not.
We saw some Dominics last weekend.
There was a Navy Dommy too, and Squibbles got really mad, but not at this point anymore.
There will probably be hounds. I'd put money on it seeing at least one hound.
Yeah. The bombers are popular.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll go with the winner fields a hound.
All right.
I'm gonna say Camel.
Camel?
As a completely unbiased observer, Pandemic Legion.
I see. And as the deciding vote between the two of you, I will say that I vote for whoever he didn't vote for. And we will go to the boys in the booth for this match 123C of Alliance Tournament 13, the Camel Empire versus Pandemic Legion.
Hey guys, thanks for joining us back here for this final PL versus Camel Empire match. Joining me is Elise Randolph. Camel has brought 2 Chromoas, 2 Merlin, Kestrel, Double Manticore, Tana, Vulture, Widow, Scorpion Navy issue. Elise, what have PL brought?
Yeah, Camel's doing their Widow Tinker, and PL is bringing a setup that we saw earlier yesterday with the Balgorn Scorpion Core, 2 Rail Astartes, Guardian, and this huge bomber wing. PL are using their flagship Balgorn. That is the Flaghorn right there. So you've got 3 Alliance Tournament ships and a Flaghorn. The match is going to start in about 30 seconds here.
PL's warped in here very staggered. They have their Punisher and their Vengeance at 0. They have their initial support wing of the 2 Astartes and the Balgorn, along with their Bombers and Logi way back at 50, while Camel has warped in all in a ball.
Yep, so we should note that if you can see there, it's a 180-degree angle, so it's a perfect line.
Yep.
They are max range from one another, so there's going to be a little bit of positioning here, and we'll see what happens.
Both teams warped in.
I am super mega ultra nervous.
Let's see. Yeah, I also am shaking. Cannot wait to see what happens here. I think this is the first time we've ever seen Chromoas in an Alliance Tournament match.
It is. I mean, that is a unique hull, right? That wasn't like an NPC. So watch what he does. He's going up and around, trying to get behind the PL team to tackle, or at least to put some pressure on the PL logistics.
These frigs have to be very careful burning in. That Balgorn with the webs going to have serious power as far as protecting the rest of his fleet.
Yep, exactly. So Camel are focusing on PL's Astarte, belonging to Destroy. He is going down surprisingly fast. PL, meanwhile, are just trying to apply their full control bar. Look at your screen.
Scram webbed right now by a Merlin.
Both control bars almost max full. This is
wonderful
amazing
piloting on both sides. The Balgorn already is held down immediately by a Merlin, so we're going to see if he's going to be able to get it off of him or if it's even going to matter, just because of those huge web range that he has immense.
And since this is a best of 3, you can see some sort of neat tactics that you might not be able to see on screen. PL's Scorpion almost certainly skewed every single jammer towards the Atana.
Yeah.
Forcing Camel into bringing that. Camel almost certainly skewing all their Widows as well.
Exactly. You know, reps are still getting through though on this Merlin.
This
Chromoas
is
getting very low here. It needs to be careful. Oh, it's got
webs. Atana's jammed. The Chromoas is going to go down.
It's down. Chromoas is down. Another AT ship lost for Camel. This is
strategically not very important because PL are about to lose an Astarte, which
and Purifier
Camel
low as well.
want that trade.
Yes, they do want that. Purifier down now. That's going to help take down some of the damage that PL is going to be able to muster once webs from the Balgorn are on. But it seems that webs and everything are just being focused on this large Manicore wing that Camel's brought, and I think that's a smart idea, just because it looks to me like Pandemic Legion is almost breaking underneath this damage.
They certainly are, but look at what the PL Bombers are doing. They're trying to get in the range here to do a coordinated bomb run onto the Camel Empire at Tana. If that happens, could be a disaster. PL definitely need to keep their bombers alive, though. If they lose any more, the bomb run won't do anything.
Yeah, they need to be very careful here because they're going to waste a lot of time positioning to get in place to make that bomb run. Balgorn is still held down here, and it looks like Camel is just flopping back and forth between some of the larger ships on the PL side, seeing if they can break anything. You know, everything's on these Merlins, and, you know, they did kill a Chromoas earlier that way, but these Merlins are holding strong, surprisingly, even though they were facing with a very large amount of DPS. Very well done for Team 1 frigates.
Yep, and right now we're talking about
the Scorpion's starting to get the half armor here. It needs to be careful.
Ooh, this Scorpion's the linchpin of the PL setup. If
Guardian
it goes down,
may be jammed. I still don't see any reps here. If the Guardian's jammed, the Scorpion goes down. The control bar is going to drop huge for PL. This is going to be huge. Can the Guardian stay jammed? Scorpion is in low structure now.
He's got about 5 seconds before the Guardian.
Reps are on. But too late. Reps are too late.
At the end of the cycle for armor, that makes a difference.
That was huge. The control bar for PL
Chromoa just died again. That's
2 Chromoas down. 2 Chromoas down. Wow, Camel's making this, I think, the most expensive run in AT history.
But if you win, it's definitely worth it. You have to risk it to get the biscuit. And PL without a Scorpion now, they have no way of breaking this Atana Tinker.
No, it's going to be
almost impossible. They have to just nude it out with the Balgorns. This is going to be incredibly close.
Balgorn being said, it's finally broken free of the initial scram web that the small frigates had on it, so it can start moving around the grid. It's been webbed again, but, you know, with the way that this fight's been, with, you know, everyone kind of just in a big fight in the middle, I don't think it needs to move so much as of yet, but I would be very, very worried right now if I was PL because the ECM is going to be coming hard.
Exactly. If you get one lucky Widow jab on this Guardian, and Guardians don't really have that great of sensor strength because it doesn't have that many mids.
And look at where the jams are going. Even with 2 Widows, everything is
on the Guardian.
Except for
it was really funny to see this. Like, usually we comment on ECM teams like, oh, they perfectly coordinated all their jams. That's amazing. And then we kind of give flack to people who don't do it. These 2 high caliber teams, both Alliance Tournament winners, they're just focusing everything on the Logi to try and jam it.
Exactly. That Scorpion going down was a huge linchpin. Essentially, Pandemic Legion is flying without a Guardian. Very intermittent reps, and that's going to be a problem because the damage that can come out of a Navy Scorpion, even though the 20 bill one's gone and 2 Widows, is still immense. The Bomber Wing, though, from PL, they've been focusing on it all game, and they are making steps to take them down, albeit slowly. And you know, a start date down now. Oh, those reps are landing just in time.
Oh, is it gonna do it?
Can this Mana Core stay up?
Oh, the start date drops. That's links. That's DPS. That's drones. PL definitely need that. And of course,
they do have a secondary start date, but
they do. But the more ships you lose, the easier it is for an ECM team to spiral out of control.
Exactly. The 2 Mana Cores that have been staying up for Camel have been doing lots of work here. Drainar in the last Mana Core, and with excellent Atana piloting by
this last
Miyamoto.
start date is going down as well. Oh, he needs to survive for this Navy Scorpions reload.
But
if he cannot,
Newts are on the Atana.
All right, so that is a start. Newts are actually on the Vulture. PL newting out the Vulture, trying to turn the links off, trying to break the cap chain. I don't think that's a great strategy. Like the Tinkers, like this is a pseudo Tinker, right? So they've got a chain of cap. So newting one of them doesn't matter.
The Balgorn is in range now to basically apply whatever it wants. So jams are going to need to be split again amongst Balgorn and Guardian. Otherwise,
this start is dropping really low. His active tank is off.
All the links go down. That could be sensor integrity.
PL's forcing this Widow though. If they can trade a Widow for a start date, doesn't look like it's going to happen.
Oh, it's self-repping itself. Oh, it's gone.
Goes down. That's a lot of PL's damage down.
Now,
if these bombers die, this is a disaster for PL.
This is not good at all. The last time an Atana was lost by PL, a Balgorn got on top of it, and we're in the situation right now. A Balgorn sitting basically on top of the Atana. If it gets unjammed, it can do some serious damage here, especially considering that most of the PL's bomber wing is still intact, like you were saying. It's going to come down to jams here. Can these Widows completely negate the Flag Balgorn and the Guardian from doing what they need to do to kill the Atana?
All right, Dan Cool flying the Balgorn. He knows exactly what to do. Look at those newts. It's spread across 2 Widows and a Vulture. It's going to try and drain the cap out of the cap train, which is how you break a Tinker.
Going after the Vulture like this is super important, getting those links down, because I don't think that they have the damage now to be able to punch through just the regular reps. It's a really, really good call, I think.
PL's Balgorn is actually taking a fair amount of damage.
He is getting lower, and reps are on now just a little bit. You know, reps are still intermittently coming through. Jams are being split between 3 ships, but with the sensor integrity link gone off the Astartes, the Balgorn still has a very high sensor strength, and so does the Guardian, assuming lots of ECCM as well.
Yep. Whoa. So
this is intense. This is intense. Literally, we're waiting on the edge of our seats to see if the Balgorn can get enough cycles of nude off to completely cut the cap off the Atana, because if that happens, it's going to drop pretty quickly.
PL losing a Purifier right now. It looks like the Guardian. No, Guardian's definitely not jammed. They're just losing a Purifier that's not getting any reps.
It could be out of range. You know, with the Purifier having ABs only, if they drift out of range, it's really difficult for them to try and reposition. And the Guardian needs to be right near the Balgorn right now. And
PL, this is a lot of their freaking damage if this goes down.
This isn't
good. That is a third of their damage that's left.
But you know what? The Balgorn's unjammed again, and it's reapplying its newts.
Oh, Vulture. Look at the Vulture dropping.
Vulture could be dropping right now. Balgorn is unjammed. Newts are still on here. Balgorn Pilot is just being an absolute hero along with Tink in the Guardian, just trying to make this work because they still have enough bombers to pull this out if they can just either stop the links or just get through this Tinker, because these 2 Widows are just making it so difficult for them.
So this Vulture has an XLASB, so that was 4 charges we just saw. It's got 5 left.
It
has to go on cap.
Yep. It may be over-repping here.
PL's losing a bomber. Please, Camel, just shoot my hauler. Don't shoot my bombers. I need those.
Bombers are going down here, and you know what? I think if they lose to one of these bombers, they're not going to have the damage.
Bomber is
the edge of his teeth. Oh,
bomber is down.
You know what? I don't know if they have the damage anymore, even though it is a flagship.
It's 2 minutes left. This is going to be really hard.
It's not good. It's not good at all. Hard fought, but I think it was an excellent idea for Camel to switch off onto bombers while they were trying to focus on the Balgorn. It just seems to me that they can't get enough jam cycles off in the Guardian to be able to cut through the Balgorn.
Just goes down. It's
Balgorn.
Like they just gave up.
Really close match here. I mean, Balgorn Guardian jams back and forth, That Scorpion going down initially, Guardian was jammed essentially the entire time.
That's what did it.
That is
right
what
there.
completely cut it out there, because the Scorpion was very much back and forth with both Widows fighting, and wow, an ECM Shield Tinker proving to be a very, very tough nut to crack, even with a flagship Balgorn and the piloting that PL can bring to a setup.
Yep, so we should talk about just a little bit. PL baited Camel into taking this setup. They knew exactly what they wanted to see, and then Camel just executed perfectly.
Yeah, I have to say, Miyamoto has shown us throughout in the Warlords game, in when they originally were flying Exodus, his ability as a Logi pilot is second to none. And you also have Nick Dromar, Niart, Planet 6, really, really comfortable pilots who fly lots of big ships. They're very, very strong.
Oh, PL's actually about to lose, while we were just rambling, PL's going to lose their Guardian, or their Balgorn, which is a flagship. If this dies, they can't bring it out again.
No.
Oh, good lord.
That's going to be
Flaghorn down while we were
Balgorn.
rambling. The Guardian got jammed in the last minute of the match. Oh, goodness. That is a devastating blow to PL, who not only lost this match, but now they lost their flagship, which they can't take again, which means they can't take this setup ever again.
I have to say, Dan, though, in his Balgorn piloting throughout the entire...
Yep, the D-God tried his best.
Has been on point. On point. Unfortunate that he was held down so long by a Merlin earlier in the fight, but it's just, wow, this is really, really back and
disaster.
forth.
This is not the last we see of PL.
I'm sorry.
They're going to go fight you guys.
Yeah, without a flagship.
We don't need flagships.
Yeah, you don't need flagships. You're PL, whatever. Just take it down. Wow, really, really close.
Expensive loss for both teams. Camel go on to the finals yet again, not losing a single matchup. Jeez, I'm just devastated. I can't even think. So we're gonna send it.
You took 2 Cremoas off us.
I guess it's kind of okay. Anyways, we'll send it back to the analyst desk.
An incredible match, great flying from both the Camel Empire and Pandemic Legion. Unfortunately, Pandemic Legion unable to pull that out. I'm sorry, Apothe. They will go down and face the Warlords of the Deep in the next and final elimination matchup of this Alliance tournament. Camel Empire will move ahead and definitely be in the finals. They've secured themselves no less than second place here at Alliance Tournament 13. Impressive flying, an amazing matchup, and now, if I'm not mistaken, Warlords of the Deep with the only flagship remaining in the game, and Camel advancing, but losing Alliance Tournament ships. Just so much money they're dropping in this tournament. It's incredible.
And amazingly, one of the most important ships in that match was the cheapest. It was the Merlin. The Merlin went there, it tackled the Balgorn for minutes at the beginning of the match. So a T1 frigate that you can fly from day one in the game stopped a flag Balgorn from doing all its amazing work for, a good few minutes of the game. I mean, that could have turned the game if the Balgorn got in and started neuting out the Vulture, if it started neuting out the cap chains. That could have been so amazing. And what's really weird, as you say, Warlords of the Deep, only guys with the flagship left, Scorpion Navy, and we've seen that Camel and Warlords have very similar setups. Now, PL have shown they can beat the Navy Scorp setup we've seen from Camel and from Warlords, but we've only seen PL show one setup that can do it, and that's now just being banned straight up. So PL need to have another setup that can beat the Navy Scorp, Widow, Etana, Cambion team, or Chromalis in this case, and it's so close.
It's definitely close, and at this level of the tournament, really, we're looking at differences that are decided by simple fittings, by simple piloting decisions, by target calling. Yesterday, the match that ended the day, I mean, it was that Griffin really going around that just held the jam long enough. Like that's what matters at this level of play. It's those kinds of like decisions, simple calls.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of little things, and just I think it's so important to highlight that how kind of bad luck that was that they lost the flagship at the end of the match, like the last 40 seconds. To have that knocked out of their kind of arsenal for their match with Warlords really, really hurts, and it didn't necessarily have to happen, just one little thing. If they wouldn't have gotten one of the jams on the Guardian they needed there to close that out, they would have probably been able to carry that into the next series. So yeah, these little things make huge impacts.
And this is, of course, going to change the kind of bans that we see moving forward, because people don't have to account for those flagships making an appearance on the field anymore. They don't have to worry about banning out the Guardian and the Aneros combo or something of that sort in order to get the flag Balgorn neutralized. The flag Balgorn, of course, can come by itself, but
it's really worth mentioning what going to the losers bracket at this stage on the final day means. So we got Warlords that are going to face PL, and they're going to have a series. They're going to have to potentially show new setups. They're going to have to play more games. Camel, sitting back, having a break for a couple hours, have a cup of tea. They go on and just wait as the gatekeepers in the grand finals. They start, I believe, with a 1-game advantage, do they?
I don't know. I don't think so.
No, I think they come
We don't
in.
have that?
I don't think so.
I think it's straight up best.
But to
best
add to
of
that, like
But still,
not only do they get to like kind of rest, and that's just good for their kind of energy, mental energy and stuff, but they get to see, I feel like what happens with the meta during this series is actually really important. I mean, figuring out if and what can beat, oh my gosh. Do you guys... If anything can beat the Navy Scorp setup, other than the Mirages, this kind of stuff, they get to see how this plays out, and that's hugely valuable for them.
I mean, even on an individual piloting level, you can watch, individual tackle pilots from PL or Warlord say, okay, so when this happens, they tend to turn this way, or they tend to run away if you do this, and they don't if you do that. You can just pinpoint individual pilot styles and what they're likely to do, little mistakes, and they can capitalize them just by watching very carefully.
Interestingly, though, in terms of that, Camel and Warlords, practice partners, probably know a lot about that kind of thing about each other. So if Warlords wins, they know a lot more about each other's styles. PL, on the other hand, they're probably accumulating this information. It's probably a lot more valuable for them to get C-Series against PL.
And I mean, comparatively, I feel like we've seen a match with Camel against Warlords, and we've seen a match with Camel against PL. I feel like PL gave them a much stronger fight. Warlords seemed like, in terms of style, just kind of like a Camel light, if you will. Like, they run kind of the same stuff, but they just aren't performing and executing it as well as Camel has shown they've been able to. So PL now have just kind of taken Camel to the edge and are now fighting kind of an easier version of them in Warlords. So maybe that gives them advantage, maybe it doesn't with...
Big claims.
We'll just have to see.
Warlord's an easier version of Camel.
That's an interesting approach to that.
I mean, I think it might make sense. He's right that Camel's gotten pushed a lot, and Camel beat Warlord. So,
a few things to take care of before we go to the break. We will be coming back to the studio here for the elimination series, which will be Warlords of the Deep now versus Pandemic Legion. That match will begin at 17:30 Eve time in approximately 50 minutes. For now, we're going to go to a brief break. We are going to say goodbye to CCP Blue Screen, who was good enough to sit with us and check out that flying. Is it upsetting to you to see the
hounds go down?
Is it upsetting to see the hounds go down?
Yeah, it was horrible. Yeah.
We apologize for subjecting you to that trauma. We hope that you will recover in time to continue with your fantastic design work there with Team Trilambda and the rest of the guys and ladies up in graphics. So thank you for being with us. Thanks to CCP Rise and to Apothny, and of course to our commentators in the booth, Elise Randolph, who is not crying. He's doing fine.
He's actually doing the nay-nay.
Isn't that the whip? And of course to Chesser for his continuing commentary. A big congratulations to CCP Salvo, who has just recently gotten married here in Iceland. And another thanks to Mythos the Immortal. Good job, buddy. We will go to break, but we will be back at 17:30 Eve time for match 125A of Alliance Tournament 13, Warlords of the Deep versus Pandemic Legion. Welcome back to the Alliance Tournament 13. Slight technical difficulties here, but we are ready to begin the next match very nearly here, and that will be the Warlords of the Deep versus Pandemic Legion.
Yeah.
And in a disastrous singularity of smugness, we have here at the table, here at the Alliance Tournament desk, Chesser and Elise Randolph. We're also joined by a very special guest who we will be talking to a little bit later, CCP Nullarbor.
Hi.
Good to have you with us.
Thanks for having me.
Have you been following the tournament this weekend?
Not at all.
Not at all?
I used to watch them a lot, and I haven't been watching this one today, but I'm excited for these matches. So.
Well, hopefully have some very exciting conflict for you to observe now that you are here, eyes on the screen. Coming up first, after the break today, we're going to see the Warlords versus Pandemic Legion. This is the Elimination Bracket Finals. Whoever wins this match, this test of three, will move on to face Camel Empire in the finals of what is shaping up to be, and I believe I have confirmation of this, the most monetarily expensive Alliance tournament, accounting for inflation, in all of history. We have lost so many Alliance tournament reward ships, excuse me, and they've just evaporated. That's ISK, that's gone.
And we've lost flagships, like the two of us combined have oh no. Not quite, but PL lost like the most expensive flagship, like a 60 billion ISK one.
PL lost a flag. Did Warlords lose their
Camel?
flag?
No. Warlords, being the superior pilots, have kept theirs around. Camel dropped theirs off as a token to PL, which was a 20 billion ISK, I think. It was about 20 billion, Scorpion Aviation.
It's just 80 billion flagships, just casually.
Yeah, just like a Titan Plus.
Yeah.
It's fine.
It's just ISK. Just do some missions, like you get it back, no problem.
So yeah, we're well over like $1 trillion just
easily.
Today. Like today alone, $1 trillion ISK down.
It's a worthwhile investment, I think, for a lot of these pilots, for the experience of flying, for the chance to get out there, have their names noticed by, of course, other FCs. I mean, I've been speaking to people here at the office and online who are just like, hey, can you tell me who was piloting that Logi, I didn't catch it, or oh wait, we don't have access to the stream yet. Hopefully, we will have the streams from this Alliance broadcast up so that you will be able to conduct your own research into who was flying what in which fleet. But yeah, just there's just been so much going on.
I've got some great bragging rights actually, and I'm not sure if this is an official stat, but my corp has lost more unique ships than any other corp in the game.
That's
King was in my corp.
That's impressive.
Something to be proud of.
Yeah, but. Let's see, Destoria lost the Maracha. I've got Tyrax in my corp who lost the Impak a while ago.
That's painful. The Impak is.
How does your kill board look?
We're the best at losing stuff.
That's. I thought that was the.
Actually, it's not losing.
The Goons game.
It's not losing. It's just making everything else that we have more valuable.
And I mean, if you're having fun.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't
put a price on it.
Exactly. I think when you get to this point in the AT, when you have players and pilots like PL, Warlords, and Camel, it's not about the ISK, it's about the pride. To say whenever
it's all bragging rights.
Whenever you see someone at Alliance tournament or at the bar at a Neve meetup, you can go, hey, I destroyed, or my Alliance beat your Alliance in this Alliance tournament, so
as long as you bring it up, just really quick, I spoke to a few people on Twitter last night, and I promised to mention meetups coming up this month, coming up in September, in Sydney, Australia, in Stockholm, Sweden, in Dublin, Ireland. meetups happening there. Some of those, in fact, all of those you'll be able to find at evemeet.com. And of course, people in other cities all around the world, do make sure you visit evemeet.com. Crash the website if you can. Find out where other EVE players are gathering in your area so that you can go and spend some time with them, spend some time talking about internet spaceships, and just having a relatively good time overall. Now, we are going to go almost directly to this match. We have the bans in just now. Warlords of the Deep banning out the Maracha and the Sleipnir. Pandemic Legion banning the Malice and the Atana. The teams are ready to take the field. With those bans in mind, I don't need to ask, do I?
No.
Chester picks Warlords.
I pick PL.
Elise picks PL. Nullabor, you're the wild card at the table. Who do you like?
It would just be so boring if PL won, so I think Warlords.
There we go. There we go.
Wow. It's not going to be boring. No matter what happens, this is going to be amazing. We will go to CCP Fozzie and Sir Squeebles in the booth for match 125 of Alliance Tournament 13, the Warlords of the Deep versus Pandemic Legion.
Welcome everyone, this is CCP Fozzie, joined by Sir Squeebles, and we've got this next match for you all. It's Pandemic Legion versus Warlords of the Deep. You're looking at a Typhoon fleet issue there from Warlords of the Deep. They've brought double Typhoon fleet issue, Damnation, Guardian, and then 2 Purifier Bombers and a bunch of Tech 3 Destroyers. Meanwhile, PL brought something that we haven't seen from them in a little while.
It's a Shield Tinker, OPL. So it's a really strong Shield Tinker core with 2 Widows, Tengu, a Vulture, and a Scorpion, and then a whole bunch of bombers. And you got to ask, they know that those bombers are going to die. I think that's foolish not to think that. Warlords of the Deep, really good winning the support war, great small ship pilots. So what do you do with those bombers early?
I mean, you can get a lot of DPS out of them early. It's really important to mention that the Typhoon fleet issues for Warlords here are cruise fit. They're not rapid heavies, so they're actually not going to put out as much burst DPS, which is probably not what they wanted against a Tengu Tinker like this. But the 2 teams did come in from opposite beacons, but the PL team came in all in a clump at like 20, and Warlords came in kind of spread out amongst as far back as 50. The match has now begun, and we're going to see how the damage applies. Already a Warlords fleet Typhoon taking the damage from those bombers.
Yeah, a lot of damage. The reps should be... Okay, so there's reps. Good response by the Warlords, Logi. I'd be really surprised if they can punch through this fleet Typhoon before they start losing bombers. The Tengu is now the primary for PL. He's boosting already. He's in a pretty good spot. Obviously, some nuke pressure available via the utility high slots on those fleet Typhoons, but I don't think it's going to be enough to threaten the cap on the Tinker.
Yeah, we'll see. They're going to give it a try at least. I think it's always worthwhile to try out the tank of the Tinker Logi, just to see if you can break it, then maybe switch to something else. The Warlords team does have some light ships that have been diving right in there, getting tackled right away. We saw the Crusader and the Vengeance already in, and then the Tech 3 Destroyers fall right behind.
So there's another element to a Tinker that we've talked about quite a bit, and that's the limited targeting of a T3 Logi.
Nemesis dropping really quickly into a low hull and off the field. First blood to Warlords.
So only 5 of those bombers could be locked at any given time, which is not that many. The Tengu pilot of Tanking doing a really good job trying to keep them up. Obviously, they lost 1. That's not going to cost them the match if they keep these others up. He's doing a really nice job, but he's constantly got to relock, and I would imagine his 5 locks right now are all those bombers. It should be.
He is not having an easy time with this. We're seeing these bombers drop low. Remember, this is a shield team, so these bombers don't have a lot of armor and hull HP. When they drop into low shields, as we're seeing that Manticore right now, it's bad news. He's dropping into armor, and this could be a second kill very quickly for Warlords of the Deep.
Look at how low the Tengu is going, though, as well. I mean, they're pushing that Tengu's tank all the way to the bottom of the shield bar.
Wow.
That's a really bad sign.
This is really bad news for PL. The Tengu is dropping. All right, so the Tengu did get a boost off. That being said, though, I can't imagine he's going to keep this up for too much longer. The PL needs to get this DPS off the field, and I don't really see an easy target for them. There's no easy target like a bomber that they can just knock off the field to reduce the DPS.
Right. I mean, the Spitballs, the Confessors, the Vengeance, the Purifiers, even the Crusader, too small of a signature with no bonus paints, I would think, to really apply. But one Spitball going low, so at least that's progress. And I will say it's a double-edged sword that a couple of those bombers got picked off. It is a loss for PL, a serious loss, but it makes the job of the Logi a little bit easier.
There was no rep put onto that Spitball at all, which means that the Guardian was probably jammed. This PL team has a whole lot of jams. I don't know how their jammers are split up. We've seen them skew very heavily before. In their last match, they skewed very heavily towards Mimitar, and that didn't work out. I don't know what jammers they've got here, but if they can keep getting jams on that Guardian, then they can start getting kills. right now the Guardian is repping though.
Yeah, and I will say though, a huge chunk of damage down on that Fleet Typhoon. Definitely, just because they lost a couple of bombers does not mean that they can't take one of these battleships down. So Fleet Typhoon of DHB Wildcat still taking huge chunks. If they land a jam off one of those Widows on that Guardian, they can kill it in one jam cycle.
Yeah.
I feel like that's entirely possible.
The 2 Widows from the Pandemic Legion team are rapid heavy missile fit, so they do a lot of burst DPS, but don't necessarily have the sustain. While they go into reload, that Foon can rep himself up, get repped up by the Guardian. I think they really need to get a jam on the Damnation and then burst DPS him down.
Yeah, and all the while, I mean, the PL Bombers are susceptible to, I mean, small ship alpha. Spitbull and 2 Confessors, if that Tengu is not paying attention for even a couple of seconds, and I know he is, they can lose another bomber. And for every bomber they lose, the chances of chewing through those Fleet Typhoons during a lucky jam cycle is going to decrease and decrease. So.
Yep. So right now, both teams are going after the light support, trying out to see if they can break them. A Confessor taking damage for Warlords, PL's Bombers are going low. At this point, though, it looks like Tinking is actually able to handle it a little bit better, maybe because there's fewer targets to lock.
Yeah, it's kind of surprising that there were no reps that went out on a few of those bombers, but it's important to realize he's managing, a Widow getting
going
really
low. There is reps on him now. He looks like he's going to have to...
But that Mana Core is going low as well, so he's going to need to keep these reps moving.
Oh, that Mana Core dropping into armor and off the field. Really good target switching for Warlords. They basically forced Tinking to focus his reps onto the Widow and then switch quickly onto a Bomber.
Yeah, a huge swarm of armor maintenance spots on the Warlords side of this match. A lot of mediums, a lot of lights, so every available drone spot on that team is fielding Logi drones, and they're clearly having an effect. I mean, the Guardian of Malin Lee is doing a really nice job, but these jams are landing not often enough for PL to close that gap, and the support wing's still really well covered by those Guardian reps.
Yep.
Meanwhile, it's PL sort of sitting on a razor's edge here. If they lose this last bomber, I really feel strongly that they're not going to have enough damage to close this match out.
No, not unless they get incredibly lucky with their jams.
These last 3 bombers.
And I don't think that their jams have been really all that effective so far.
No.
Maybe they don't have very many Amar jammers, as that Guardian seems to be able to rep quite effectively. Another Nemesis dropping really low. This support wing for Warlords doing an amazing job.
I wonder if maybe they opted to sort of lean their jams toward Caldari.
Yep.
That's kind of what I'm thinking, because obviously it bit them earlier. They had that Mimitar Heavy Scorpion that you mentioned.
Yep.
And then they couldn't jam out the shield Logi. So I wonder if Warlords kind of predicted that, brought the armor to counter it, and maybe they're relying on just 2 or 3 on-racial jams on the PL side to get that Guardian out.
Of course, it's also possible the Guardian is supported by remote ECCM.
True.
He could have a very high sensor strength, but still, with 2 Widows and a Scorpion on the field, you'd expect him to be jammed more often than this.
Yeah, you would hope, at least. I mean, right now, PL is just kind of in a holding pattern. They've done nice to stop the bleeding for now, but again, all it takes is a couple of good volleys and a moment of inattention from that Tengu. I expect to see Warlords now spreading their DPS and quickly cycling between bigger ships to see if they can get that Nemesis unlocked, and then going back to the Nemesis.
I've been watching closely these Typhoon fleet issues. They haven't actually been firing very much. That suggests to me that there's probably a lot of Mimitar jammers on this PL team, and they're actually doing a good job of jamming off the Fleet Typhoons, which may be why the Tengu isn't under as much pressure, because he was taking a huge amount of damage earlier in really bad shape, but now he's in a much better shape. Maybe that's because of the Fleet Typhoons, which apply the kind of heavier damage, just aren't able to apply. And as we see it now, though, the Tengu is dropping again. Tinking dropping into about half shield, and if they can break Tinking, then this match would be over.
I mean, that's over. Yeah, they're already fighting uphill.
Tengu's breaking. Oh, Tinking is very low.
He is very
dropped
low.
into the red there. At this point.
Well, it's really impressive, the volley damage. I mean, the chunks that are coming out of the shield of that Tengu. Really high resist profile on the T3 Logi, and the fact that he's taking essentially half his shields with some of these volleys is incredible.
Yep.
I'm looking now at the Guardian of Malin Lee, doing a pretty good job just preemptively putting reps out there, seeing that the damage is not applying too well from PL and kind of taking the safe route.
Malin might be jammed now, though, because we see Purifier dropping and no reps on him. They may have gotten another jam cycle. Let's see here if they can take that Purifier down before the reps come back on. It looks like they are going to be able to. No, wait, reps got on, but will it be too little? No, too little, too late.
So really well done. There was a web momentarily on the Tengu, so I think Warlords really has a good shot of timing volleys going in and taking down this Tengu.
All right, one thing that we haven't really been talking about yet is the fact that this fight is probably going to go to time.
Right.
And at the moment, we're tied on points.
Oh.
So this is actually a match where, assuming that Tinking survives, which is not a sure thing because he has been in trouble a couple times, if that stays up, then we're probably going to be down
Web
just
on this
why
Nemesis,
you can kill some
though. Web on this Nemesis, and
he's dropped. Oh, right, they got reps on him, but he got low. And remember, he has less buffer now because of all that armor missing.
Right, yeah, this is going to be a really tense few minutes. And the scary thing is they put a lot of focus into that Nemesis. On a moment's notice, they could swap over to one of these other bombers. And you better hope
no
that
reps on Gavjack Bunk's Purifier, which it looks taking sun damage. Not taking a ton, though, so it might
maybe
just
another
be,
jam. I mean, there's no reps at all.
Nemesis of Chibaman going to... Wow! A tiny sliver of structure left. That was just like razor-thin margin. If he drops, then that's going to put PL 3 points behind.
I don't see any way for the next minute and 40 seconds for that Nemesis to stay up. Great Logi piloting aside, that's so little buffer to play with that, I mean, if Warlords keeps poking at it, especially if they do some other target switching, I have a very strong feeling that Nemesis will make it. If it does, that will be miraculous, but it's going to be tough.
That is an incredibly small amount of structure left. We still aren't seeing any reps from the Warlords Guardian right now. Not that any of his teammates are in a huge amount of trouble, but that may just mean that they've been able to do fly so effectively to reduce the damage.
Oh, and there's the bomber. Okay, so now we are no longer tied on points. 3-point advantage to Warlords, which means in now 62 seconds, if they don't level that point difference, Warlords is going to win this match in the first of 3 series.
Malin Lee is once again repping. We're seeing reps on the Sweeple. It looks like PL is going to try to knock down that Sweeple. He's in close. They've got a web on him, but they need a jam. Otherwise, this match is going to be over. If they can't get a jam and get that Sweeple down within only 44 seconds, I think it's going to be a really tough ask.
Yeah, man, they're fighting an uphill battle, but they have been this whole match, and they've actually held steady. So 35 seconds now for them to put something down.
Yep. Warlords is going to try to break the Vulture. They've decided to switch, see if they can break the Vulture, just again, see what, in case it doesn't have a great tank. But I don't think there's going to be time to do that.
Yeah, and I mean, right now, no reps.
As I say that, though.
Oh, no, this Vulture.
The Vulture is dropping very low.
Where are the reps? The reps are still on a Hound.
Yeah.
Why?
Wow.
Oh, no.
Tinking didn't get the reps on in time. I don't think he's going to be enough. This Forlorn Wargraven's Vulture is dropping and is gone. And that is the nail in the coffin. PL is going to be down 1 match to Warlords of the Deep in this best of 3 elimination series.
That was, what a strange way for that to end. So great job by Warlords of the Deep. And these next 2 matches are going to mean a whole lot. It's going to be a whole lot of work that they've done over all these months. So good luck to PL. Nice job to Warlords. And I guess with that, back to the desk.
Welcome back to the desk. Here at Alliance Tournament 13, an epic bump, giving Pandemic Legion a -1 in this best of 3 series.
I mean, everyone likes a comeback star, right? So we went into the losers bracket. Now we just have to come back from a 1-game deficit.
I'm totally rooting for PL now. Actually.
Yeah, we're the underdog.
It's the underdog.
It's the underdog
really.
effect.
Yeah.
You just make me sick. I mean, come on.
Rocky Balboa.
Yeah, well, that's a horrible movie. Comebacks are terrible.
Diabolical hater over here.
Some great play though. Some really fantastic Logi work there in that Tinker setup.
Yeah.
And here's where we get to see the Tinker really applied, flown well by pilots who know what they're doing, and we get to see a great way of taking out that doesn't require you to ban out the ship. There's a way to deal with the Tinker, and that's getting that guy out of range, getting the Tengu where he can't apply the reps that he needs to.
It's not usually reliable, but in this case, it was really well orchestrated, especially with those really fast Typhoons.
Tinking did a really good job keeping those bombers up for as long as he did. I mean, the jams obviously were not what PL wanted at all, and the fact that he was making Warlords work so hard just to even kill a single bomber, and that one Nemesis with just that sliver, I mean, it was really close. It's unfortunate that running a T3 Logi, your rep range is about like 9.2 kilometers, so if you fall outside of that very close range, you have nothing. Nothing. And generally, ships and tinkers, many of them will forego a prop mod in favor of additional tank mods or ECCM or things like that. So crawling back into distance sometimes can take time, and unfortunately,
Yep, and as the booth boys were mentioning, the Widows and 2 Widows and the Scorpion on PL team, you would assume they'd be able to get something jammed, but it really seemed like PL was expecting some sort of shield team, or they're going for Mimitar jammers or going for maybe Galente jammers. Did not seem to get that Guardian jammed almost ever.
I was looking at it, and it made total sense when they mentioned it, but they must have had the Mimitar jams on, and that's why those Fleet Wounds were just unable to apply the damage, because they bring some punches, and that should have been taking ships down much faster. So I mean, you can't fault them. They were putting the jams on. It's just they didn't have anything to deal with that Guardian, I don't think.
Yeah, most likely ECCM. We've seen Warlords run this comp or variations of it throughout the entire tournament. So practice as far as how comfortable the pilots are flying the setup against different setups. Something as diverse as like a turtle, like we just saw, or something more kitey. They've been flying that a lot, so they're very, very comfortable. So calling ECCMs, calling jams, maybe a little bit easier for them. But hats off though, really, to PL with doing some good work in the Tengu.
The fight going to full time, something that we don't see so much of, and very almost going into the tie-dye acceleration, which is, of course, if the score is a tie, when we reach the full 10-minute mark, time accelerates, and then pilots, and especially pilots like Tinka Hangman, have to deal with
numbs for fingers, like just pushing all the buttons.
Yeah, that's serious. And do you think we're going to see more of that as we move through this elimination finals? Are we going to go to full time? Are we going to see the tie-dye clock?
I don't think we'll ever see the tie-dye clock, because it only happens when it's a tie match, and I don't think people are going to take teams that sort of where you would see that, which is generally like a Tinker versus a Tinker or something like that.
We see this ECM shield-based Tinker, Double Widows, and it's looked very strong, but at the same time, it kind of was definitively taken out here just because of, to make it as strong as you want it to be, you have to at some point start guessing jams, because fitting,
or you just have to get really, really lucky
or get really lucky. Fitting multispectral jams isn't really the best option here. So you need to be very sure that you're in the heads of the other pilots and you know what they're going to bring. Because if you guess wrong and like completely skew your jammers, you're going to run into problems.
Another thing we should mention, unless we have a match or something.
Go right ahead.
All right, so another thing we should mention is yesterday we saw Warlords Oneros that was what I would call like really greedily fit. It didn't have any ECCM or anything like that. It was just all utility in the mid slots. They have adapted perfectly to what the meta has been shifting to, which is a lot of ECM. So hats off to them for like preparing for this.
We're lucky enough to have with us CCP Nullarbor, and while we have him here, we'll get away from the analysis of this match, and we'll give our teams a little bit of time to prepare the second fight in this best of 3 coming up at 1800 hours. And until we go to that fight, we'd love to talk to you about some of the work that you're doing to kind of change the way that space is for our players and how they interact with objects in that environment. CCP Nullarbor, what teams do you work on here at EVE?
Yeah, so I'm on Team Game of Drones, and we've been talking for a while now about our project to revamp all the structures in the game. You might have seen us at FanFest talking about this quite a lot, and we put out, 3, 4, 5 dev blogs about all of this so far, and we're pretty excited. It's a huge project. We're basically looking at everything that can be anchored in space. And this covers outposts, POSs, customs officers, basically, anything that's not a ship that a player can build and put in space. So that's quite a far-reaching project.
It's extensive. Specifically, we had a CCP Blue Screen on earlier, and he was showing us some concepts of, I think, he was mentioning the concepts. You can see them at eveonline.com, or right here on your screen. And this is a Citadel?
This is the medium Citadel. So the Citadel is a class of structure that we're making. There will be many different classes, things for manufacturing, things for doing mining. The observatory array is a very interesting class that's sort of more focused on intelligence gathering and subterfuge.
So these classes work the same as ship classes.
Yeah,
the same
exactly.
Way you might have an assault frigate for each race. You're going to have
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly. So this is the Citadel class, and this is basically the best place to put your stuff. And it's going to be more focused for corporation hangars, and it's going to have good defenses. You can fit really good weapons on these things. And basically, they're going to be the new space home. That was the medium size, so I think that's around 30, 40 kilometers across. And that's closest to, I guess, like a POS. And then we have the large and the extra large. And the extra large is going to be up to 150 kilometers across. It's the largest player-built thing we've ever put in the game.
Now these, like you say, about the same size as a POS or about that kind of like idea.
Yeah.
Eventually, these classes of structures are going to replace?
Yeah, eventually. On a pretty long timeline, and we've been saying this for a while, that don't freak out just yet. We're not taking anyone's POSs or outposts away. But the intention is that these basically replace all of the existing anchorable structures.
So you can use these in any space, in wormhole space, in high sec and low sec, anywhere?
Yep, exactly. We're getting rid of all the anchoring restrictions. So you can put an XL size structure in high sec. You can anchor them in wormhole space.
They have to be on a moon or a planet?
No, they can just be anywhere. They have to be a minimum distance away from other things, which we're ballparking around 600 kilometers. So you can't, gate camp an entrance to your region with a structure. It's not going to be able to shoot that far, but you'll be able to see it from the gate and just warp straight to it. And just wherever, if you can put a ship there, then you can put a structure there too. So we're opening up, there'll be no more moon locking. You'll be able to put more XLs in a system than just the one that you currently have with outposts. And all of the structures can be docked in. So you can dock in a POS now. So that's going to be pretty huge.
That's fantastic, actually, for wormhole holders especially.
I'm sure the wormhole guys are really excited to hear that.
Yeah, and I know they've been wrestling with basically the limitations of POSs for many years, trying to do all sorts of crazy things with multiple structures just to have different corporation divisions for all their members. So now they basically get outpost-like functionality. They get a personal hangar, they can dock in them, you can put corporation offices in them, but on a smaller scale than outposts. And then for the top end, we're going to allow supers, including Titans, to dock in the XL structure, which is a huge change. And Docking Titans. We haven't had anything in the game where you can put your Titan away for as a reasonable, safe period of time where someone can't steal it. So you'll be able to put them in a personal hangar in the structure and no one can take it from you. So you can get out of that ship and swap and go on a roam somewhere and come back and get back in your Titan.
Oh, that's going to be very nice, I think, for some of our well-experienced pilots.
Absolutely, we free them from the space coffins.
Another question: you mentioned classes. Certainly, we saw the Citadel there on the screen. I'm assuming that, like you say, it's a place to keep your stuff. That it has some sort of bonuses to defense or something to make it safe. Do other classes not get? Are they less tanky? Are we going to see ship fits like we see with Alliance tournament ships?
Absolutely. You're going to have structure fits, and I expect to see websites where you compare all the different fits. All the structures have modules, just like ships do. You have high, medium, low, and then a new class of module for services. And these will be things for like installing a market, adding more corporation officers, medical clones, swapping jump clones, this kind of thing. For the manufacturing, you'll get a small ship manufacturing service that you can install. And then each of the classes have hull bonuses, the same as ships do. So I can do some manufacturing on my Citadel, but I would get a better bonus if I did it on the right class of structure. Same as you can fit a mining rock, but it's not the best thing for it, but you can do that. So yeah, you're going to be able to mix and match a lot of the different fittings. And the Citadel is the class that's for, it's going to have the least sort of amount of vulnerability each week and have the strongest defense bonuses for the weapons.
Just off the top of my head, does this work with CCP Karkar's ghost fitting mechanic? Can we ghost fit our Citadels?
I hope so. Yeah, we're working on that at the moment.
Fantastic.
That'll be really cool. So you can, yeah.
Sweet. What do you guys think? Do we see an Alliance tournament where it's the Citadel versus Citadel?
That would be pretty fancy. I mean, it would take a few days to go through reinforcement timers, but I mean, it would be cool nonetheless.
It'd be a long show.
Yeah.
That's excellent. I don't know if we're going to let Twitch chat and the Twitterverse respond as best they can and come back with some more questions for you after the next match, I think, if you're willing to stick around.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, let's do it.
That's awesome. Yep. That's awesome.
Yeah.
There you have it. from the man himself. Structures coming to Eve in the future. You're not losing your pause, but eventually you will. Up next, the second of this best of 3 match, Warlords versus PL. Now, we saw what happened in the first one. We have the bans coming in for this one just now. Warlords of the Deep banning out the Moracha and the Sleipnir. Again, this is identical. Pandemic Legion banning out the Malice and the Atana. Are we going to see the same fight? Are they going to try and rerun it?
No, it's going to be it's just mind games for days right now. I think they're both going to bring. Actually, probably Hydra or Warlords, will keep bringing the same setup because they have an advantage, and PL are going to be forced to innovate with something new.
Yeah, I definitely agree with the conclusion that Elise draws. It's really smart bans on both sides, like before. They're just banning out the 2 setups that like scare each other the most, because obviously those arty slips with the Mirachas did serious damage to Camel, and I'm sure Warlords were watching. And we've seen what the Widow Atana Tinker can do, so it's going to be interesting.
All right. I think we're just about ready to go to the booth and see what CCP Fozzie and Sir Squeebles have. We are going to pause briefly, though, before we do that, and make sure that we have everything sorted out. We don't want this fight to get underway without everyone being on the field, and there may be some technical difficulty moving some pilots around. You've been in Alliance tournaments before.
It's like herding cats.
It's like super stressful, especially at this part of the day. Yeah. There's so much on the line. You just spend all your free time saying, what should we take, and just thinking and overanalyzing. And
yep. I mean, PL's already played a whole set as well as Warlords, so at this point you need all of your ships preset. You need to make sure everyone's in the right ships, that everyone has the right plan as who's flying what and what setup. And you know, in many cases, setups are very similar, but modules are slightly different amongst the ships. And if you make a single mistake, you literally, at this level, you will lose the game for your team, period.
And implants, too. I mean, we saw Cheeb, the Manticore pilot, live with just like a sliver of structure for about a minute. If he didn't have the right implant in, then he would have been dead, and that's 400 DPS gone for a minute.
Yep.
Now, there are some restrictions on the implants that these pilots can have.
Only 3% in mind links are maximum, but they make a huge difference. You know, having the wrong mind link in massively,
that would be catastrophic.
Yeah, massively reduces the effectiveness of your links. And ammo as well. You need to make sure your ship has cap boosters, has nanite, has all of the different ammo types that you're going to need. So, like for missiles, for example, you need DG, you need Kaldari Navy, you need Fury, Jav. I mean, the logistics just behind the scenes is incredible, and I'm sure at least as he has been attesting the entire time, unless you fly, you have no idea how stressful and how crazy it is behind the scenes. We have been seeing a lot of missiles in this Alliance tournament as the I would say the preeminent weapon of choice. Really, that's what people are bringing to bring down those big ships. Do they actually go in and prepare for whatever setup? Are they bringing equal amounts of every type of every type of missile?
Especially for bombers, you've got a lot of tight space. If you bring bombs, you can't just shove all the ammo you want in there. You have to make decisions. Am I going to need Jab? Am I going to ever have enough painters to use Fury?
Yep. Another big decision is a lot of ships that are like cap booster hungry. Especially battleships, 800 Navy cap boosters take up a lot of space, and you need to make the decision, especially when you're running cruise foons, which are a huge ammo. Cruise missiles require a lot. How do you allocate your cargo space? Like, I know when you're flying a smaller ship, at least I have in the past, I've carried cap boosters, I've carried extra nanite, I've carried different scripts, I've carried other things for other ships or whatever else should the need arise.
Yeah. So we've seen this not in this Alliance tournament, I don't think, but in previous Alliance tournaments where it has gone to the extra super tie-dye time, people actually just run out of ammo because they just had no space.
Yep.
So it's just, they're zipping around really fast, but they can't do anything.
Oh, that's got to be the most infuriating thing in the world.
Shooting for 10 minutes straight, I mean, you go through ammo very, very fast, so it definitely needs to be taken into account.
This is why Tech 1 lasers.
Yeah, I mean, lasers have an advantage in that small part, that's for sure.
Nightmares endgame, endgame.
Ultimate
better.
endgame,
Yeah.
exactly.
Now,
Maybe you could put down a little POS and manufacture some in the,
In the super tight. If we had Citadels, we
Every
could.
problem is a nail when you got a hammer. Is that the way it works,
Yeah, that's
CC Pullover? Solve it with a structure. Just put a structure out there.
It's genius.
Yeah, you started on EVE because of the Alliance tournament. Is that right?
Yeah, I used to watch this all the time, and I remember I think CCP ran an ad. It was like a HR kind of, come work here. It's crazy. And I thought, oh, that looks fun. So I applied, and now I am here. So thanks to the Alliance tournament. Yeah.
That's something else. I think I had seen the tournament at like work events. Like a lot of my coworkers played EVE, which is how I got interested. And I was like, oh yeah, I guess. I mean, it's pretty spaceships, whatever. But actually, this year's play, last year's Alliance tournament as well. Like some of the stuff that I've seen here. Like I really hope that we're getting a lot of new players on the stream. I really hope that people are getting the word out because this is I mean it's.
And it's been a great day so far with just fancy ships just blowing up.
Yeah.
In mad style.
I'm sorry.
And
I'm really sorry.
But we killed some too.
You did great.
I have to say, hats off to the commentary guys because EVE is not a particularly watchable game. And I remember, going the first Alliance tournament, I'm like, what is going on? And having just like very precise, analysis of play by play and a lot of times guessing what people are bringing. You can't even see it. You have to like sort of extrapolate what's happening on the field and what that means about their setup and the decisions that they're making. The commentary is really important. It's been like pretty top notch so far. So.
As we mentioned before, we are lucky enough to have player commentators. Of course, the ability and the opportunity to come here to CCP to commentate on the Alliance tournament is something that's open not just to people that have flown in Alliance tournaments, not just to people that are involved in corps who are in alliances that have teams here, but also anyone. If you have. If you have experience with EVE, if you run a podcast or if you stream EVE at any point in time and you're interested in being a commentator on the Alliance tournament, please next year feel free to submit your name forward. Of course, we're always looking for new talent to replace the people that don't want to return. What's up, baby? How you doing?
Hey, Reddit is just going to love you right now. They're just going to be like, hail, CCP Antiquary.
Turn this into a Thug Life thing. Let's do that.
Yeah, exactly. No, I'm really happy that the Alliance tournament is going really well this year. I mean, the production has been, I think, top notch, like very few, if any, delays. And I really hope that we do have some new viewers watching because I think EVE in the general gaming communities, and I know covered by either other gaming news or websites, has a really bad rap of being just about, oh, well, unless you've been in the game for 10 years, you can't do anything and you're never going to beat a guy who's been in the game for that long and, oh, enjoy your spreadsheets in space. When if you choose to play EVE and have that mindset, yeah, you can totally do that. But we've been all tournament talking about small ship pilots. And even in the Camel versus PL match, a Merlin, a T1 Merlin, held down a 60 billion-isk Balagorn for a majority of the match.
And then the day before, we saw a Griffin just completely destroy an entire match.
Again, these are T1 frigates having absolute clutch plays when there are 100 billion plus ISK on the field. And for people that are watching that maybe new, I really hope that you take a look into the PvP side of EVE. It's a lot more than just skill points and a single click. There's a lot of very intense piloting and decisions that need to be made.
And we've even had alliances that are incredibly new too. Like Brave Newbies competed, they did very well. They had an AMA on their subreddit, and it turns out their logistics pilot only has like 13 million skill points. And they did pretty well. And PFR,
PFR cannot be understated.
They weren't even in Alliance last year.
Yeah,
They didn't exist.
Yeah, and round of 16 on their first run into AT. I mean that's really, really nice.
Yeah.
I think we're going to see really good things from Phoebe Freeport moving forward.
I'm excited. I really hope they come back next year. I'm excited to see what they can do.
I'm almost positive. I don't know for a fact, and I guess no one can know for a fact, but I'm almost positive they will. And I'm pretty sure they're going to be excited about your structure changes for an alliance that runs basically stations for people. I bet they're going to make a run at having some Freeport Citadels.
Definitely.
Which sounds great.
Yeah, it does.
I don't know if we're ready to go just yet for this match. Can we get an update? We're almost there. Any last minute announcements that you guys want to make before
I don't know if people realize there's like 100 people next door that are like running this tournament. It's insane. There's so many people that go into preparing this. So
and it's on the weekend, like just spare time, just chilling.
Just everybody came in to work to put this together.
Yeah, I'll work for 10 hours with just a sandwich for payment. That's fine. I mean,
it's a good sandwich.
It was a good
Come on.
If the Alliance tournament doesn't go to speak at how much that there's a super huge core of people at CCP that literally would bleed and die for EVE, I mean, I don't know what else to say. Yep. The level of production, the work that goes in behind the scenes just from everyone else is second to none. And again, it is all done on volunteer hours, like period. EVE, I don't think, or CCP doesn't make a profit doing this, that's for sure.
Yeah,
but they do it. There they are right there.
There's the guys in the control room. Of course, all very excited to be here and paying attention. Not just them. We don't have a camera on our ISD friends who ran the stream for the first weekend, but I feel like we need to include them as well. In addition to the actual CCPers who are there, we have a family of volunteers who come in and do great work. From storyline wrangling to technical work running the stream to participating in bug hunting events and actually bug hunting themselves. The bug hunter core of ISD is amazing, and certainly if you're interested in that, there are opportunities available, and I believe there's a website that you can visit through eveonline.com that will take you to the ISD page and take you through to becoming maybe a more participatory member of the community, if you'd like. I guess we're just about ready. Before we go to the match, real quick, let's just get a call down the desk. Do you think Warlords can take it at 2?
Was there ever any question?
That was the question.
I was answering as an.
Yes, is my answer to your question.
No, well, it shouldn't be. Warlords for sure.
Okay.
PL, easiest game of our lives. Easiest series.
Easiest game.
Easiest series. Maybe not easiest game, but easiest series.
Okay.
I'm feeling a little sorry for PL now, so like they can do this. Like they need that confidence.
This was our end game strategy. Get people feeling bad.
A classic underdog story where Goliath will surge back from death and defeat the little guy with the slingshot. We will go to CCP Fozzie and Sir Squeebles in the booth for the second game of this Warlords PL series, Game 125 of Alliance Tournament 13.
All right, welcome back. I'm Sir Squeebles here with CCP Fozzie for the second in the best of 3 round between Warlords of the Deep and Pandemic Legion. Flagship on the field for Warlords of the Deep in a Scorpion Navy issue, so a lot of damage coming out from that. Alongside that, they have a Widow, a Vulture, a Basilisk, 2 Mana Cores, a Merlin, and a Kestrel, so definitely a Shield Tinker core.
And 2 Cambions.
Oh, those are also important.
Yes, this is a jam-heavy match right now. So we've got double Widow from Warlords, we've got Scorpion, double Blackbird from PL. Along with it, they brought double Vulture, some Bombers, Hugin, and a Badger, of course, the really key thing that's going to counter those Cambions for them. The match is just about to begin. Both teams came in at long range, at about 50 kilometers, but not from opposite beacons, so they're only maybe about 60 to 70 kilometers away from each other. And the match is now beginning, so we're going to have to see whether these jams land. That's going to be absolutely key. Both these teams relying very heavily on ECM.
Obviously, last round, it would be sort of cruel if the jams do land for the Warlords of the Deep team, because Pandemic Legion could not get those Widows to work the way they wanted to in that last match.
We have ECM applied to both Basilisks, so both teams are trying to jam out each other's Bassies. It's important to note for all your viewers that that logo beside the ship, the ECM logo, doesn't mean the jam has been successful. It just means an attempted jam.
Right.
So we're going to have to see whether there's reps applied. And both Bassies are currently repping right
Yeah,
now.
so clearly neither of the first attempts at jams worked, but a whole lot of control coming out from both teams. I mean, really comparable amounts of control bars.
Like, the only thing that PL is trying to jam right now is that Bassie. They've thrown every single jammer onto the Bassie.
And it hasn't paid off yet. Webs on both of the Cambions now, and they're actually priming a Vulture, which is super, super tanky. But if one of those jams land on that Basilisk, oh my goodness, look at the damage. And that's a bomb run. Big bomb run there.
That Vulture is taking a lot of damage. At the moment, he's still getting wrapped and he's holding on. But if that Bassie gets jammed, then he'll drop fast. Meanwhile, though, Manticore off
down.
the field. Warlords with first blood. Those Cambions, of course, great at killing support
Badger
ships.
down.
Hound about to fall as well. Oh, and the other Manticore. This is really bad news for PL. They really needed a fast jam on that Bassie.
Yeah, and the support wing of Warlords here, just tearing these bombers apart. Really, really good job by them. That last sound is Scram Webbed. He should be going down here shortly, I would imagine. Seems that the Basilisk on PL did land. He's not repping anybody right now.
Yeah, right now the Bassi is jammed. Tinkang is jammed, and he's not getting any reps off. Meanwhile, Malin is sitting pretty and continuing to rep his whole team.
Yeah, Forlorn and the Blackbird going down. I expect immediately after that, Cheap will go down. It looks like they might have gotten a second jam cycle in a row. That's huge. Yep. That's huge, and it's really cruel for a team that just lost their first round in this series to not landing jams.
So unlike the last match, in this one, I'm pretty confident that the other Blackbird and the Scorpion are going to die. So we're going to see what jammers PL brought, and we'll see whether they maybe didn't bring enough Caldari jammers. Maybe once again they bet too hard on seeing something different.
Well, and I mean,
maybe went all Amar thinking that they'd get another one of those setups.
The analyst desk predicted that Warlords, because they were up 1 in the series, would bring the same comp.
Yep.
And I wonder if Pandemic Legion made that same bet and they brought in a
bunch
jams
of Amar jammers.
for an armor team.
That would not do you any good here.
No.
Off-racial gems do have a chance of being effective, but it's a very low chance.
And of course, going to mention again that Sergeant Annie in the Navy Scorpion is the flagship of the Warlords team. They do still have their flagship, and judging by how this has gone so far, it does pretty good amount of damage. So
yeah, it is doing a ton of damage, and that's a pretty key advantage for Warlords going into the finals. After this, they're going to be facing Camel, and Camel doesn't have their flagship because that got knocked out by PL in the last series.
True. Yeah. The interesting thing, of course, I think we're going to see bans tailored to that. I think the Atana is going to get banned, but before they get to that point, they have to finish off this match with PL. It looks really, really grim for PL, but stranger things might have happened.
You can look at that attack bar for PL right now.
Yeah.
They only have 2 Vultures, Scorpion, Bassi, and Hugin.
The Hugin
boundary violated.
Yeah.
It looks like PL is trying to get this match over with quickly so that we can get on with the series. He micro jump drived himself out of the arena, going for the record.
Yeah, well, it was a good, honest effort. He's quite out there.
But that is going to be the end of the run for Pandemic Legion. That's going to mean they get 3rd place. Like Exodus, they're going to get prize chips, just fewer than Warlords or Camel will.
Right.
And once these last chips get knocked off the field, we'll begin to prepare for the finals, which will be Warlords of the Deep versus Camel.
And if Warlords, awesome execution on this one. As Elise said, easiest series ever. And I think he was actually saying that from the Warlords perspective.
Yeah, it's easy to misunderstand, but I think he was very accurate there.
Yeah, I think he's going to have a lot to think about this evening. Tough loss. I mean, Warlords of the Deep, no joke. Obviously, Warlords and Camel now are going to be in the final, assuming nothing strange happens here. Those teams have practiced a lot together. They share, I think, a lot of the same way of thinking. They share like a hardcore dedication to pin-perfect piloting.
And we saw in the last series where they faced off against each other, Camel really got the better of that.
Right.
Camel seemed to just have Warlords' number. And so now it's going to be up to Warlords, who have been through this whole gauntlet, right? They've had more matches today, while Camel's been sitting off, relaxing, and watching these matches. Warlords is going to start off 1 match down. It's essentially a best-of-5 series, but with Camel already having the first match won, so it's going to end up only being a maximum of 4 matches.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a really tough road for Warlords here.
Yeah, and it's going to be a clean sweep going into that, though. And it is worth mentioning that I think we'll still start that series on schedule.
Yeah, I think that's
which means they'll have a bit of a breather. Admittedly, not much. I mean, to your point, they've played so many matches today. But there goes the last Vulture for PL.
Yep.
That secures them in 3rd place. We saw Exodus secured their 4th place spot earlier in the day. And now we're going to go into a match that a whole lot of people want to see. And I think there's still going to be plenty of smug on the desk, even though Elise has been thoroughly shut down.
I mean, you can only reduce Elise's smug. You can never eliminate it.
This is true. And I think Warlords did that now. So with that, we'll send it back to the desk.
Good evening, Nottingham!
I think this is probably the best organised event I've seen. It's been absolutely amazing.
For a player-led event, this is absolutely fantastic.
and Warlords of the Deep will advance to the finals of this Alliance Tournament 13, Pandemic Legion taking third place.
Disaster.
Disaster.
It was a pretty easy series, but I think I figured out PL's strategy. We're just hoarding our setups for the ATE 14 finals. Like, you gotta think long, man. You gotta think long.
And PL is known for taking the long game.
Yeah.
So
we'll get you.
I said it before, and I will say it again. It can be diminished, but not destroyed. It can be slowed, but never stopped. The PL Smuggernaut, Luis Randolph, he will not be dissuaded from his true belief. Pandemic Legion will undoubtedly come back. They fielded a great team. They just weren't able to overcome Warlords setup.
I don't know about great team, but
a very good. They did.
The Maracha team would have been really cool to see. You guys should not have banned it. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
You gotta do some.
Where's the hero banning?
Service.
Where's the I ban the avatar?
Yeah, you gotta respect the supers, man.
I should. No, like fighting PL, you expect the sign.
Yeah, I think you guys really screwed up there. So just take some notes for next time.
You guys run out of strength, I think, probably.
Yeah, maybe. Okay. Tosis is hard.
It was a great run, and we certainly thank Pandemic Legion for their participation and honor them with this salute. Good job. Third place at this Alliance tournament, Pandemic Legion. And coming up after the break, we will start the finals for Alliance Tournament 13 with the Camel Empire versus Warlords of the Deep. Warlords of the Deep going in at a slight disadvantage, as Apothy mentioned earlier. Camel Empire will start one matchup. This best of 5 series, Camel effectively have already won one of the 3 matches they need, to take the championship.
But we still have our flagship Scorpion Navy issue, so
that is true. In the last round. It is the only flagship remaining at this Alliance tournament, and we will be able to see whether they can use it to great effect in the finals, coming up at 7 o'clock here on Twitch with the CCP EVE Online Alliance Tournament 13 finals.
Showed up in the kitchen sink. I've been sipping codeine in my cruiser, so I'm pissing pink. Ask me if I'm boosted, I don't even own no fucking links. Ask me if my fleet is boosted, man, what you fucking think? All these haters thirsty, so I guess that I'ma let them drink.
In EVE, the only thing worth more than ISK is trust. In Amsterdam, EVE is real.
Good afternoon. I'm CCP Antiquarian, and we are here for the finals of Alliance Tournament 13. With me at the desk for this incredible matchup, up to four games this afternoon, CCP Fozzie, Elise Randolph, and Sir Squeebles. Gentlemen, great to have you with us.
Great to be here.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing. This today has been, like, I think the best single day of Alliance Tournament matches that I've ever seen.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of great finals in Alliance Tournament history, and this one I think has the potential to be up there. Yeah.
Plus, there's so much tension too. I mean, there's more pride on the line even with this than two groups who are in complete conflict. The fact that these two groups know each other so well, there's even more bitterness and friendship, I think.
Whoever loses this is going to get trolled so hard for the rest of the whole year.
Yeah.
Yep.
And probably multiple years following that. Like, this is going to be one of those, like, let me tell you about when great-grandpappy Chester put down. I think it's going to be great.
Certainly a lot on the line and a lot already lost. Camel Empire, notably, having lost several Alliance Tournament holes.
Yeah.
Can we put more emphasis on the word several?
Several.
Several.
But they're already guaranteed to make more than that back.
Yeah, they get 25, right? At least.
No, it's not. Oh, actually, yeah, it is. 25. You're right. Yeah.
Before we cut to the match, one more time, reminding everyone who's watching what's at stake. The winners of this will go home with
a big collection of imps and fiends. I actually don't completely remember the numbers that we had in that. We haven't changed it since last year. But there's a cruiser and a frigate, a heavy interdictor and an interceptor. Both Sanchez Nation ships, incredibly fast, incredibly powerful, and really exciting ships.
And we've got those up on the screen just now for people at home to take a look at.
Gorgeous,
one more time, the imp and the fiend.
Yep, and they're also unique. Like, you can't get those models in other ships.
Yeah, the model of the imp is only been used on a NPC before, never on a player ship. Similar to what we did with the Maraca 2 years ago. Yeah.
Oh, it's a shame those ships got banned all the time. They're so fun to see.
We did see them once, and they did great in that.
May have a little bit of a break there with the video, but that's fine. I think we've got the bands in. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, right. So that's the imp. So it's a interceptor. Takes real advantage of the afterburner bonus that the Sanchez gets. Does a lot of laser damage. Has really good tracking. It really requires you to commit though, because it doesn't have a range bonus. And that's the fiend there. It's a heavy interdictor, though we expect most people won't actually use the bubble because it doesn't let you get repped. But that's there mainly for flavor. What it really is a phantasm with a gigantic tank and more damage.
Yep. I mean, if you tackle a super with that, that's just like
that's super. Yeah, you should get a special bonus for tackling revenants.
Yeah, I think so as well. Yeah.
All right, let's get some predictions for this match. The bans coming in: Camel Empire have banned the Widow and the Atana. Warlords of the Deep banning the Guardian and the Oneros. Quick analysis and your gut intuition. What does it tell you, Sir Squeebles?
I think that's really interesting. I mean, we're kind of pushing teams toward either a traditional Tinker or T2 Shield Logi options. I think they're probably both teams more comfortable with Shield. Scimitar open. Both of them can really execute. Yep. So I still think Camel has the edge. I know
We've seen Warlords use Tech 1 Armor Logi too, so we know that they feel comfortable doing that.
And they still have their flagship, right?
Yep,
so
that's right.
And the flagship would pair really well with a Basilisk. So the Basilisk still open. They could just bring back that comp with the Cambions and the flagship and a Bassi instead of the Atana.
I think we're going to see a lot of Mimitar holes, at least on one half of the field, if not both. You look skeptical.
I mean, both of these teams have really loved their Typhoon Fleet issues. And they both feel very comfortable with it. Maybe Typhoon Fleets and Malices again with Tech 1 Logi. That's both something that these guys have shown that they're comfortable with.
The contrast between a Tech 1 Logi cruiser and a Malice.
Or a Malice, yeah. That
so a Malice being left by an Augur, that has to be pretty nerve-wracking.
Prediction for the fight, Elise?
I think Warlords are in their groove. They're going to do it.
They have to win 3 in a row in order to carry this. Or
three out
of the 4.
Yeah. They might try to do it PL style where they lose the first one and then just come back really cool. I'm going to be right about the comeback story sometime today, so maybe it'll be how.
Let's find out if they can do it. We're going straight to the booth here for the first match of this final. The Camel Empire versus Warlords of the Deep in the finals of Alliance Tournament 13. Commentating from the booth, Apothny and Chesser.
Ladies and gentlemen, my nerds, welcome to the grand final of AT13. Is Apothny here with Chester. An amazing match to start us off. disappointing lack of 80 ships, but other than that, an incredible match for you. We have, for the Camel side, Scorpion Navy issue, 2 Claymores, a Scimitar, 2 Jackdaws, 2 Svipples, a Bellicose, 2 Hounds, and a Merlin Chesser. Tell me about your homeboy team.
Well, Warlords are bringing something that they brought against Camel, very comfortable flying it, and Minmatar Pride, double Typhoon Fleet issues, Typhoon, Eos X-Squarer, Punisher, double Purifier, Hound, double Hyena, double Hound Hyena, and let's get this started because Camel warped in all in a group about 50k away from the beacon, while Warlords is fairly spread out with their Hyena core group at front with all of the Typhoons and their Logi sitting in the back. Match is starting now.
Here we go. Match starts. Let's see what the first primary is. Let's see what the teams do. Immediately, we have the tackle. Mizir in the Swiffle burning straight into the Camel team, going to get some tackle with the other Swiffle as well. Here we go. Tackle crossing.
Yep. This is going to be intense right here. Are they going to be able to screen each other? All of the match, all of the action right here is, are these Hyenas going to be able to help apply the double Fleet Typhoon and Typhoon damage on that quickly? One Hyena's down.
Straight off.
One Hyena's down, but the Scimitar webs are broken now. Miyamoto's going to be able to pull away, but he's low. The target painter bonus is still there. The webs are on. The application's there. It's down. So those Hyenas played off in spades for Warlords. They were able to apply the webs, get the paint, and get the kill off quickly here. Camel needs to think quickly on what their next move is going to be because they're down a Logi already.
That double Hyena means that even if you spend the first few seconds killing one, the second one is going to hold that Cine down. It's going to apply all that missile damage from the Fleet Foons and the Typhoon as well, and you get that kill. Svipple now taking a lot of damage for the Camel Empire. Looks like Warlords are repping up that Hound. The Hound down.
Yeah,
and
you know what?
In fact,
Camel Empire has been completely unable to get anywhere near Malin. X-Square in the back line, still repping, still doing what it can to hold this Warlords team together, but a lot of damage is coming across. You know, both Hyenas down with the Hound down. Their damage is going to start dropping here. They need to start hitting either the Claymores or get this Navy Scorpion off the field right away. You know, we see a lot of teams when facing this situation to either go for a link ship or to go for the damage battleships, but with 2 Claymores, at least getting some of those links off the grid because you know that they're going to be flying with full siege and full skirmish, it may be an important way to go here. A little bit of Svipples getting now pinned down and killed on the Warlord side. They initially were trying to grab that T1 Logi.
Yeah, that T1 Logi now scrammed and painted. It may go down quickly, but the Typhoon is slowly losing more and more of its armor. The Executor just cannot output as much reps as its T2 counterpart, the Ineros. It is so much weaker. I mean, why do you think you would bring an Executor over the Ineros?
They're bringing an Executor over an Ineros just because the Warlords team has opted for a Typhoon in this setup. They really need those extra points sunk into that T1 battleship, and it's going to be interesting now if the extra battleship points are actually going to come down into play here. They've been focusing Draymar on the Empire side, and his Claymore...
the Executor of Malin getting worryingly low here, down to the bottom of its armor tank.
It's definitely going to go down. It's definitely going to go down here. The idea between these two setups is if you can kill their Scimitar first, or their Logi first, and then you lose yours, you still come out ahead because it's 3 battleships to 1 plus 2 command ships. So they're still focusing on Draymar here. He's running through a lot of his shield burst cycles, and the question is how fast can Warlords bring that down?
Whoa, Jackdaw of Camel sniped, taken out by the Warlords of the Deep Team. I mean, that just volley from the Fleet Foons, the Typhoons. You see a ship start to take damage, then boom, it's gone.
This Claymore getting low now. It's just been the primary focus of the Warlords team the entire time. He really needs to go down here before this Foon dies on Warlords, because if not, Camel Empire is going to be in a commanding position in this fight.
I mean, if we look at the bottom end of the team, we have 3 bombers left for Warlords, 2 bombers for the Camel Empire, but the Camel Empire do have a ship with a bonus painter, and that can make a lot of difference in this missile matchup.
It definitely can, but then again, with a lot of both of the support wings taken out, you know, Camel and Warlords both having excellent support pilots, basically with all of it matched out, I'm not sure that Camels is going to be seeing a lot of use out of that target painter.
Hound dropped on the Camel side.
And let's see, I think this Claymore is eventually going to drop here.
Claymore's
Typhoon of Warlords.
He does
Blue
down
Melon's
with the Typhoon.
Blue Melon's Typhoon is still there. This is looking really, really strong for Warlords right now. This is exactly what you want to do with the setup. Originally, it looks weird with the X-Square, but that extra Typhoon, if you can all in with those Hyenas and Paints and nuke the enemy Logi, you're actually in a very commanding position.
And really, the drone bay on the Typhoon.
Yes.
You don't have an exact Logi death, but 2 Fleet Foons, a Typhoon, and an Eos. That is so many heavy armor bots.
Definitely.
You still have so much sustain on their team, as well as the ancillary rappers you can put on the battleships. You can totally run an ancillary rapper, or even just 2 regular reps, or whatever. And it's just so powerful, so much sustain.
And you know what? Camel here losing what's basically left of their bomber wing, and Warlords is going to take this. I highly doubt that this Claymore or this Navy Scorpion is going to be able to get through what's still left. The self-rep ability of the Typhoons, how they're fit. You know, they can survive a little while without a Logi, and the play right away for the Hyenas to be there, get the webs, get those bonus target paints. You know, the Cruise Foons, the Cruise Fleet Typhoons does a lot of damage on a target.
I mean, we were seeing on screen there, thanks to the amazing cameraman, that just gorgeous swarm of ret bots looking after the Warlords of the Deep team, just keeping them up for as long as possible. I mean, the Warlords of the Deep team are largely scram now, but they are on mop-up duty. They have evened up the score. We will see shortly to a 1-1. And now, is this... This is not the Camel Emma's flagship. It's already fell.
Camel can't have it. Warlords is theirs.
Yeah,
Navy
Warlords
Scorpions
is still there.
You know, this initial match is a very interesting fight between two teams that know each other so well. The mind games that are being played are absolutely huge. So we come out here with a team that Warlords flies quite a bit of. We've been seeing it again from them again and again and again throughout the tournament, and they switch up their support a little bit, maybe the mods inside the support a little bit, but they just, I think, want to feel Camel out here, because before, Camel came at them with a very unique Tinker setup, and they had a very difficult time killing it. But so far, it looks like a good showing. I'm excited to see what they're going to bring for the next matches.
I mean, this series overall is going to show some really weird setups designed not to be the best possible setups they are, but to be the best possible setups to kill Warlords or kill Camel.
Exactly. It's like the meta that these two teams have created amongst each other between all the practice and everything like that is going to come into play. You're going to notice some weird choices here. Like, for example, I know you pointed to me the X-Score, like, what? But the Typhoon points and learning how to play the setup so perfectly backwards and forwards against many different things is what is going to be kind of being showcased here between these two teams.
And as the final Navy Scorpion for Camel drops down, a little bit of looting left for Warlords of the team, we will be sending it after some more fantastic ads back to the studio.
Showed up in the kitchen sink. I've been sipping codeine in my cruiser, so I'm pissing pink. Ask me if I'm boosted, I don't even own no fucking links. Ask me if my fleet is boosted, man, what you fucking think? All these haters thirsty, so I guess that I'ma let them drink.
In Eve, the only thing worth more than Isk is trust. In Amsterdam, Eve, Israel.
Warlords of the Deep pulling even with the Camel Empire in that the first fight of this best-of-5 match between the two teams. Certainly surprising to see them ban out the Oneros and then go and bring that Tech 1 Logi instead. Really, really interesting play, and what execution.
They seem very comfortable with that ship. They are actually really powerful ships. They've got the same range as the Tech 2 Logi. Obviously not as much tank, but they still have a low sig. One place where they're a lot weaker is in E-War resistance, though.
Right.
Much lower sensor strength, lower lock range. So that may be a way to take advantage of a team that's relying on the Tech 1 Logi. Throw a couple of jams in. Just have some Galente and Amar jams, and you do really well.
Just in case, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that was, first of all, I'd like to say I called it. Yeah, just saying that. But yeah, that was really fun to watch. At this stage of the tournament, when you're in like the best of 3, now a best of 5 series, the bans are targeted towards the team, right? It's just pure mind game ban. So, let me just ban armor. I'm not going to take this. I'm not going to. Oh, I took it. Wrecked. And really well done by Warlords. I definitely think that even though they've had to play a lot of matches today and they're probably fatigued, I think they have a lot of swagger going for them. They beat PL. They're just in the zone right now, and I think they're just going to keep on cruising.
Adrenaline can make up for a lot.
Yep, exactly.
Well, and it's kind of interesting, that comp with the double Hyena. They're cashing in 10 points just for early target lockdown. I mean, that's really it. They expect those Hyenas to get primaried, and they died. When you only have an executor to back them up, the exec held them up for a little bit, but you know they're going to go down to a decent support wing.
But they got the web so quickly.
Right. Yeah. So no matter how fast you kill them, unless you snap kill both, and you can still carry your momentum out. I mean, that's 4 webs at least.
Yeah, and Banes,
Yeah, so it's really interesting. It's a heavy investment for the 10 points, but it's paid off for them both times that they fielded that setup today.
And Chester was right when he was analyzing it in the booth. Those are basically just suicide hyenas. If you can win the Logi trade by doing that, then the team wins.
Yeah.
Like, that's how it works.
Yeah.
They certainly made it in there. And Chester, whether his vision was impaired by those sunglasses or not, he definitely had eyes on the field, definitely called it correctly. Someone mentioned earlier that the Warlords are the only team with the flagship. Camel having lost theirs earlier. Are we seeing the Scorpion Navy issue come out?
I wouldn't be surprised.
I think you have to. I think right now it's more useful as a threat instead of actually fielding it. Just the threat of fielding it. So Camel will have to respect ban an Etana at least, or respect ban some shield setups. And wasting a ban on something is really, really, really powerful.
Yeah, I agree. I think with the teams knowing each other as well as they do, and the likelihood that they probably know every good shield setup, considering they fly a lot of the same comps, they probably know what is needed to make that flagship work in the comp, right? So they can either ban that out, or they can ban out most of the options, and the ones that are left, they bring a hard counter to.
Yeah.
So maybe suddenly there's a few more Caldari ECM on your maybe. I mean,
for anyone who's new to the rules for flagship, you can't ban out the flagship itself.
Right.
Even if that ship is banned, so even if the Scorpion Navy issue is banned, Warlords could still bring their flagship.
Right.
But what we have been seeing from Camel is bans against like you said, the support ships that go with it. So Etana and Widow are two ships that we've seen Warlords bring with these Scorpion Navy issue teams.
Yeah, and it's also tough because we've seen Claymores come in. I mean, a double Claymore with a super high DPS Navy Scorpion can be really strong.
Yep, that team's really good.
Yeah, and if you're not...
what they just brought, was it not...
That's what Camel just brought.
Yeah,
so
Camel did, right. But funnily enough, Warlords would probably be happy to bring the same thing given the opportunity. So, and then it really comes down to what your core is. You want to try this pseudo tinker where you're feeding cap in and use a couple of battleships. You want to distribute that and use your command ship, for lockdown on their turn. I mean, there's tons of options, but the funny thing is that they already know what all the options are. They're not waiting to be surprised by anything.
The cool thing about these teams is these are the only two teams who have selected the Navy Scorpion as their flagship. So they knew going into the tournament they had this really, really strong shield-based team. Because when you have the Etana, or the ability to get in Etana, you can always take a shield Logi, right? So if you ban Simi and Bassi, okay, I'll take the Etana. You can only ban two things, and they've got three ships. Well, technically five, because you could do Tengu Loki, but whatever, three.
Now, for those of you who might not be familiar with the schedule, these teams are going to be playing the rest of the series back to back to back to back. If it goes to all 4 games, then they're going to play 4 games, one right after the other. The Warlords, of course, have already played now 5 matches today. Camel having played 3. These pilots are coming to the end of their rope if they have one, or they're swimming. What we have designed the schedule around is to give them enough time in between those matches to get into their ships, to get ready, to have the fleet ready to go, and then to give us the signal to move them in. It's not a huge amount of time. It's a lot of time for us to be sitting here talking.
I wish they had much more time. I can tell you that.
If they had twice as much time, they would still feel pressured.
Yeah.
Now, how likely is it that we see, and given these guys are pros, if there's such a thing as tiers in the Alliance tournament, and I'm not convinced that there is, but if there's such a thing as tier teams, these are top tier teams.
Yeah.
These are clearly the 2 best that have made it through this far in the tournament, that this is the only place they can go. How likely is it that we see a mistake during these fragile minutes in between matches?
Considering how tired they are, I wouldn't be surprised.
I think it's
We've seen it from
likely,
great teams already. We've seen misplays from both Camel and Warlords earlier today. We've seen people mess up just details of their ships, stuff like that. There was a kill mill that I saw on Reddit. One of the PL Hound pilots, another player with a lot of tournament experience, just forgot to put his implants in. So the implants were still sitting in the cargo hold of the Hound.
Well, it could be that he already had it.
He
in
might
his
already,
hands.
But I mean, those kind of mistakes, it happens when they're under this much pressure, even for the best teams.
Do you go ahead and bring extra implants just in case? Just in case.
Yeah,
Put 'em
well,
in
I mean,
every
you
hull.
fit up all the ships a few weeks or a week before, and you want to make sure that everything is in the ship ready to go, so you don't have to ask. Like, that's the thing that kills people. Like, oh, hey, I need like 50 more ammo, but like 10 people saying that, it just drives someone handing out ships, just drives them totally insane. So ask Seamus. He had almost a complete mental breakdown in Alliance Tournament 11 trying to do this.
Yeah, you don't want to be switching up modules if possible. That's how you end up with a 5 meganewton micro warp drive on your semi, which again is a mistake that any team could make.
But only one did.
Only one did, but any team could.
Yeah. Sorry,
it's just
TNT.
super high pressure. Yeah.
That was too much.
TNT did great. They did great.
They did great.
Yeah. They are great.
They are great.
Yeah.
They're like Mad Mardigan.
Chester
from
is
Willow.
nodding his head profusely right now. I think that might be his favorite team.
You know, Chester and I are here. We're always right here. I hope I didn't just pound my mic. Deafened the entire studio.
Whatever
audience.
tier TNT are on, I'm sure it's a wonderful tier. There's lots of wonderful people.
That's fine. Now, while we wait for the teams to get their ships fitted, to get everything ready, a little bit of commentary just from you guys on what you saw earlier today, coming from CCP Nullarbor, the station revamp or structure revamp, I suppose is more accurate, and from CCP Karkur about ghost fitting. Any excitement there?
I think everyone's super psyched about the citadels and the structures in space. Like, that's something that EVE players have been yearning for forever, just like new kind of pauses. And when you get rid of pauses, when you finally do it, I don't think anyone's going to be really sad at all, right? Like, fueling pauses and taking care of them and even shooting them, it's kind of
I think we're going to print out all the code and then make a video of ourselves lighting it on fire.
Yeah.
It would be great.
Just go Office Space style and just start beating it.
Can we fax it to someone and have them burn it? Let's go as
far away as possible. Yeah.
So that's it. And the ghost fitting, like as far as fitting these ships for the tournament, it seems like that would make that job at least logistically perhaps a little bit easier.
Yeah, I mean, any utility like that, obviously EFT and PyFa are the leading two. I think there are also some in-browser options that are available. Mm-hmm. There's tons of different types, and they sort of cater to different levels of detail. You can pull up damage graphs and damage profiles and say, Suetonia's write-ups include a lot of those, as do some other high-level EVE players. But yeah, having it in-game as opposed to having a player who comes in and says, man, these fittings are really good, but I don't want to spend 30 million on a Tech 2 rig and then find out I don't have enough calibration points because I wasn't paying attention. That's awesome, and integrating those. There'll always be a place, I think, for those third-party utilities who want to delve in a little bit deeper. So things even like including links. Would it be great to have in-game? Yeah, but since that functionality already exists, it's more just about making it, how do I not have to Alt-Tab over and open this up? Yeah. So it's great. And I mean, the visuals of it are amazing, and anytime more depth is added to the game without it being tedium, I'm happy. And given how much time I spend in station poorly fitting ships, ghost fitting, my favorite.
I think cutting down on Alt-Tab in general is a good idea.
Yeah.
One, it keeps people in the game, but two, I cannot tell you how many reports we get coming in like every month where someone's like, I Alt-Tabbed out, I Alt-Tabbed back, everything was gone.
I do this all the time, like with just link ships or just scouts. I'm like, oh, I have to Alt-Tab, look at the map or something. I come back just as the ship's exploding. I'm like, oh.
Why am I in a pod? I thought it was in my Proteus. What?
I've lost link ships to just belt rats or gate rats, just, you know. These things happen.
I won't say famously, but I found some drifters recently in LoSec. And at the time, I was flying a blinged out Orthrus that I had actually from last year's commentator realm. Nice. And I thought, the Alliance Tournament 13 is coming up. Let's go and knock the dust off this, prepare it for glory as we return. And then I was like, hey, NPCs on a gate. I'll just do this while my friend is reshipping. Mm-hmm. And what are they? Apollo Tyrannosaurus.
I don't think that's their official.
Well, that's how I feel about them.
You can call him Apollo. Just go with his first name.
Yeah. So that Orthrus is no longer with us, but it was a good run.
They're pretty mean,
I read about some lore after that, and come to find out, those guys, they hurt a lot.
They're pretty rude. They have no respect.
Yeah. The whole Drifter storyline, I think, is something else, and encountering them in game is unpleasant.
Yeah, they're nasty
in a lot of situations. Not always unpleasant. Mm-hmm. There's beautiful graphics, wonderful work, wonderful work from CCP Blue Screen and his team. Mm-hmm. They've really just crafted some wonderful ship hulls that we love to see explode. Maybe not so much our own, but the Drifter battleship with the turrets.
Yeah, the turrets like hover on the edge.
It's creepy.
And the Doomsday effect,
nice.
And we've seen now what happens when like 100 of them decide to Doomsday the same Titan at the same time.
That's
Rest
pretty
in peace.
savage.
It's serious business. Also serious business, and Sir Squeebles, thank you for bringing this up earlier. There's a EVE group of, and I'm not really sure that I have the entire story. I'm going to go to you as much as I can. Of veterans?
Yeah, so basically it's an in-game community called Best of Us, and there's a single individual, I think he founded it and still spearheads it. He has a Twitter account at EVE Best of Us, I think it is, and an in-game channel which is just Best of Us, all 3 words with the space in between. And it's essentially just a community within the game that exists for people who are either in active service in the military or military veterans. So obviously that's a community that spans the globe, and it's kind of cool that he's anchored a community based on that. And they connect on a lot of levels, I think, in real life, and mostly just hang out in the game. It's kind of an easy way in if you're like, hey, I've just got into EVE, don't know who to play with. If you're an ex-military, current military, or even a military family, I'm sure they're a pretty open group. And
yeah, they're a great group of guys.
They do some really cool stuff, and they're very active about just talking to different organizations and saying, hey, let people know this is out there. So really, really awesome, and I had meant to give them a shout-out yesterday and forgot about it, but definitely cool. And again, the in-game channel is Best of Us. For anybody that wants to learn more about that, I'm sure they'd be happy to answer your questions.
Along the same lines, not entirely the same, but as far as player groups designed to help out other EVE players, there is a movement known as Broadcast for Reps, and I don't have a script in front of me, and this probably deserves a lot more preparation than I have to give it, but there's a lot of trouble in the world. There's a lot of people that have difficulty in their everyday lives, and Broadcast for Reps is a way for players to help each other out in real life, outside of EVE, and maybe give someone just a voice on comms to talk to. And if you're interested in Broadcast for Reps and finding out more about them, please look into them online. I'm sure they have a website, and if not, you can find out about them somehow through eveonline.com.
Yeah, they're pretty easy to track down. And more to that end, I think there's probably a ton of good player organizations either that we already know or that probably we don't know of. I mean, I spend most of the time yelling about my own stuff and occasionally listen to other people. But if anybody has anything like that, if you want to tweet it at me at EveSirSqueebles, I'll retweet any of the player organizations because they're really cool. I mean, I got into a group that was sort of a niche group for something, and I stayed for years, much to some people's chagrin. So it's really cool, and I think it's an awesome part of the game that doesn't get as much coverage as, you've got the big fights, but you don't have like the Romanian cheesemakers club that they all play EVE together. But something on that level exists, and I think it's something that a lot of players haven't cashed in on yet.
And if it doesn't exist, I really hope.
I'm sure it will now.
Honestly, that's going to be the next alt corporation.
Rule 35, if you can think of it, there's an EVE group. It's closely related to another rule. I can't remember what it was about. The next fight coming up should be starting briefly. We have about 2 minutes until the teams take the field, and we have the bans in for this next, the second battle of this war between the Camel Empire and Warlords of the Deep. Bans coming in. Camel Empire have banned the Basilisk and the Malice, and Warlords of the Deep have banned the Scimitar and the Atana. So the Basilisk, the Scimitar, and the Atana, shields are gone.
Yeah. Well, not entirely. Tengu's. Yeah. And we have seen Camel dominate with a Tengu Tinker against Warlords earlier today.
Yeah.
I don't know that I would go that route at this stage in the game, though.
Well, you ban out the Malice, and the Malice is really good.
True.
For
I mean, that definitely shuts it down. But really, the question is, do you go with the? I don't see either of these teams fielding what we would call a traditional Tinker of just 5 or 6 ships, all of which are really beefy. I'm not saying that they couldn't pull it off.
No, 5 or 6 would be awful.
Right, but I think the metagame
we just saw that, though. We just saw Camel earlier today with the Widow Tinker, right?
That is true.
And they were very successful with it, and these bans leave that very open.
Yep, and they can bring your Navy Scorp in there. Yep. If you're Warlords, you can just take the flagship Navy Scorp.
It's very possible. I think these guys have to at least be thinking about that and trying to prepare for that. Yeah. We might see very heavy ECM. We haven't seen ECM bans from these two teams against each other that much, but there's been some very strong ECM. Like we saw the Widow ban, but nobody's banning out Scorpions or Blackbirds.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it's entirely possible that they just say, you know what, I'm going back for comfort and just take their Typhoon teams because they're really surgical with those teams. Like, at this point in the tournament, it's hard to overstate just how exhausted some of these pilots have to be. So when you have a setup that you run all the time and you're successful at it, you can just kind of autopilot and do stuff really, really well in them. So.
Yeah.
The last time we saw an ECM ban, a serious one, I think, from one of these teams was this morning when Camel Empire banned out both the Blackbird and the Kitsune.
Right.
And we're just like, nope, no. Not that again. So
that was when they brought the Widows, wasn't it? Maybe, or maybe not.
It's the sorry, the fight where their flagship went down.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So they brought
that was earlier, yeah. I think it's important to note for anyone that hasn't seen one of these grand finals before, this is a best of 5, but Camel, because they came from the winners bracket, started out with one matchup. So even though Warlords won the first actual match, they're just tied right now.
Yeah. Essentially, it just became a best of 3.
Yeah. That's like a fresh best of 3 series.
Which is a best case scenario, I think, for Warlords, other than that it's taken another match's worth of effort from them. And because you're absolutely right, they do have the momentum advantage now.
Yep.
So now on an equal footing, but one team, I mean, especially with all these shields banned out and Warlord just came in and performed really well in an armor setup, I'm kind of curious if anybody is going to try and still run shields.
So here's the real question. Do one of these teams have something that they've like maybe practiced with other practice partners?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
Complete internal practices. These guys do, I think, have enough people that they could run some internal practices just for themselves. And we've seen other teams do that. I think PL does that, the complete internal practices. And maybe combining that with the joint practice, there might be some very secret stuff up their sleeves.
The reason PL does it is because no one would want to test with us. We just spurge too hard. We'd spend like 50 minutes just tinkering with setups on the field. So we're forced to do it by ourselves, but it's okay. We're a dysfunctional family with lots of bronze.
Dysfunction meaning not winning? Is that?
Oh my God!
Third place is kind of winning. It's like.
Speaking of third place,
with third place you could be like an honorary Canadian.
Yeah,
we're really happy with that all the time.
With third place, you will win 7 of each of the prize ships.
Nice.
So Pandemic isn't going home
just
empty-handed.
a few Bugattis, not tons of them, right? Just a few.
Yeah. For fourth place, Exodus this year, they've gone home with 3 of each of the 2 prize ships. Second place, so the loser of the series that we're watching right now will take 15 of each ship, and the winner of the Camel Empire Warlords of the Deep final will take home 25 each of the Imp and the Fiend. So that's a serious reward.
Yeah, it's definitely really nice. I mean, that's 5 trillion-esque, more
Plus
or less.
they're getting a bunch of plex.
Yep.
Right.
And some plex and some
medals.
After their run, they're probably going to want to go ahead and sell those plex while the market's good.
They also get the one thing that people almost always forget about is the little trophy, the little in-game trophy that moves between the... There's only one trophy. They move
Currently,
it around.
Camel has it. Yeah. We take it away from people who had it before, and we edit its description and give it to the new winners. Yeah.
Who owns the cut? Like, who receives it? Is it the CEO?
Team captain.
It's it's the Alliance Executor.
Okay.
But then they can give it out to whoever they want. But
Or we just keep it and hoard it and just look at it.
Yeah, the prizes for the AT we give to the Alliance Executors because that's the person that you know isn't that at least has to be the most trustworthy person in the Alliance because they could completely destroy the Alliance anytime they want.
All right, let's take a look at the next match coming up, and as soon as we can, we'll go to the booth. Guys, who do you pick in this decisive match?
I mean, Warlords looks so comfortable in a comp that's not banned by anything touched there, so I'm going to say Warlords.
I think Camel's going to win this one, but Warlords will win the series later.
I think Camel's going to take this match and the series.
Camel's going to take this match and the series.
Yeah.
That's a pretty...
I don't know if they'll win all the rest of the matches, but I think they're going to win this match, and I think they're going to win the eventual series. Yeah.
There's no rest of the...
Well, it's that one now. It's the first of 3 wins.
Yeah.
Okay.
So like they could win, lose, and then win. And
I got it. All right. I see.
Camel have never lost a series before.
Well, they've lost games in series. They've lost one in this tournament, and they lost one last year to the Tuskers.
They never lost a whole series.
Never a series. Though.
Yeah. Okay. I know. I'm not.
Let's hope this series is as easy for them as it was for you all today.
That kind of hurts still.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not entirely emotionally numb yet.
I was really with you. My empathy gland was still healthy up until you made your remark toward me in the commentator booth.
I did have 3 weeks to cherish.
There was a team from my alliance in the tournament briefly.
For a little bit.
They were there.
It was cute.
They looked good.
It almost lasted longer than Brave, I think, right?
No. I will not outright lie to these people. No, but we're another team that it was kind of our first year, and which is not to say that we didn't take it seriously. There was a whole lot of work put in, but
Gets better, buddy. Gets better.
You would know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Although you all have done well long enough that we'll get there one day. We'll get there one day.
My first tournament appearance was in a rainbow get-in with different colored lasers for each of my lasers, just to show off, and we lost horribly.
Not the rainbow baton?
No.
You couldn't do the dark side of the moon?
This may have been before the baton was released. This was a long time ago.
I think it's just so classy.
Yeah, that is the good one.
We have a slight technical difficulty with the teams coming onto the field. They are being moved, I'm told, just now, but it's going to be a bit before all of the refs are set up. Of course, we want to have this go down perfect. We don't. Doesn't do anybody any good if, for some reason, one team just doesn't appear. It's not pleasant to see.
So one thing we can talk about, we've seen now tournament prize ships from a bunch of different factions. And we first did a run of all the major Empire factions, and then we started now a run of all the pirate factions. So we've got 2 left, the Blood Raiders and the Serpentis. Which one do you think we should go to next for Alliance Tournament 14?
Serpentis for sure.
Yeah, Serpentis is my vote
Just
as
give them
well.
like gigantic passive hull tanks.
Well, plus they would look amazing.
And like 8 million% webs. I don't know how that works math-wise, but I'm pretty sure it would work.
It makes you go backwards.
Yeah. Actually,
a tractor beam.
That would be the best.
It's a web that attaches you to
launches you out of the arena.
Yeah.
Hopefully the art team can work on a small grappling hook that maybe is thrown from one ship to the other, and then
I know Manny would be very happy about this.
Yeah.
He has a capital balance idea that he proposed on Reddit, wherein a Titan could launch a harpoon at another Titan and just hold on to it forever.
That would be great. I can imagine what could be done with that. Maybe introduce ragdoll physics. Just really take it to another level.
It would be like Goat Simulator in space.
So not impressed by your guys' design potential.
I think there's a lot of cool potential for tournament ships in the future. Like hull tanks, I'm always a huge fan of for the Serpentis. We don't have a tournament ship armor logi yet, so maybe...
we need one of those.
I've loved the idea for a while of making a Blood Raider Guardian that instead of having a cap transfer bonus, has a crazy NOS bonus, so that it feeds itself off the other team.
Well, let's go to the match now, and then we'll continue this discussion after the next one, where we have another 20 minutes to chat. For now, though, we'll go to Apothony and Chesser in the booth for this, the second fight of the finals of Alliance Tournament 13.
Hey guys, welcome back to Game 2. I'm Maverick and Goose, bringing you here with the next match between Camel and Warlords of the Deep. Warlords have brought their tried and true Armor Typhoon setup with double Typhoon Fleet, Damnation, double Purifier, Guardian, double Zvipple, double Confessor, Vengeance, Malediction. Apoth, what has Camel brought?
Camel have brought their famous Tinker with 2 Scorpion Navy issues, 2 Widows, a Vulture, and that Tinker Tengu. Match starting in about 20 seconds. So, I mean, do you think that Camel might have pulled a PL and pivot all Lamar jammers and this time actually be right?
You know, that's the question, and I think we're going to find out fairly shortly here. I guess what it's really going to come down to is what kind of links are the Damnation running and how much ECCM is spread amongst the bombers and other things that are on the Warlords team.
Here we go with the start of the match. A lot of the ships close together. The only ships
basically warping it at 0. Instantly, we have tackle on the Widow and the Vulture of Camel.
Yeah.
We're going to try and see what their first primary is and see how effective they are with jams, but I'm not seeing jams being placed just yet. There we go. Okay, so
yeah, it looks like newts being spread across the Widow, Tango, and Vulture, trying to disrupt that cap chain at the same time, getting tackled down.
Look at these foods coming in here. If we can get a bump,
Here come the bumps. Typhoon barreling in. First, which Typhoon is it first?
Oh, they're just waiting yet still. They might see if they can break the Tinker. This Zvipple of Warlords is paying the price for it, though. Widow's getting dangerously low. Ooh, Zvipple down already. Jams are being spread a little bit more. Guardian effectively being jammed out completely by these Widows. Maybe they did get all of Marjan Armors because I've not seen a single rep cycle.
All of those Scorpion hulls, the Widow and the Second Navy issue, have put themselves in between the Warlords team and the Tengu. So if they want to bump the Tengu, they're going to have to hit the Scorpion Navies and then hit the Tengu, which really dissipates the amount of force.
Yep, using piloting to block the Tengu is a smart thing that I know has been practiced many times, and all it is meant to do is just stop bumping from happening, because we saw how terrible a bump can be, for example, in that PL match that we saw earlier today. The jamming actually is not having a huge effect all of a sudden. The Guardian is still getting through with its rep. The Zvipple, who's been primary the entire time by Camel, is still staying up, and I'm not sure if they brought all armor jammers or not, or if they have a better spread, but it looks like the Guardian, minus that's first Vipul, is being able to at least hold the damage that's coming out of this Camel team.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about watching a Tinker match is that you can see not a lot happen on the Tinker side, and very slowly the non-Tinker side lose ships, but then at any moment, the Tinker can fail via bump, via neuting.
Sergeant Andy's coming in now with the Typhoon. This is going to be big.
As well, getting low.
Is he going to be able to make any significant bump with this? He's coming in at a slight angle, maybe trying to dodge around some of those Scorpion and Widow hulls there. But looks like he's missing the mark a little bit here. Unsuccessful. I think he just scraped the edge.
Oh, the Vulture going into armor, however.
He just scraped the edge of the Vulture. Is that enough? Is that enough?
Might be broken. And
oh, the links. Oh, the reps are gone. The reps are gone. He did it. He did it. Come on, come on,
is
come
the
on.
Vulture gonna live
this
or die?
Vulture is right on the edge right now.
Oh,
Vulture
down. Is down.
Wow, Sergeant Anti, incredible piloting. Incredible piloting right there. Just hit the edge of the Vulture, pumped it out of position just enough, and that's the danger of having only a 9-kilometer rep.
And here we see
excellent play.
The Tinker massively reduced in efficacy. They've lost all the links, so that's SIG, that's resist, that's shield rep amount. Any possibility could even be sensor intake to allow possibly jams in that are just utility jams on the Warlords of the team.
You know,
the Widow now going really low. Immediately the effect of losing the links being shown.
Yes,
how deep they go before reps
But
catch.
the other thing I want to notice, look at Camel Empire. They're immediately switching their jams over to damage. They know, just like what you were saying, with that sensor, with the siege and the skirmish
Widow
links
going
down.
into armor.
Oh,
Widow
this
going
Widow
into
drops.
structure.
Warlords
Widow dropping through structure.
Oh, this is so close right now. Widows are trying to...
down.
Wow. Widows were trying to jam out bombers. They were trying to jam out fleet Typhoons because with the links being gone, they need to stop damage at all costs, but it's not enough. With one Widow down and their links, this is going to be very, very difficult for Camel to come back to. What they really needed right here, Apoth, was that flagship Scorpion Navy issue, because without it, I just don't think they have the damage. The Guardian's been able to keep up basically everyone on the team minus that first Vipul.
Yeah, I mean, and without that first set of jams, the more damage is coming in. This second Widow already taking a ton of damage going into structure already. It's going to drop, and it looks like we may be about to see Warlords take the lead. They will be the first team to take more than one game from Camel in Camel's tournament history over the past 2 tournaments.
With an absolutely, I just have to say, MVP of this game is Sergeant Anti, curving his Typhoon around the Widow hulls and the Scorpion hulls and just grazing the edge of that Vulture, bumping it just enough out of place, everyone being there. And remember, because Camel has a penchant for just focusing all their jams on the Guardian, they weren't jamming out all of the DPS that Warlords can bring because they were comfortably tanking it, as you could see, and they paid the price for it because that Vulture dropped.
And here goes the Tengu down to the bottom of its shield without those ETs incoming, with only 2 ships left supporting it. It's struggling for cap. It's struggling so hard. It's going down to the bottom of its armor.
Miyamoto can only hold out for so long against the DPS that Warlords can bring.
I mean, really, this has been a fantastic execution of how you kill a Tinker. A Tinker built so well. A Tinker flown by one of the best Alliance tournament teams in the game.
Oh, okay, here.
This is how you kill it.
Niart Gun had to relog mid-fight.
What?
So Niart Gun, the Widow pilot of Camel, had to relog mid-fight, and that may have caused that sudden ECM drop that we saw and the ability for Warlords to kill that first Widow. That is unfortunate. If what I'm reading in local is true, that's unfortunate right there.
Yeah, I mean, we're
one of their
watching now
pilots
this
had to
first
relog.
of the 2 Navy Scorpions go down, and I mean, I don't know why he had to relog, why he needed to. Really unlucky for him to have such difficulties with the client. That's obviously not how we want to see match decided. If that is in fact the case.
You know, but there's been other questionable log with teams before. VOC in their first match dropping, very surprisingly, dropping a match that early. All had complained about massive log and incline issues, and actually the technical difficulties that we were experiencing earlier. Duncan Tanner on the Warlords team, he actually had to relog, and that's
Before
what we were
waiting.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what we were waiting for initially. So I'm not sure what's going on over in Europe, but maybe there could be a few issues there.
Yeah, I mean, we see now the final Navy Scorpion going through structure. It's not our job to say what's going on with the server or anything. We'll probably hear from CCP, but with the last ship down, we will send it after those great ads back to the studio.
Warlords 2-0.
EventC Collides will be the premier esports program.
Come and check out our website and make sure to tune in every first Sunday.
And Warlords of the Deep going up in this championship matchup, 2-1. Camel obviously bringing in the afforded victory from the winner's bracket. Notably, this is Warlords' 6th win of the day. They've fought 6 fights already.
It's crazy.
And they've won all of them.
And with some great bumps.
Yep.
That is a very impressive set of bumps that got them that win.
Still selling the comeback story.
Yeah, I mean, we nailed it. I mean, we talked about the possibility of seeing that Tinker just with what was banned out. And also we talked about the possibility of Warlords taking a comfort setup.
Yep.
A setup that they're great at flying, that they could just pilot in their dreams if they had to. But that was actually some dream-worthy piloting. They bumped that vulture so far out, and like I don't know if you've ever tried to do. You just look. It's easy to say, "Oh, just bump the guy out. It's easy." It is definitely not easy.
No, not at all.
We've seen teams try this and fail. We've seen great teams try this and fail. Just the ability to just keep bumping, just one after another.
It was clever choice of targets too.
Yeah.
Like Apothony said, the entire Camel team was actually shielding the Tengu.
Yeah.
So they got the other ship in front to make the Tengu an uninviting target for bumping. But then Warlords just decided, well, let's pick another target. We'll bump him and then primary him down.
And that was as good of a target as they could get with besides the Tengu. I mean, to take those links down, just again, as the commentator said in the booth, once your links are down, the core idea of a Tinker of high resist profiles is pretty much shot.
And also the jammers become weaker, so incoming damage gets amplified. Your tank gets weaker, as you mentioned. So that's like a double whammy.
Yeah. So I was absolutely wrong about them not taking a super condensed Tinker. Now there were 6 pilots on the field, which is all this entire tournament we've not seen people favor that Tinker style.
Yeah.
But then again, all those other teams are out and they're still here. So clearly,
50% win rate though on that setup.
Yeah, pretty much. But yeah, I mean, it was impressive. And again, the manual piloting on the Warlords side earned them that win for sure. But yeah, I mean, the relog, unfortunate. You never know what that issue could be.
It does happen sometimes. They are, I think those two are in different continents actually. So it probably wasn't any kind of like mass outage as much as it could just be like smaller outages.
Sometimes you get really excited and you knock a thing of water over your keyboard and you're like, ah. I've done that before.
With that exact noise, of course.
Yep. I've done that in an Alliance tournament match before. In
No,
fact.
you've not done that in an Alliance tournament match.
I have. I've knocked over a thing of water on my keyboard. I got up really quickly and just hide that from me. I don't want this thing to end. Like,
we're just moving.
That's why I get the mug.
If this machine goes down, the whole stream. We're running everything on this laptop.
That was the real problem. I yanked out the cable. That's not what the real problem was. I didn't yank out the cable. We don't know. We don't know what was going on with the log yet, or at least we haven't received any notice that there was anything.
I'd be curious to find out. I don't know if the gentleman in the commentator booth can look it up, or if you can look it up, what the fit on those widows was.
We're going to try to take a look. We've got the Z-Kill board up actually to take a look once basically they get posted. But yeah,
I know there is a slight delay, but I mean that's going to tell a huge part of the story as to whether or not they thought maybe.
I mean, if we predicted it, I'm sure they kind of knew what was coming.
Well,
right?
sure. I mean, and that's something we talked about. Is I don't think they're going to be outright surprised about any of the setups themselves. It's those higher level of decisions of thinking. It's essentially, I've forgotten the phrase now. Clearly, I'm not on that higher level. I'm in the lower tier commentating right now.
I mean,
that's what the desk is.
When it comes to making,
lower tier, upper tier.
Predictions on the other team, there's knowing and there's really knowing. It's easy to say, oh, you know what? I think there's a good chance they'll bring this, and then sure you'll be right, maybe 60% of the time. But if you commit too heavily on the jams, which is what we actually just saw from PL earlier today, where they decided that, oh, you know what, we know exactly what they're going to bring, and put all your jammers on that. In that final match between PL and Warlords, the Scorpion was all Mar jammers, and I've only seen the kill mail from one of the Blackbirds, but it was all Mimitar jammers. I've not yet to see a single Qatari jammer on that team. There might be one on the other Blackbird. But.
PL has a tendency to just going just full bore in these series, like best of 3 series, just trying to outsmart their opponents and just going, making these tweaks. They did it to perfection in Alliance Tournament 11, where they won several mirror matches just because they decided to bait tank and just throw extra hardeners on. That would make absolutely no sense to do normally. But it doesn't always pay off.
Sometimes it's better to just try to spread things out. Like maybe lean a bit more towards what you think you might be vulnerable against or what the opponent might bring, but hedge your bets. And
so what you're saying is that sometimes overthinking is a problem, and sometimes the Magoo strategy is in fact the optimal strategy.
And we might see some anchoring coming out of Camel in this next match. I mean, when in doubt, go for the Magoo.
I mean, technically Tinkers do generally anchor.
No, that is true.
Yeah, there was some anchoring probably on the field there.
This is... My God.
I would be interested to know. These teams have tested. Obviously, you test against a Tinker if you've got a setup. I'd be interested to know in testing how many times the Warlords team beat the Tinker that Camel took. I would suspect that the Camel Tinker wins about 70% of the time.
Really? And why do you say that?
Well, it has that that Warlords team has actually lost to a Tinker before. Like they tried to bump a Tinker and it failed. Like bumping a Tinker isn't reliable.
It's risky,
It's very risky. And if that's your only strategy, it's really hard to do.
Yeah, because they had no serious disruption, right, in the way of huge numbers of jams or damps or anything like that. So
That's the infuriating thing when you're testing against jam teams, because it's hard to record it like a lucky jam cycle or an unlucky jam cycle. So if you're trying to get reliability, which is what you do when you test.
You just get a lot of tests.
Yeah. So there's just so much noise, and you're like, does this test win? We got lucky on jams, or you just dismiss it and say, we got unlucky on jams. It should win sometimes. But yeah, I would be interested to see, go behind the scenes and see how many times, or how Camel felt when they saw the matchup. I have a feeling Camel were really happy when they saw the teams line up, or they saw the teams land, because they intentionally banned out the Malice. The Malice is what makes that team a Tinker killer.
Yeah.
Without the Malice, that team has to rely on the bumping.
The pumping, I mean, it's a unusual tactic in EVE in that it's physical. So very little. I mean, your progress in EVE, your velocity, your transversal, all of that, heavily considered, I think, by a lot of people. It's very rare that someone considers, oh wait, I might run into something. Or oh wait, something might stop me from going. It just doesn't factor into your normal everyday pilot's consideration, unless you're AFK mining, in which case bumping might be something that you worry about.
or knocking someone off an undog, or catching a freighter. Yeah, there's a lot of times where
but they're very niche.
It's more of an advanced tactic, though.
Yeah, they're more of a niche scenario for sure. It's typically around other bumpable objects. I mean, stations, gates, bumping links off of a gate.
I
is something
love
a lot of people do.
bumping as a method of tackling someone from a cloaky ship. If you can't lock them fast enough because you've got your recloaking delay, just get in there and start bumping them until you can get a lock.
That's going to get gift. Just letting you know.
I'm sure it will.
You have such an eye for that, by the way. That's beautiful.
I just caught it out of the corner of my eye. I was like, that is definitely going to be seen a lot of times.
Internet, we call on you. GIF Fozzie. GIF Fozzie?
No, don't know.
The first one. I mean, you're the wordsmith, so.
I just craft them. If someone else has made them, I don't even know how they work.
To take it to the next level of predictive commentating, what are they going to ban? What is each team going to ban? What makes more sense?
I have to sit this one out.
Well, you've got to give us a minute. One of the several.
I think Camel will always be banning the Atana. Always. They'll always be banning that Atana. I don't know about the other logistics that they'll ban. The Malice looks really good to ban as well.
Yeah. I think you need to ban the Atana just because of the flagship.
Yeah.
Because they can bring in Atana too, I'm sure, but they don't have the flagship to pair with it.
Right.
I think you're right with that. Here's a question. Do you consider banning the Typhoon fleet issue? Because they've shown, hey, banning the armor logi doesn't do jack against that.
Interestingly enough, Camel did do that against Warlords. Warlords took the Typhoon team, and they looked really out of their element doing that. So maybe they go back to the strategy, because they've already beaten the Warlords team in a best of... Was it a best of 3?
Yeah, they beat them, and they went 2-0 and actually dominated them. Yeah,
they looked really in control. Camel did against the Warlords team then. So I think you just try and take a breather and just go back to what works. I really like that idea. Ban Atana, Typhoon fleet issue.
Maybe go back to banning armor and then bring some ECM to take advantage of the Tech 1 logi Yeah. E-War Resistance. Again, don't rely on it. Don't just like jump all in on the Marjammers and be like, we're going to get him this time.
I mean, sometimes when you believe a little bit too hard, these things happen.
Yeah. I just asked the question. I wasn't going to offer.
I think you need to post up on this, buddy.
Yeah, so I don't disagree that the Typhoon Fleet issue is kind of a good choice here. As we talked about, they knew that was still a possibility in this last match, and they brought something that they thought would work against it. And again, to your point, I mean, there's a lot of chance and a lot of finer details involved in how they won that match, but still, they left the Typhoon Fleet issue open, thought they could beat it, didn't beat it. But it also, I think, it's a very strongly broadcasted message when you do ban that out. And the danger of it is, Warlords has other things up their sleeves. So how do you complement that? I think you're right. The Atana is, if the Atana is allowed in any match today, I would be very, very surprised.
What I think would be kind of cool, not to cut you off, would be, I was just thinking about this. You ban the Atana and the Scorp Navy issue or you just ban the Scorp Navy issue if a lodge is open, if you're Warlords. And then you take your Scorp Navy issue flagship team. So you just try and force a mirror match, but you get the flagship.
Well, you won't be forcing a mirror match in that case, because they won't be able to bring the mirror.
Right. Oh, okay. So that's why I didn't think about it instantly.
You could do that as a way to throw them off, but I'm sure they'll be ahead of that.
Yeah.
But I mean, it is like we have seen.
Because that's one of the teams we see Camel and Warlords both bring, is that Navy Scorpion core with Claymore for heavy tackle. It's really devastating.
Well, and the issue is, if you leave the Navy Scorpion open, there's only so many Logi that can support it, right?
Yep.
So you can do what they've done.
Hey, they could bring an Osprey or a Scythe.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to see that. I would love to see that. But yeah, if you leave the Scorp Navy issue open, I feel like the ban doesn't really benefit anybody, honestly. I don't feel like it gains, to his point, doesn't gain Warlords an advantage of any sort, and Camel wouldn't gain a whole lot from it either.
I think if there's one thing that the viewers should take away from this discussion, like, we are all just like super confused about what should be banned. Like, maybe this or maybe that or maybe not, or like getting inside of our own heads.
So much time.
And we're under so much less pressure than these guys are. Like, we're just sitting back here like, oh, whatever, maybe this, maybe that. They're going through that same discussion, except at twice the speed, and with like sweat dripping down their faces and just like really, really stressed.
But I would also, I would add to that, they have so much more information because they know what they're capable of.
Yeah,
we don't fully know what their teams are practicing.
But sometimes information, not to cut you off, it could be too much, right? Like, if you know a lot of information, it just makes you overthink and overthink.
Not that it's important, but I would counter that wherever they are, it is going to be invariably cooler than it is in this studio room right now.
I would argue differently. Because they have small knit octopi?
Is it octopi or octopuses?
Octopod. Pretty sure it's octopod.
Octopod.
I feel like octopuses is right out.
Let us know in Twitch chat.
Yeah, there you go.
Because I'm sure someone knows.
Better use of Twitch chat than...
We've got to have a marine biologist somewhere on Twitch chat right now.
What we do have is the bans.
Oh, joy.
That's maybe like not as interesting as a marine biologist.
Did someone ban the octopus?
The octopus has been banned. It was Camel that did it. No, the bans coming in, unsurprisingly, the Atana is banned by Camel Empire. Also, the Cambion.
Oh.
And the bans coming in from Warlords of the Deep, the Malice, and the Typhoon Fleet issue.
Do we get to know what order things are banned in?
I don't know, and I asked earlier, and they couldn't tell me.
Because that kind of screams Camel, Warlords, Camel.
Yeah. Same. So that means we were right. They wanted to ban Atana Mouth. Yeah, we did it. We're so good.
So if that is true, are you saying that Camel did put in that with Typhoon Fleet issue ban? Right?
No, Camel would have gone. It would have gone Cambion on the Camel side,
right?
Malice TFI on the Warlord side, and then back for the Atana ban from Camel.
Yeah, basically the banning out the Typhoon Fleet issue and the Malice from Warlords kind of telegraphs that they want to go Shield.
Yeah,
and then Camel would counterban the Cambion to make that Shield team weaker.
So what do we see now? Like, this takes a lot of the tools out of them.
You could go Bassi or Scimitar with the Scorp Navy issue double Claymore team with flagship. That I think would be very strong and works with either Logi. We've seen Warlords use that kind of team with both the Bassi and the Scimitar this tournament.
Right.
Well, we see Widows.
Yeah, I kind of wonder if a Tinker might still happen, honestly. It definitely shakes your confidence to lose with a given setup, but if they know that missiles are coming in, obviously both teams are really proficient with command ships, shield command ships, double shield command ship cores. Sleipnir is really good at winning the support war. The issue is the support pilots on both these teams are so good, and their Logi is so good, that you can't do what they made an advert out of last year as easily. Can still be done, but it's much more difficult. So if you do bring something like Artillery Sleipnirs, but you're up against a flagship Scorpion Navy issue, that's not a good pairing for your DPS, right? So you have to think about more than winning the support war. You have to think about each team is probably going to have a very tanky core, as they have for most of this tournament.
Maybe the Kremlis team that we saw Camel bring against PL?
Oh yeah, that is definitely still on the table.
Yep.
Very cool team. It seems like they kind of like that setup when their Cambions can't be used.
Yep. Because the Kremlis is incredibly fast tackle. That's their real advantage. They're pretty tanky. They're not taking advantage of the cloaking bonus, obviously, because you can't in the tournament. But they were going like 4.5K a second zipping around with the scram and a whip.
And as Chester was mentioning earlier, it seems like the Warlords team really do like to go for that Logi trade early.
Right.
And the fast, maybe they have a team where they know that if they win the Logi trade first, they always win. So that could definitely be a play.
I definitely expect to either see a pair of Minmatar command ships or a Caldari battleship core on both sides. I mean, those are sort of logical choices from what's left on the field.
Again, this is one of those, like, you dig yourself into your own head in circles really quickly. But considering the fact that Widow Tinker only really vulnerable to bumps we've seen so far, have we seen Warlords be comfortable with any bumping ships or any ships that are really good at bumping other than the Typhoon fleet issue? They brought single Typhoons, but they haven't been like a Bargas heavy team or a Macarial heavy team before.
Well, a lot of it is that these teams are running these pseudo-tinkers where you don't emphasize the mobility of your ships, right?
Yeah. So, I mean, if that Widow Tinker comes up against something that doesn't have a fast battleship.
Right. Or even if it does and they just don't get the opportunity to execute like they did this time.
Would that just be too insane to just like repeat with what you just lost with?
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. I mean,
is it insane? You were just saying it's possible 30% loss rate against everything. It's like, why not?
Yeah,
it's 50-50 right now.
Those are factual statistics, well researched.
I think that every statistic is factual in some state of the universe, and certainly where Fozzie is involved, there's always magic.
There's a universe somewhere where that Tinker is being brought.
I mean, I think it sounds ridiculous, but it's an option.
Yeah.
At this high level play, every comp that they have has some advantage. That's why it's still here. So even though they lost that match, I don't think it's completely unrealistic, but I also think they probably are going to be looking for another option.
There is one thing that we're kind of neglecting. The Camel Empire did lose their Tengu, and when you lose a Tech 3 ship, you do lose skill points.
Yeah, Malin might not be ready to fly right away.
So do you either swap characters, you have unallocated skill points, or...
The skill points drop off of whatever
a random...
is it random?
Yeah, it's a random...
I always thought it was your most recently trained skill. Oh, it's just random.
So, I mean, you can get really unlucky with that, and then you just can't take that Tengu anymore.
Yeah, if like you lose defensive.
Yeah.
Disaster, boys.
That's a really good point. I mean, the likelihood of them having somebody else capable of piloting it very high.
I'm sure they do, but they've been relying heavily on Malin. So like maybe that would be enough to discourage them from the setup at least.
And then even beyond that, maybe that's something that's been taken into consideration. I mean,
maybe they're hoping that Warlords thinks that, and they're really going to.
The double slice. This is what happens in a best of 5 series. Like these thoughts.
And eventually you're scribbling on your walls, and there's numbers appearing around your head, and you get locked into an insane
They should have a competition for somebody's workspace before they start their best of 5 and after. I imagine a lot of thumbtacks and walls with like red string, tied between pictures of different pilots. It's probably pretty intense. I don't know. I've never done it.
It is pretty intense. I've been there.
Thanks for telling me, buddy. I appreciate it.
Just letting you know that PL have actually done this, coming from the bottom all the way through the winners bracket.
Can I borrow a fiend sometime?
I guess so. Why not? I got some stats.
Just go start brawling with some drifters with it.
I'm
sure it'll be fine.
Well, maybe. I'll probably take backup this time if I go that route.
Yeah. But if we're doing the prediction game, I think that Camel will take their Widow team. Not the Widow with the Tengu, just a Widow with a Bassi. So I think it was Navy Scorp Widow.
Yeah.
And then some supports.
But that also, because of how the points land, that typically they have at least 3 or 4 bombers with that, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's
I think it's risky, but Camel love that team. The team that we saw Warlords win with, they love that team.
Sure.
That Typhoon Fleet issue core. I think Camel love their Widow team. They've won an Alliance tournament with that Widow team. It's gotten them here. I think you just go for it when it matters most.
If you are bringing bombers, Cambi is the ship you don't want to see.
Yeah,
so
we
that would make sense
saw
as a
those
ban.
Cambians just murk the PL bombers in that Navy Scorp bomber team.
But again, if you're bringing Widows, that's another layer of prediction you have to add on. And saying, hey, you know, full Mimitar this time, not full Mimitar.
So the amount of time that we've been discussing it, like...
Same amount of time they've had.
They've had like 10 minutes less.
Because they're on probably in the system now.
They have less, and they have
Not
to
quite
get
in system
chips,
yet. We've got about a minute and a half, almost 2 minutes before everything's ready to go. So they would have had to have made the decision though.
If
so
we're 2
much
minutes out
earlier.
from the match, they're actually probably in system, just haven't warped yet. So they're probably committed, sitting at those safe spots.
I hope
like,
they're listening to us
shaking.
being like, wow, I didn't think about that. We just took this team because it has the coolest name.
I feel like that's a gratifying thought, but probably not a reality.
It's more like, oh, those guys, they have no idea.
I think we're on a delay as well. So if you're waiting for us to say something important, well, it's too late.
You know, we joked about it from the commentator booth in other matches, though.
Yeah,
And
the
then-
zero speed dudes.
Yeah, miraculously it came true. Also important to note, their speed very low in that Tinker setup. Obviously deliberate and tactical, but still the curse lives on. Don't move your ship and you lose a match.
Don't move your ship and you lose the ship, and then you lose the match,
Well.
and then you lose the skill points. Apparently, if
Yeah,
you're the Tango
that's
pilot,
another-
which is unfortunate. Just a random one, really.
Game is hard.
Yeah, it's rough.
It feels so bad. I own a Legion. I never fly it.
It's okay though. Tech 3 cruisers are pretty good, so
Yeah.
it makes up for it. Yeah.
As mentioned before, we've got a little bit of time. At least, did you want to give a shout out to your boys?
I guess so. I mean, we did okay. This kind of sounds insane where PL would see a third place victory as like a complete and utter loss. Like PL is the type of team that they want first or nothing. That's it. So, I mean, third place, amazing. Not that many teams have third place finishes. We did good. I'm proud of you. You did your own personal best.
So mad.
It's okay. You did good. You did good, kid. You did good. This was the one thing that did change between our PL teams of before and this PL team is that we had a different tournament captain because our old captain, Seamus Orzaz, he didn't have the time to captain this year. So we passed the reins off to Dankel, and I think Dankel actually did do a great job. It wasn't obviously only Dankel. They had Admiral Goberius, who has a huge tournament pedigree. Black Horizon probably helped a lot and did some tinkering. Des Affinity did a lot of work. Lucas Kwan did a lot of work. It is a huge team effort. So good job, guys.
That got more positive as you move forward.
Yeah,
It seemed very tentative
I tried
at
to
first.
eat the hate and sadness a little bit, but I mean, it's okay. It's okay. You guys did okay.
Just wash it down. And Sir Squeebles, just before we go into the match, anything to say to your fellow members in We Hurt?
Yeah, so if I'm not mistaken, and I hope I'm not, everybody on our team that was capable was already a streamer and had the hardware live stream their point of view for the matches, which is
Really?
something we did
That's
for the
awesome,
Neo
yeah.
too. But even before the competition was announced, we intend to do that. Because our team is funded by streams, we mainly do it because we have these communities that kind of run into each other, and so everybody grouped together in one. We're not naturally all from the same corp, which is its own hurdle. So part content generation, part just enriching your own EVE experience and having fun with it. And it was really cool. I think everybody walked away happy we were a part of it. Disappointed that you end like our team ended fairly early in the tournament, but really a net gain. So just round of applause and thanks to all the people who came on board with the We Heard initiative to make it happen. It was cool.
Fozzie, any shout outs for 5-0?
Shout outs to all the CCPers working in the other room. I think that is we mentioned it a little bit earlier, but there's a great team of people, the referees, the camera people, the directors, the sound people, CCP Logibro running the whole tournament. Really, really great group of people over there, and amazing shout out for such a smooth tournament.
Yeah, it's been really awesome. I mean, we had the pleasure of coming here last year, 3 of us, and this year has gotten so much better in terms of just the support network. Seems like it was really in place.
Yeah, we've got a studio now.
Yeah, we had
That's
so much
pretty
fun
cool.
last year, but you walk in now and it's been effortless. It's been a whole lot of fun. It's made it so much easier. We've had so many more conversations because of the time not spent sort of working our way through things, but it's been an awesome experience. I know you mentioned earlier that this is an opportunity available to everybody. Even though I don't come from an extremely storied tournament background, it's something I was interested in, pursued it, and I would encourage other people who sit here and are like, this looks like a lot of fun, just get involved, because there's always an interest in different perspectives, and hopefully nobody thinks they're not qualified, because the only qualification is being interested and being able to come here
and just loving the tournament,
entertaining,
loving, talking to people.
Exactly.
We had a really great group of people that applied this year, and it was really a pleasure interviewing with all of them, and hope that continues next year.
Well, one of the beauties always of having somebody, having people who don't necessarily have that much experience, because there are questions that go unasked when you have a whole lot of talent and experience on a desk. So, something to consider. I hate to think anybody's discouraged just because we say the word tinker and leverage and all of these things.
You don't actually have to know what those mean. Just say them over and over again.
If you were confused by Chester's use of the term high fidelity in reference to ships, don't be concerned. Chester doesn't know what he meant by high fidelity ships. He picks it up, he puts it out there, and then it's our job to pull it apart. And frankly, anyone can do it if Chester is there. You just need a quick little verbal scalpel. You're done.
Context clues. That's what we operate off of here on the desk.
Now, not just the Alliance Tournament, not just commentating, but also tournament participation. Again, open to any Alliance members in EVE. Anyone who's interested in joining, talk to your Alliance Executor Corp. Talk to the people in your corporation. If you want to get involved, maybe you want to switch alliances. As long as you make the deadline for the year, it's possible for you to be involved in the Alliance Tournament in a player capacity. And of course, you're welcome to apply for a commentator position. I'm being told right now that we are ready to engage in some spectation. Of the next match in this best of 5. Warlords up 2 games to to Camel Empire's 1 game.
You're just bringing it back.
And we will go to the booth with Apothny and Chesser for the next match here at Alliance Tournament 13.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, my nerds, welcome to what Chesser hopes to be the final game of Alliance Tournament 13. On his team, Warlords of the Deep, we have the flagship Scorpion Navy issue piloted by Blue Melon, 2 Widows, a Vulture, a Basilisk, 2 Kramoas, 80 ships making a comeback, 2 Manticores, 2 Merlins, and a Kestrel. Chesser, tell us about that Camel team.
Well, Camels have brought a headshot team, 2 Artie Slipneers. They've also have a Scimitar, 2 Orthruses, 2 Jackdaws. They also bring a little bit of ECM as well with double Kitsune. They have a Heretic and double Mollis.
Yeah, I mean, I can see those Artie Sleipnirs might give the Kramoas a little bit of fear, but those Arties not so great against the battleships for that sustained DPS that you need.
That's for sure, but I'm actually very, very worried.
As the match starts right now, let's see what the first primer is going to be, where the damps go, where the jams go. Damps immediately, straight away on the Vidos, wanting to make this
Manticore is being primed.
Ooh.
Target painter on.
Warlords.
When the bombers are slow, not able to move, is he able to escape? Yes, he's pulling range. Warlords, it's down! Warlords trying to just fly away. This is a very dangerous comp for Warlords to fight, because the ability for Orthrus and Slipneers with their Artie to just volley through these frigs is real. They need to be very careful.
Yeah, now we've got jams going over, damps over the top of the team. Navy Scorp, Widow trying to mitigate that incoming damage from Warlords, as well as trying to stop those jams coming in. However, it looks like the Molus are being jammed from the Camel team by possibly the Kramoas. Looks like no ships are dropping yet, but that Molus is getting down into armor.
It's definitely kind of an E-War fight going on here. The Widows need to jam off the Molus, because otherwise the damp range is going to start hurting them a little bit. So there are definitely some jams seen there. Otherwise, there's just a lot of positioning here.
And Widow of Warlords of the Deep dropping into low shield. And this is, in fact, a shield team. So that's a scary place. That Widow's being going down into armor.
Is jammed right now.
Widow dropping.
If this Widow goes down,
structure. Is Camel making a comeback?
Can he get through? Can he get through? He needs to be able to hold on here. If he can get through the reload time of the first reload of the Orthrus, he might be able to claw back to full shields if the Basilisk does not get rejammed. Very, very close here. Orthruses are going to be on reload soon, so he hopefully will be able to claw back here in just a very short period of time, but it's going to come down to the wire.
Alice had some clenched buttocks in structure of his Widow there. Looks like just this positional war. If we zoom out, we see it there on the screen now. The positional war, each team vying for damp effectiveness versus jam effectiveness, trying to get that random dumber generator on on their side versus maximizing the ability of those dams.
It's Warlords of the Deep basically trying to maximize transversal against the very scary Slipneers and watching out, of course, for that Orthrus range. I have to say, Orthrus reload coming just at the wrong time for Camel. They were so close to breaking that Widow. Pucker factor 9 for sure.
One
and
misstep
Widow
of any
crawls
of
it
the
back.
frigs on the Warlords of the Deep team, and those Snepters, they'll be watching transversal, they will be watching angular velocity, and bam, they will be gone, and that will be it. You have to be an insane pilot to be able to keep up with this level of pressure in these ships in this tournament.
Definitely. We notice both of the Chromoas, like all of the frigs basically of Warlord side, just sitting way far and back and behind the Widow Vulture team, because if they get any closer, the possibility of them just getting burned right on burn-in is very real here. Camel Empire has etched out just a little bit of a victory here in this positional war by killing the bomber of Warlords very early. Warlords starting out with 1 point just because Camel's running a 99-point team here, but both teams are just kind of jockeying for position, and this E-War fight that's going on between these two Mauls is frantically trying to keep a lot of the jams off of their Logi and all the other ships, and of course the Widow is trying to worry about the Mauls. It's just a back and forth.
To kill. I mean, if you look at the T2 resist profile of a Sleipnir, of a Scimitar, that's T2 Mimitar, that is kinetic weak. Manticores are kinetic bombers. You really want those things off field. Great bomber choice and a great pickup by Camel Empire, currently leading by 2 points.
Bob Shaftos is taking the brunt of the damage here, with all jams now being focused on that Scimitar. Damps being spread out to that Navy Scorpion, which I think is actually a smarter play than the Widows, just because the Navy Scorpion is the vast majority of the damage here on the Warlords team.
I mean, it's the flagship that we said before, like 1400 DPS. I'm really interested to know if the Simi jams are successful, or whether he's using his ASB. Looks like his ASB might be starting to run low.
I'm still not seeing any reps being put on Bob Shaftos.
That's RT, that's DPS going down to the bottom of shield, boosting now back.
Shields are
Jam
on.
is off, repping again.
Can the volley cut through? It doesn't look like it can. Coming just back and forth there. I have to say the damps both on the Navy Scorpion and the Widow probably coming into spades here. We have the Chromoas finally getting in close here, trying to get on the Kitsune.
Chromoas going down to the bottom of the shield, getting rep supply.
Chromoas down!
Whoa, Chromoas suddenly gone with the RT fire!
Oh my gosh, that was incredible. He just turned away back a little bit, trying to go for an out-of-position Kitsune, turned back, lowering his transversal, and the Slipnir saw it, and bam, done.
Just as I said before, you mess up. You are slow for 1 second. You know what Burning Side is for 1 second, and those RT Sleipnirs will eat you alive.
And that's exactly what happened here. Kestrel down now too. It looks like Warlords was getting desperate. They were trying to get in. They were trying to stop and get a scram web on a Kitsune, trying to stop some of the E-War wing that Camel has here, because these double Mauls and double Kitsune are effectively negating all the power that the Widows have. They cannot jam the Scimitar long enough for them to be able to cut through a Slipnir.
Sleipnir now of Lady Labia getting low into the bottom of the shield. Scimitar also taking a lot of damage. Camel Empire looking to start. They're the current winners. They do not want to be taken down, but that Sleipnir now running out of shield. Maybe it's running out of charges. They cannot afford to lose a Sleipnir.
Half armor here. Half armor. I still don't see
reps.
reps, but there's no jams yet on the Simi. Where are these reps?
Where are the reps? Where are the AMBs?
There they are.
There's
there they
the
are.
reps.
There they are. He is playing a very, very dangerous game here, because that Navy Scorpion now being undamped can apply full damage. There's a target painter going back on here. Chromoas is being target painted again, so he needs to be very careful.
Chromoas needs to be careful. What's his transversal like? What's he doing? Be careful, Chromoas, buddy. You're flying a big ISK ship there, Zolo3.
Oh, man. This back and forth fight now.
Merlin now.
Yeah, Merlin, I cannot believe they've even stayed alive this long. They're just sitting in the back trying to do what they can. If they would, like I said before, if they burn it at all, they're just going to get completely sniped. Camel's in a commanding position here because Warlords is unable to break. They've gotten so close, but they're unable to break the Scimitar reps with the Slipnir.
Now, that said, there is a very big difference between managing to pick off the frigs with those RT Sleipnirs and breaking the core of the Warlords of the Deep team.
Yeah, true.
You've got battleships, you've got that Basilisk. It's amazing to get rid of that lower tier, give yourself a lot more ease, reduce the incoming E-War. That will make you more effective against the core, but it's still going to be a damn hard core to break, even if the Chromoas, Manti, and Merlin do go down.
That's definitely true. The only issue is that Camel's anti-support in their Orthruses, in their RD Sleipnirs, effectively can cover their very vulnerable double Kitsune, double Maula setup, and they are just using those 4 ships to completely destroy the ECMs that Warlords have brought. And Camel's in a comfortable position here. They don't have to do anything. Warlords is either going to have to try and rush in with Chromoas to try and get a scram web on something, but they've been shown that they're unable to break anything on Camel's side. And that's going to be, I think, a huge killer here.
I mean, when those freaks do go down, that double Kitsune, that double Molars, as you can focus everything on the Bazzi. Constant jams, followed by constant range and scam resolution jams, taking so long to relock targets after you finish jams, even if the second jam doesn't land. It is such a powerful combination of E-War.
Yeah, this... Camel team is doing exactly what it needs to do right now. Just keeping off, applying the jams, applying the damps, and just playing this game the way they need to. Warlords tried so hard with one of their Chromoas to burn in and get a Scram Web on a Kitsune to allow that damage application to increase massively from the Widows and the Scorpion. Widows are pretty low DPS ships as it is, and he paid the price for it. And they're just slowly bleeding light tackle here. And once all that light tackle is gone, they're just with a Merlin and a Chromoas left. They're going to have no way to break the Scimitar reps just because of the fact that, as has been said all game, they just cannot get enough jams down on the Scimitar to break either of the Sleipnirs.
Noting, Camel are in fact using the Galente E-War drones, I believe those as the scan resolution drones, on the, I'm trying to see what it is.
What are we talking about? The
Hammerhead, the Galente E-War drones.
Hammerhead SDs, those are Galente E-War drones.
Those are pretty rare to see.
Damp drones, in a tournament where you're not seeing any type of scriptable damps, that sometimes can be useful. I have to say it's at times kind of a niche pick, which is understandable, I guess, if you're fielding a Tinker, or excuse me, not a Tinker, but a ship that doesn't have the highest highest tank ships in the game. They're just running with Sleipnirs and Orthruses, and Sleipnirs, while fairly tanky, will not stand up for long against battleship type of DPS. And this standoff right here, I think that we might actually see it just time out. Camel has no reason to rush Warlords, they're up in points, and Warlords, if they do want to commit a Chromoas and a Merlin to essentially try and just Scram Web a Kitsune, I almost wonder if Warlords is going to let this match just kind of fall to the wayside and maybe come back stronger again, because Camel have essentially destroyed them here.
If you look at the Scorpion hulls, they are in fact trying to smart bomb at the instant a flight of missiles lands to firewall, whilst doing all the other jobs they need to do that shows such skill in the pilots that they seem to be even doing it effectively. We're going to have to see whether they can break anything.
Ooh, Basil is taking a little bit of damage now, needs to be careful. Ooh, okay, he seems to be coming up a little bit, but the volley that Camel can have, and just a sustained DPS once Orthruses are off reload and switch to a proper damage type, is pretty huge. Like I said, this last minute here just winding down, if I was Warlords, I would be really hesitant to try and commit a Merlin and a Chromoas
so
at this point.
Look at where the E-War is. With so fewer ships, you give that E-War so much more concentrated. Every ship down is such a loss with E-War focus.
And the other problem is 70k rep range on the Basilisk, but if Warlords sends either that Merlin or that Chromoas out in order to get a Scram Web, damps on Basilisk, and suddenly you're just throwing more ships into the fire. I think effectively Camel Empire have beat them just on the fact that their setup came out so much stronger. Warlords with a very heavy frigate backbone, but their inability to apply the damage from their low DPS Widows and from their Navy Scorpions is really what killed them there, because they were counting on the Chromoas to be able to, and the Merlins to be able to go in there and get the Scram Webs, but when faced with this, it's difficult.
When you field teams in the Alliance opponent, it isn't necessarily being able to kill all of the enemy team. It can just be getting a few key kills and then holding, staying alive until the end, going to time. It's not as explosive, it's not as bloody, but it is a very, very skillful, very controlled, very exquisite way to win.
Exactly. You play to win, not for points.
Or in this case, using points to...
Or at least, I mean, you don't do it for, like 100-0 is what I mean.
Anyway, the match is over. Camel Empire have tied it up back to 2-2. The next game will be the decider to bring us to the end of Alliance Tournament 13.
I mean, my heart's beating, my hands are shaking, but I'm still shooting, and I'm still getting the headshots. It's like, boom, headshot, boom, headshot. I'm still getting the shots. It's like, boom, headshot, boom, headshot, boom, headshot.
Camel pulls even in this, the Grand Championship
going to
for
one more
Alliance
match
Tournament
for all the
13.
marbles.
One more match, one final conflict will decide the entirety of this tournament. What went wrong for Warlords? Sir Squeebles.
I'm glad you didn't let him take the floor. He's had enough time today. No, so what went wrong was they brought a setup that was predicated on having some control, and they had no control. They just got outclassed by where the E-War was on the Camel team. Camel brought the Kitsunes, which was really, I think, the linchpin. Obviously, the Damps were huge, but those two in conjunction, we've talked about the synergy between those two all tournament long. And one thing I actually had to confirm, because a Widow is not a ship that I fly very often, but no optimal range bonus on the ECM of Kitsune or on a Widow. So if a Widow would land a jam, say on a Kitsune, because they were trying to counter jam at one point, Kitsune incredibly fast. The Widow is essentially immobile. Kitsune just flies out of that optimal, flies right back in, and can retarget the Widow before the Widow can retarget him, and then cycle those jams. Or even if the Widow keeps the lock, he can still kite out of optimal, come in, punches jams again. Guess what? If they don't land and the Widow jams him, he kites back out, comes back in, and that's the execution of the small ship pilots of Camel is what won them last year's tournament, and here you see it again.
And you could see that as the control bars would just like kind of swing back and forth, like up and then back. And then
I don't know that there was much swinging. It looked to me like the Camel side of that control bar was solid green.
They probably had it more of the time, yeah. But there were definitely times when like just the strength of the Widows would eventually win out, and the Warlords team would fill it up, and the Camel team would be down.
Did get jammed a few times, and we saw the Camel control bar just shrink quite a bit.
You could see that happen, and then the Kitsunes would move up to like 3.5K per second for like 30 seconds, and then suddenly Camel's bar would be back to full.
And we also saw, I mean, Damps have not been as popular this year. It's something we've harped on over and over about the inability to script your offensive E-War now in Damps and tracking disruptors means that we don't see them used as effectively in specific scenarios, but they are still really effective as part of a greater whole.
And the Booth Boys pointed out that the Camel team was actually using damping drones, which we almost never see.
That's pretty rare.
Like, it's rare to see ECM drones at a high level to begin with. You generally rely on the rep drones, at least in this meta, because you could use Tech 2 rep drones. But damp drones, pretty cool idea. I haven't really tested it. I'm sure.
I've seen some teams with web drones. That's another kind of tournament.
In fact, last year we saw some pretty cool Vexor Navy issues because they get the speed bonus to the drones. They could just launch web drones and almost instantly web the Logi on the other side. It wasn't a super web, but it was still slowed enough to catch. So playing with drones, pretty neat high-level stuff.
And the damp drones are just so rarely used normally that most teams probably just didn't even consider them.
You might not even have them on your overview if you weren't practiced enough.
We've talked before how the drones have not been so popular here, but also that there's a simple answer and maybe one that hasn't shown up in smart bombs. Getting in a battleship to just smart bomb away rep drones that are causing you trouble, or to get rid of, in this case, E-War drones. Would it have made a difference in this kind of fight to have a smart bomb out there?
That would be
very possibly
interesting, because the Warlords team took the sort of more tinkery Widows. Like, the Widow always has a utility high. They put a energy transfer in it this time. Generally speaking, if you're not running a tinker type like that, you will have a smart bomb in there. Smart bombs are like, when you're, and Fozzie knows this really well, when you're designing an Alliance tournament team, you're like, okay, we need at least one medium smart bomb on some ship.
Yeah. So. Well, and a lot of the issue is that smart bomb, to be as effective as it can possibly be, has to remain mobile. Right? Because if there's a bunch of rep bots on the Scimitar over here, but your Widow is tackled 20 kilometers away, that smart bomb doesn't do you much good. So what you can do is swap to a target closer to bring the enemy rep bots over there where a target's already right next to you, and then smart bomb them.
Oh, that's some pretty next level stuff.
I'm telling you, WeHurt should have gone further. No, but you do have some options, but that's why command ships have been popular choices. Again, depending on the command ship, some can really make use of their high slots aside from the links. Others, it's okay to put a smart bomb. A Damnation would be a good example of something that can.
is actually a very good choice for that.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, it's kind of interesting, and just anecdotally, some of the people on my team will tell you there's two things I shouted about during the portions of our practice that I supported early into this. One of them was that no comp can go in without a smart bomb. It always sounds appealing to have double newts, because you think, oh, well, if we get both command ships here, we can have these medium newts, we can cap out the Scimitar. But what if the Scimitar has 50 rep bots on it from, Typhoon fleets or whatever the case may be. So it's something that's also very difficult to see. We talk all the time about how hard it is to get every finer point. So it's probably happened on a number of occasions, but it's not happened as much as I would have thought, given how popular the rep bots have been this year.
Mm-hmm. So we've seen some bombs used a little bit for that.
Yeah, the bombs have been used really well, and that's something that, quite frankly, the lower tier teams just couldn't make use of. It was not evident until really into the second weekend, and I'm using a borrowed definition of a lower tier team. Oh God, Reddit, please. I'm so sorry. It was, I'll say, the greener teams. Let's put it that way. So I was actually referring to my team, believe it or not. We know how torps work, right? We understand onlining a bomb launcher, good in certain scenarios, but to do it well and to consistently do it well. One good bomb launch in a practice is like, we did it, guys, yeah.
And then a coordinated bomb run between 6 people in a practice match.
And that's what we saw. Pandemic Legion, we saw Shadow Cartel, and there was another group, I think, all in the same weekend that did it. But when they first did it, we're all aware that they can launch bombs, but how well they did it and how comfortable they seemed doing it was kind of mind-boggling, because a lot of people who are still earlier in the theory crafting sort of mindset, even if they've been here for a couple years, that's not something that I think they could have pulled off. I don't think we were in a position to pull that off, and I think that's probably true for quite a few teams.
So it's, I think a lot of that has to do with, in older Alliance tournaments, like from Alliance tournament, I'd say from like 6 to 9, you had really strict archetypes, right? You had a rush team, you had a control team, you had an ECM team, and moving forward from Alliance tournament 10 and onwards, you started to see kind of like hybrid archetypes. You had like rush control teams, you had ECM tinker teams, and just all the archetypes got mixed a little bit. And so when you mix them, you kind of forget the basics of where you all started. And like the basics are have ECCM on all your ships, have a medium smart bomb, have drones that do something, and just stuff like that.
Yeah.
So that's, I think, a lot of why some of the like maybe first year, second tier teams or year teams are kind of like maybe missing just these little tiny little pieces.
Could you just say lower tier teams so they can make one Reddit thread for both of us?
They're not low. Yeah, actually, they're. I mean, it's not like bad, right?
No,
There are elite teams. Then there's like everyone in the middle. In the last 3 years, we've seen everyone in the middle just start rushing and getting better and better. And like they're closing the gap between the elite teams.
Well, and I also think the word tier.
And then you have like really low teams.
Tier sort of. Thank you. I really appreciate that. So you can save your post, just make one. I think when we refer to tiers, it mainly has to do with the pedigree of a team.
Yeah.
Honestly. You wouldn't say, so PFR did really well this year. I don't think they, and the footage might prove differently, but I don't think that's a team that we consistently say a higher tier team, even though they did well, only because they're doing well now, but there's pedigree is tied into it, right? Yeah. So when you say higher tier, I understand what was being said, and it's not a malicious sort of thing. Well, it might be for Chesser. I don't know. I won't speak for him, but
so the thing is, like, Alliance Tournament PvP is so far removed from TQ PvP. Like, you could be the best PvPer, you could have like all these great stats, but in the Alliance Tournament, if you don't have the right mindset, you're gonna be just downright awful. So, I mean, it just takes some time. Like, experience will get you there.
It's something as simple as, in normal PvP, you never have to worry about flying outside of an arbitrary circular
Yeah,
area.
I mean, that should not be even a thing. Let's
And
just don't get me started
so
on that.
all of your instincts as a skirmish pilot are, let's get my range just right. Who cares about where I am otherwise? All it matters is where I am relative to all the other ships on the field. And then you take that into the tournament.
And for anyone not
suddenly you
getting that
explode
reference,
magically.
I have famously taken a PL Alliance Tournament team out of the arena with me.
Yes.
It wasn't the Alliance Tournament, though, so it doesn't count. It was Neo. Nobody counts Neo.
I do. I count Neo.
Nobody knows anything about Neo. It doesn't even exist anymore,
Camel
so I
probably
win.
counts Neo.
Yeah,
So-
I definitely won.
To break from that, I just have a quick question because I thought about this when talking about PFR. The advertisements this year, super good.
So good.
Because
Yeah.
even this discussion is one where some words might get thrown back in our faces, right? I had 2 advertisements that were all about that this year, and I was a huge fan. This most recent PFR ad, the best.
It was quite wonderful.
There's also several other videos that are not advertisements, so I was curious if any really resonated with you all.
Oh, the Exodus CCP Rise ad.
That one is fantastic.
Always so great. Every year they make an amazing CCP Rise ad.
You guys are weird.
Yeah.
and we love you.
Weird in the best possible way.
I obviously all of our teams participating, at least from my perspective, are great, and all of the ads that they submit are also fairly entertaining. I just love the crabs.
CCP inclusivity.
I love it. CCP empowering, and frankly, we should all be proud of the teams and their ads.
Yeah.
Because they're great, because they're wonderful. We should also have some discussion here. As before, I love this segment. Predict the bans for the final match of Alliance Tournament 13. What do
really
these
hard.
teams now? Of course, it's hard for you. You're not flying. Just relax. Like, it's hard. You got the sandwich, didn't you? Now pony up. We want to know who you think they don't want the other team to think they don't want the other team to think they want
Jumping
to fly.
right in on it to steal it, because you guys will take it otherwise. Atana. I got that one.
Yeah,
you guys have to say stuff.
that's the easy pick. What is this?
Camel will ban the Atana.
Is this ban Jenga now? We each have to pick one and see who fails?
I think it's going to be Camel is going to ban the Atana, like you said, and I'm going to go one further. They're also going to ban the Malice.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's unlikely to have an ECM.
That was like discussed when I said Malice.
No, well, it's discussed in the fact that I had no answer prepared.
Oh, okay.
It's easy to say the Chromoas, but I don't think that's true.
Yeah.
I also don't think that the ECM has been consistently effective enough to warrant the Widow ban at this point. I mean, they just worked through it right there using frigates. I don't know. I really don't. I think maybe...
Do you consider banning Sleipnir? If you're
I was going to
Warlords of the
say,
Deep?
I mean, but if you ban the Sleipnir, you still have the Claymore option that pairs really well.
But it looked like Warlords got like really caught off guard.
Yeah.
by
What are the odds that setup is one they just did not see coming? And
I
maybe
didn't
they
see
just
it
don't have
coming at all.
time. Maybe
Like-
they don't have time to come up with a good counter for it. Just like we saw the Camel guys banning out the Maracha and the Sleipnir
I mean,
earlier.
that's a
Like,
great way to do it if you have no idea. Like, if
I
you,
don't think a scimitar ban would be too outlandish. Sorry to interrupt, but
No, it's okay.
I think it would make sense. But I also think the Sleipnirs have only been used in 2 types of setups this year. And because a lot of these teams have these really heavy battleship cores, autocannon Sleipnirs can deal with the Navy Scorpion, not an issue, right? But the artillery Sleipnirs is for doing exactly what we just saw, which is essentially winning on points and controlling the fight. So it covers both of those, but there are so many options on the table for
what
teams.
if you go full mind game here?
Oh no.
And you're
I
Warlords
never
of
go
the
full mind game.
Warlords of the Deep, you ban like the Orthrus or something.
Right. Well, and again, it wouldn't necessarily be a terrible ban because an Orthrus, even if you don't pair the Orthrus with the Sleipnir, an Orthrus has a whole lot of power.
Yeah, so the Orthrus is a lot of what did, it's a lot of what wrecked the Warlords team. So if you ban the Orthrus, it kind of implies that, hey, I'm going to take that same team I just took. And you can't counter it because I just took the Orthrus. What are you going to do? What are you going to do?
Do you have the bans?
All right, I'm going to go with a bit of a Hail Mary. I haven't seen it. I'm going to say Camel bans Atana, Warlords ban the other 2 Shield Logi, and dares Camel to bring the Tinker.
If we have time, I'm curious to know 1 or 2 of the bans and see if it.
Oh, you want to cheat? Like, you want to get a hint?
No, I mean, I've pretty much yielded that I think there are too many options outside. Like the Atana is an anchor. I wouldn't ban ECM. The Typhoon fleet issue is still something they have to consider. I mean, this is the final match. This is nobody has an advantage going into
I
this
really
one,
like
so.
the Kitsune ban if you are
Really?
If you are Warlords of the Deep, and I think
if you're Warlords,
I think you ban Kitsune, and if you're
Then bring
Camel,
Widows?
if you're Camel, I think you're really happy about that, and then you bring your own Widows. So it's like super mega ultra mind games going on.
All right, now I don't know the order. I don't know which team went first, but I can give you one. Which team do you want to hear their first ban?
Warlords.
Warlords' first ban is the Tengu.
Ooh, interesting.
Which makes
All
me
right.
think that that's the second ban.
We've seen Tengu Widow from them before in their earlier series, right? After they'd faced off against that Tinker.
And like we were saying before, I think Camel really likes that Widow team.
Yeah.
I think last match, this is for all the marbles. You take the team you like the best, and I think they like the Widow team the best. So that's a pretty.
And it is
big
worth
ban.
mentioning, Widows were their go-to in-game team last year in a certain respect. Even though the meta was completely different, this is not a comp that they started flying 6 months ago. It's something they've appreciated the strength of that core for a very long time.
And I think the Camel Empire probably knows that because their first ban is the Widow.
Oh, wow. That's interesting. That like shoots my theory completely down.
Yeah,
All right,
I mean,
so
that's...
the Widow and Tengu are both banned.
Are they both just going to go TFI? Just throw back to week 1.
Either the last two
Is it
bans
like a ton of Cambion, and then they're just going to go TFIs all the way? TFIs with Malice mirror match?
The Malice is not as scary now that the Tinker has kind of been banned out. It can still be scary.
The Malice is still absolutely terrifying.
Well, it depends if you rule out Tinker without the Tengu. Because like I guess I'm saying the pure Tinker, the 6-man Tinker.
Yeah.
The Malice is absolutely terrifying.
Yeah.
The distributed Tinker
Maybe
where you have
Camel's
some
going to
anti-support.
tag team in test to bring their Loki Tinker and win.
Oh, that would be impressive.
Is phone a friend?
Like a celebrity showdown.
It's a secret part of the rules. There's like fine print of the rules.
Tess is
At
going
any
to Millennium
point,
Falcon in at the last minute. Let's get out of here,
you
kid.
can use the phone a friend as long as the phone a friend is for test and their Loki Tinker.
There you go. Sounds
But
beautiful.
no, I think someone has to ban the Malice. Like that ship's just too scary.
I think at least one other Logi's bans.
It's not that scary. It's not scary enough to deserve a ban. I'll just give it to you, the full deal coming down.
TFI maybe then?
Camel
Expecting them
Empire
not to bring
banning
it
out the Widow and the Cambion.
Okay.
Warlords of the Deep banning out the Tengu, and that's Sleipnir.
Wow. Oh, so they didn't
okay.
take the Sleipnir ban. Neat.
I forget who said that, so can we just all count that as...
I said like 15 different things though, so
Yeah.
I'm just going with volume.
I understood at least 8 of those.
No matter who said what, we all win.
Do we see blingy ships? Like, do you think we're going to see blingy ships this match?
I would love to see some blingy ships. And,
I'd say so.
when the prize is on the line, when it's 25 prize ships of each
all
side.
right, so we don't have an Atana ban.
Right.
We do have a Cambion ban though, so that makes that a bit weaker. But you could see the Atana with the flagship from
Warlords.
Warlords. We could still see Malices. We can still see TFI Malices. Yeah, they could bring a bunch of stuff.
Is there anything outright? So I like to look at the pairs of bands there. Widow Cambion is kind of interesting, I think, as your 2 bands. The Cambion, again, super, super strong, but it can't get too far away from a Tinker core, where they've already shown that there's E-War probably going to be involved.
Yep.
Like, Damps coming in there actually changed how I was thinking about it, because I'd almost forgotten how good Camel are with Damps.
So I think if, like the theory behind banning a Cambion without banning the Atana, it means you think your Atana team is really, really good, and you need the Atana on your team, and you want it. But you don't want the opposing team to have these Cambions to synergize with their flagship.
Flagship, Atana, double Claymore from Warlords, and TFI Malice from Camel.
That would be weird. That would be turning everything on their head.
Yeah, that would be flipping it around
But
a little bit.
We saw them bring the TFI Malice in
Yeah.
the first the first broadcast weekend. So.
That is true. But Warlords looks so much happier flying that team. Again, I said that Camel would probably love to fly the Widows, and last match,
Yeah, I mean
Warlords flew the
so
Widows.
if you're Camel and you're expecting
Now they're just messing
If you're
with it.
Camel and you're expecting Warlords to bring the flagship and Atana,
I think
that
that's-
team does rely heavily on their cap transfer.
Yeah.
It relies heavily on a heavily tanked Atana. Malices do wreck that. It's doesn't wreck it as much as it does a Tango Tinker. But Malices are really strong against that.
Yeah, the Malice is strong, but the question is everything else behind it going to synergize well enough against that core setup that we know Warlords can fly really well?
Malices are great against everything on that team. Malice gets on top of the Claymore, turns off the Links, turns off the Hardeners.
Those Malices just, like we saw when the Malice was banned and they had to take vengeances, and that team just got flown completely differently.
TFI, Malice, the Hyena is something that Warlords has been more comfortable with. We haven't seen Camel bring that variant as much, but that's a good variant.
Yeah, that is interesting. I mean, that's their 10-point suicide tackle approach.
Yeah.
And
I don't think you want to go with...
I don't think so either.
I think Warlords likes that more than Camel likes
there
that.
are too few matches with highly mobile Logi in these comps now. You know what I mean? There's a lot of this cap transferring pseudo-Tinker core. I think the Hyenas are really strong, but they're strongest against those teams who are really going to win it.
I'm gonna go make.
I just like seeing every few
all
minutes.
cards
like,
on the table.
This is it.
All cards. This is just more refined of what I said before.
Okay.
Flagship, Atana, double Claymore from Warlords, TFI, Malice, and Bombers. the same team they brought weekend 2.
If I was Warlords
Camel.
expecting that, well, I don't know. If you could fit some Amar ECM in, because if you're planning on a team
We've
bringing
seen that
bombers,
team work with both the Guardian and the Aneros.
but the Guardian arguably stronger. The only weakness of it, well, one of the bigger weaknesses of it is it's off-racial, right? So it's easier to target with the ECM. But we've talked all tournament about how those additional high slots buy a talented Logi pilot a little bit more flexibility, especially with bombers. And some of the bombers tank surprisingly well. 1M ABs, you put a plate on those. And they still do really good damage in a tank variant.
With Cambion's not around, that reduces one of the things that eats through them.
So I think a little bit. You said that, and now I kind of want to copy you, but I'm going to be different because I'm cool like that.
Let's all just make an agreement that we're going to forget that I said that if I'm wrong. But if I'm right, it's going to be awesome.
The internet won't forget.
I think Camel are going to bring a Widow team with an Atana and maybe some Cremoas because they can't take the Cambions. I think Warlords are going to take their flagship Navy Scorp with an Atana and with the Claymores. So, yep.
I'm just happy to be here. I think that's. I think most likely.
Paul's telling me I nailed it, by the way.
I think. Well, okay. So my prediction is not in. So technically.
Technically, he just nailed it.
I was gonna say I think they both will be shield setups. I don't. The Malice is really strong. But I don't think either team, Warlords more comfortable in the Armor TFI setup from what we've seen.
Yeah. I think both teams really like the Armor TFIs.
Well, but Warlords has at least flown it more. We'll say that. So they've been very consistent, regardless of whether Camel is just as good. But they have the Atana flagship open for the first time since these two teams met up, right? So I see
Camel,
that
you
as
have to know that, and you have to be trying to bait. Like you have to be planning for that. If you haven't banned Atana, it means that you think you can beat that.
Exactly.
They both think they can beat it then.
Yep. This is something we see in a lot of finals. People both come into a final, they both land on the field like, ha, we're going to win because our setup beats their setup. Yep. And one of them is wrong.
Yeah.
Well, we've got 1 minute to the start of this match. We're on basically a 60-second clock here. Who is going to be the grand champion of Alliance Tournament 13? This, the internet will remember. It's not a write-off. This is where your money is. All right? Sir Squeebles in the enviable position of guessing first.
Yeah, always enviable. I can only be wronger from here. I'm gonna say Warlords.
I'm also gonna say Warlords comeback story. I called it all along.
I'm gonna go with Camel.
You're gonna go with Camel.
Yep. I think Camel will take this. I think they're gonna go into it expecting the flagship. They're gonna have something in mind that beats the flagship.
All right. I'm going to be happy no matter who wins. As we proceed now to the final match, the final game, the final conflict, the final battle of this Alliance Tournament 13, a match between the Camel Empire and the Warlords of the Deep. Commentating for the booth, Apothny and Chesser.
Guys, welcome back to the Grand Tournament Finals. We have Warlords warping in with a Filthy Malice, a Malediction, Confessor, Zwiffle, Double Purifier, Onieros, Eos, and going back to their tried and true Double Typhoon Fleet issue.
Camel bringing double Scorpion Navy, double Claymore, Scimitar, double Purifier, double Hound, double Manticore Stiletto in a Super Bomber Heavy team. These two teams sum up the meta that we have seen this whole tournament so well. The TFIs, the SNIs, the Bombers, the T3Ds, the Claymores used as tackle. It is beautiful, and the match will be getting underway in under 10 seconds.
We have two Interceptors warping in right at 0, Stiletto and Malediction respectively for both teams. We're starting in 3, 2, 1. The Malice is just slightly behind them, both at range, both at 180 degrees, so like this on the grid. We're going to see what's going on here.
And here we go. Inties burning across either side. Let's see where that tackle's going to go. We see Scram on the Stiletto, then off. They trade Scrams. Paint on the Claymore of Bob Shaftos to begin with, and on the Claymore of Nick Omar. That's going to force the Simi to lock them up. Maybe it's a feint, maybe it's not.
Stiletto's burning back, Malediction's burning back. It looks like no team wants to go in there early. Bomb coming in early here, but missed its target completely. The Malice turned around just in time, otherwise it would have ate a concussion bomb to the face. Really, really close. Almost
Camel
lost it right there.
Slowly pulling back to the edge of the arena. Warlords slowly, gently pushing in, circling them. Each team vying for position, getting that range off, getting that
Eworov, seeing openings, dancing around each other like the pro teams there. We see the Confessor of Ferox is taking a lot of damage to go through field. Reps already applied.
Camel's starting to move around slightly to the left here, but we've seen this before from both of teams that are of this high caliber. They're going to set up in positions, and then they're just going to pounce on each other, and suddenly those control bars are just going to explode as both teams are going to go in for their primary targets, waiting for that big damage application, because both ships that are being flown here right now, the Typhoon fleet and the Scorpion Navy issue, have difficulty applying that damage that they can wield unless the target they're shooting at is scram-webbed.
The Camel team making full use of their bomber and Navy Escort combo, going straight for the Fleet Foon. They know it has T1 resists. They know that they have so much DPS, they can maybe, just maybe, break through the reps and the links of the Neros and Eos respectively, while the Warlords of the Deep team take it, go for the Stiletto now, having him scrammed, webbed,
Stiletto was trying to dive in, expertly shielded off and picked apart by the Malice, who just neutered it out immediately, and then scram-webs right away from Warlord's team. They have the Zwipples and the Confessors all over it. I don't think that's Stiletto's long for this world.
Starting purifying on the Warlords team, taking a lot of damage. Confessor of Ferox also having reps on it. Reps really split around by the Aneros. That means they're currently cycling. He's going to be able to
here we go.
Oh.
Now, Warlords is making their play into Camel. They have their support wing burning in. It looks like we have the Malediction burning straight, Zwippel burning straight to the back line. They need to be very, very careful.
Taking damage, being repped up, going through just a top quarter. Both logistics so on point. The adrenaline in their hands, they must be shaking.
Both teams now completely engaged with each other. Completely engaged with each other.
Simple Casper getting low, going down into armor. Is he going to hit Structure?
He dove super deep. Those reps
down.
are way too late, way too late. The Zwippel burned out of range of reps, did not land. It looks like Warlords is focusing on the Camel Empire's Claymore of Nick. And
Warlords going for a big
hold.
play, going for the Claymore here. If they can get it down, that's Lynx, but it's so tanky. They can waste a lot of time of this whilst they lose their lower end. Are they going to get it? Are they not? How much is it going to cost them? But both Confessors now scrammed, webbed, painted, Claymore boosting through its charges, also under reps from the Simi, but how long can that last? Can it hold under reps when the ASB runs out?
Miyamoto is just trying to burn away right now. Confessor's getting awfully close to it, but he still is avoiding being scram-webbed. Damage being split a little bit on the side here of Camel Empire, and it looks like Warlords initially on that burn, and maybe didn't get the target they wanted because the Zipple's gone down now, and two of their Confessors are completely tackled.
The Manticore and the Claymore both dancing through shields and armor, breaking those reps apart. The Manticore losing armor, Claymore bleeding into armor. Our Warlord's going to get another pickup.
The Malice is on top of the Scimitar. Malice is on top of the Scimitar. This is not good. This is not good. If he can start getting his newts in play.
There's the newts.
There's the newts right now. Camel Empire needs to think fast.
Structure. It's boosting as best it can, but it's losing its structure.
Still getting reps. Still getting reps.
Not down.
Still getting reps. But you know what? This Scimitar isn't going to be able to have cap much longer. There we go. Drops the reps. Drops the reps.
Camel Claymore down. Now the Manticore suddenly taking a lot of damage. Warlords looking to capitalize. But at the same time, the Fleet Foon, we nearly missed it. The Fleet Foon's in structure of Warlords.
That's true. It's getting reps now, but so late. Ooh.
A smart bombing missiles off it best as can.
It is that close. Right now, if Warlords can keep this food up, they basically clutched it. This is literally a bee's dick difference of how absolutely incredible.
Its entire tank.
Two Claymores down for a Typhoon fleet.
Second Claymore boosts back up. It gets its shield back, but back down again.
Claymore just getting there. If Warlords can make this trade, they are going to be in a really good position here. I think they might be able to take it because their support wing is still intact. But what I don't see right now, two Hounds, two Purifiers staying on Camel's side.
Sliver of life right now. Desperately boosting through reps from the Simi, even though it's being neutered. Just one rep here or there, prolonging its life just a tiny bit more. Support wing now, Purifier scram-webbed of water being pulled.
The reps are coming back on. You know, Warlords are not killing Camel Empire's Hounds and Purifiers fast enough. Big props to their pilots because Camel's bomber pilots right now are causing this to be so close. They were the damage that just pushed through that Typhoon fleet.
To 25. This is one of the closest most nail-biting series. Whoa, Manticore goes down.
That Claymore is still being primed. Malice is off the Scimitar now. I'm looking to see where it's going for its next target, but it looks like it's trying to chase down. It's still chasing the Scimitar. Scimitar is actually broken away for a second there. Malice is in tow, but the Scimitar is actually heating away from him.
Yeah.
Absolutely incredible piloting by Miyamoto. He is heating NWD trying to pull away.
Claymore, neutered, painted. It's got no armor left. It's got barely any structure left, and the damage is piling on. The Hound as well, caught by the T3Ds.
Scimitar scrammed again. Almost escaped. The huge fight
another
right
bomber
now.
down.
Oh boy, Claymore's super low as well. Does the Scimitar has newts? He does not. Scimitar does not have the cap to rep him. Now, what is going to be the option from Camel. Are they going to try and nuke down the Typhoon Fleet issue, or are they going to try and kill some of the support wing?
They are down on ships. They need a big win. They've decided that they need the Aneros. If they're going to come back in the match, it's going down. It's in the bottom of its armor here.
But the thing is the Oneros is not being scrammed or webbed, and Navy Scorpions, even with the target painter, may struggle to apply full damage here. Malin just trying to use as best top speed as he can and keep that AB running to try and mitigate all that damage. He's still holding, but there's the web. That's going to be clutch.
Armor,
watch the damage be applied now.
And there goes the Purifier.
Another Purifier down. Oh, web broken. Incredible play right now by Warlords that they're screening off what's left
surviving for so long, though. It's in structure, but it's still alive.
Malin has incredible piloting.
Navy Scorpion suddenly losing a lot of his shield. Where's the reps from the Scimitar?
Scimitar completely burned away. Miyamoto on the other end making hero plays to try and keep that Malice off him, and I have to say that Malice pushed him, I think, far away from both the Navy Scorpions, and that's going to be the issue.
Simi now scrammed. It can't get back in range to direct the Scorpion. The Scorpion is left on its own and it's suddenly gone. All that EHP means nothing. All those resists means nothing if your Simi is not there. It was caught out, it was scrammed, it was webbed, it was nuded. It could not get its reps down. And now the Scimitar under fire.
Yep, Scimitar dead now. I have to say, Onieros, Malin, still flying, still soaking up what's left of that Navy Scorpion damage. Absolutely incredible. And he goes down, but a hero's death. A hero's death for him. Warlords pulls this out.
The death of the Scimitar. It looks like Warlords are going to be our AT13 champions.
I'm really happy with that, actually.
Yeah, that's
no,
pretty
I'm
cool.
kidding. I am very happy with that, but I have to say, the piloting on both sides. Miyamoto escaping underneath the Malice just for a second, burning away, overheating his prop mod, trying to escape it. Malice just chasing him down. Wasn't enough. Losing those claymores early on in the fight. Absolutely clutch. What a final match. What a final match.
Such a close match. So back and forth. Losing sips on the other side, vying position. Just seeing where webs, people being caught on the very edge of web range as they turned around and gliding out of it, or just getting caught too long for the damage to apply, being picked off. Both Camel and Warlords have had amazing runs in this tournament. Both the very top of top-tier teams.
Yeah, I have to say, Kadesh Priestess of Warlords, bringing it home. His ability to fly in and around both of the Claymores and the support wing of Camel, get to the Simi and just stay on him and basically negate a large portion of his reps, allowed Warlords to come through with their strategy, which was just focus all of their DPS on a target once the Simi was basically knocked out of commission, and it worked out in spades for them. Their support wing completely outflying Camel here.
The final hound now going down to cement Warlords' first victory. If some of the pilots may have been involved in winning teams before, is the first time Warlords of the Deep certainly have won an Alliance tournament.
What an incredible end to an incredible tournament. Great flying from both teams. Very, very exciting to watch.
Yeah, and with that, we send it back to the desk for the final time.
EVNC Collides will be the premier esports program.
Come and check out our website and make sure to tune in every first Sunday.
When I'm Morgan Freeman and not busy contemplating the beginning of the universe, I think of which corporations I should war deck using the Marmite Collective. And you should too, because I'm Morgan Freeman.
All right, gather around, ladies. Everybody put your makeup bag down. I know last year we all brought our purse and handbags and high heels to the tournament. We kind of let Nelly win, but not this year. I have the winning strategy. Has anybody seen Elise?
And there you have it, Warlords of the Deep, triumphing over all foes here in Alliance Tournament 13, delivering the Camel Empire their first full match loss in tournament history.
Yeah.
That's the what a way to go down though. Like if you're gonna fall big.
Yeah, at least they got like 30 unique ships out of that fold.
Yeah, 15 of each. Yeah, that's not bad at all.
But yeah, we were talking about it. Everyone loves a comeback. Warlords of the Deep coming all the way through the losers bracket, making it making it 5 games, or I guess technically
7?
4 games.
7 wins.
When you
played a lot of
when you play that
matches.
many games, you just get in a zone, right? And Warlords of the Deep were definitely in a zone. They had clutch flying on every position. Kadesh Priestess in the Malice, clutch genes, like would make MJ proud. Like that was amazing. Just caught the simi of the Camel team, completely neutralized it. It couldn't do anything. And
we'll say, to the credit of
amazing
Camel,
play.
Kadesh Princess, by the way, gets shout-outs from all sorts of people Priestess?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so. We used to say Kadesh Princess, and somebody corrected me once, and it
You guys
stuck
were
with
bros.
me. But yeah, I mean, a lot of our pilots who are really good solo pilots, one of the biggest reasons they watch the AT is because they love watching people operate as solo pilots, making those solo decisions.
Yeah.
Kadesh Priestess was the one person before the AT even kicked off that they were like, man, they know how to run a small ship.
Yep.
And that was sort
consistently
of
at the top of our actions per minute.
Really impressive.
charts,
I mean, obviously there are a lot of huge names on that team, but I find it funny that we're now here after so long. Somebody in my alliance is going to be very, very smug about that call.
These matches, it's always going to be great to go back and look at the replays, like the null-sec.com 3D replays, and see all the moves that were made that you might not be able to see clearly on the stream.
What you could see clearly on that screen, though, was Warlords of the Deep bringing an anti-bomber support wing, basically.
Something we saw them play in the first week, right?
And Camel Empire bringing bombers. And not surprisingly, given the nomenclature, anti-bomber
they totally
goes
won,
up against bomber.
Yeah.
Yep. Fozzie called it perfectly.
Except for the wrong teams.
Yeah, I mean, these things happen.
There's a little
Details.
I will say I did call that the team that brought the TFI Malice team would win.
Yep, you did. And that was definitely the Warlords' comfort zone right there. It was pretty amazing just to see them just do what they did throughout the entire tournament, just on the final day. Good job, man. Good job. And I know Chester's super happy.
He's been dancing.
I don't know if my ear has recovered. I don't know if you guys know, but sometimes they send me messages here, and I got a little bit of that feeding through as feedback. Basically blew out this side. I can't even tell what you're saying right now.
We're just being amazing, so you can just keep nodding and thumbs up every once in a while.
Everyone is good, and the Warlords of the Deep especially good. They take home, as we mentioned before, 25 imps, 25 Etanas. That's right?
Yep.
No,
it's Fiends and Imps.
Fiends and Imps. Sorry, Etanas.
Sweet.
We're not giving any more Etanas. Every time an Etana dies, it's never been replaced.
An angel
Kind of
weeps
like
at the
geckos.
desk. 25 Fiends, 25 Imps, the Camel Empire, 15 each of those ships, and as mentioned before, Pandemic Legion, 7 each. A great.
My stacks are a little bit shorter, but I still got stacks.
There are stacks. And Exodus, again, we're going to mention them, 4th place, 3 each. Our top 4 teams have all performed admirably, and I think all of the pilots have something to be proud about. And of course, Warlords of the Deep, especially to you, we've got to give you absolute props.
Yeah, you did it.
The most
in the
accolades,
hardest way possible.
sincerest kudos, just genuine appreciation for the flying, for the comp, for the execution, and for the entertainment, and from everyone at the desk. And everyone here? Is everyone here?
Let's bring them all
Everyone's
in.
here.
These people.
Well, we talked about before, there's a huge team of people that make the Alliance tournament possible, and this is
like
a bunch of them coming in now.
Scene in that Lethal Weapon movie where they're all family. Oh, God.
The cheesy ending.
I'm too old for this stuff. Homogenized.
I don't think that's the line.
There he is, the ledge. I can't even, there you are. From everyone here at CCP and from the entire staff of the Alliance Tournament, we say congratulations to Warlords of the Deep, our champions for Alliance Tournament 13, and thank you all for tuning in to this broadcast of Alliance Tournament 13. We hope to see you next year.